Approved by midnight on Friday. No question. We're going to keep you covered on all of the developments here on Live Now from Fox.
And we'll continue to follow the top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack.
Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Monday, March 10th. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you for the next few hours to give you all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. And speaking of live events, we do have a lot to get to on this Monday morning. 2 live events starting at the same time. So we want to hear from you and see which one would you rather watch. 2 United Nations meetings starting during the 6 o'clock hour. We have one about the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. The other, the United Nations Human Rights Council, where they discuss several items, including humanitarian concerns and other world crisis. Just scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. And of course, based on the poll, that is the live event we will go to because they are both starting at the same time. Of course, we'll show this throughout the morning before that live event actually starts to give you all plenty of time to vote. 1 minute shy of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we do want to transition to some breaking news we are following. Breaking news coming out of the Middle East on this Monday morning, giving you a live look out in Gaza. Facing low levels of food, water, and medical supplies, the situation for tens of thousands of Palestinians across the Gaza Strip may be intensifying this morning. This after Israeli officials ordered the power shut off across the territory. The main impacts are yet to be known, but electricity is needed to power plants in the region to create drinking water. Fox News' Sue Guzman has the latest on all that, as Israeli officials say a delegation is expected to promote ceasefire talks later today.
Efforts to secure stability in the Middle East grind on, with Israeli officials sending a delegation to Qatar Monday to try and advance ceasefire negotiations with Hamas militants in the Gaza Strip.
Dialogue means sitting, hearing what someone wants, and then identifying, does it fit with what we want or not? And then how can you get somewhere in the middle and not have a war?
The first phase of the ceasefire began in mid-January and recently ended. It saw the release of more than 24 hostages taken from Israel in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. but talks to promote a second phase have stalled. Israeli officials want Hamas to release half of the remaining hostages and extend the first phase of the deal. Hamas is calling for a full Israeli withdrawal from the territory.
We will employ all the tools available to us so that all the hostages will return.
On Sunday, Israel ordered electricity be cut off from Gaza. Move coming a week after officials also stopped the flow of critical food and medical supplies into the region.
Last time we received aid, it was just a bag of flour, and that bag is not enough.
Meanwhile, this weekend was marked by demonstrations across Tel Aviv, with protesters taking to the streets Saturday, calling for the immediate release of the remaining hostages. Meanwhile, others demanded similar action as they camped outside the Defense Ministry headquarters.
Our message is clear. Give the negotiating team full mandate to end the war and get all the hostages back.
Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Sue, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as we further discuss this breaking news alert, the Associated Press putting out this statement on X this Monday morning. It says, quote, breaking. Israel says it's cutting off its electricity supply to Gaza a week after cutting off all supplies of goods to the territory. Israel has sought to press Hamas to accept an extension of the first phase of their ceasefire. Taking you back out to Gaza here at 6:02 on the East Coast, we will continue to follow the very latest of this breaking news alert right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to get back to the poll we are conducting this morning. We are still awaiting these events to start. We are following the United Nations this Monday morning. They have two meetings about to begin. One is about the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. The other is about the United Nations Human Rights Council. We're asking you this Monday, which event would you rather watch? Scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. Right now, the Commission on Narcotic Drugs is in the lead. If that's the same percentage by the time the events start, we will definitely go to that one. Following other headlines this morning, we now want to transition to the latest on Ukraine, learning Ukraine's forces are losing ground this morning to Russia as Kyiv continues to talk to the U.S. to work out a ceasefire. Fox News correspondent Stephanie Bennett reports from London.
In a major blow to Kyiv, thousands of Ukrainian troops are reportedly nearly surrounded by Russian forces in the Kursk region. Russia's defense ministry released this video of what is said to be drone strikes on Ukrainian military. And according to pro-Russian war bloggers, Russian special forces crept for miles through a major gas pipeline to the town of Suga to launch a surprise attack on Kyiv's forces. Now, last August, thousands of Ukrainian soldiers seized more than 500 square miles of Russia's Kursk region in an attempt to gain a bargaining chip in future negotiations and to force Russia away from Ukraine. But for now, open source maps shows Ukraine's troops are nearly surrounded as Russia claims they've recaptured 3 villages yesterday alone. Inside Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky said throughout this week, Russia has carried out hundreds of attacks using 1,200 guided aerial bombs, nearly 870 attack drones, and over 80 missiles. This comes after Washington paused its military aid and intelligence sharing with Kyiv. President Trump says he is strongly considering widespread sanctions and tariffs on Russia and told Fox News that the minerals deal with Zelensky could still happen. European nations have also vowed to step up, but without American support, Ukraine's future looks bleak.
I just want to thank again American people for all support we received, and for us to survive, we need this support. In other case, hundreds of thousands of people will die. Hundreds of thousands. It's an unacceptable scenario, and we need to avoid it together.
U.S. and Ukrainian officials are set to meet next week in Saudi Arabia to discuss the best plan forward. In London, Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
All right, Stephanie, we'll be keeping a close eye on that report as well. Getting back to our poll, more votes coming in. So we will continue to monitor these two United Nations meetings, still waiting on them to begin. One about the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, the other about the Human Rights Council. 6:05 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, following some breaking news as it relates to North Korea and the U.S. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. 6:07 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Following some breaking news this Monday morning, which takes us out to South Korea. Take a look at your screen. We're learning from the Associated Press that North Korea fired several ballistic missiles into the sea this Monday. South Korea's military confirming this to AP hours after South Korean and U.S. troops kicked off their large annual combined drills. The North views this as an invasion rehearsal. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff saying the missile firings, North Korea's fifth missile launch event this year, were detected from the north-southwestern province. It called the weapons close range, but didn't say how far they flew. The military said South Korea bolstered its surveillance posture and is closely coordinating with the U.S. Earlier today, the South Korean and U.S. militaries began their annual Freedom Shield Command Post exercise, their first major combined training of President Donald Trump's second term. The allies have already been engaging in diverse field training exercises in connection with the Freedom Shield training. North Korea's foreign ministry warning this Monday the latest training risks triggering, quote, physical conflict on the Korean peninsula. It's calling the drills, quote, aggressive and confrontational war rehearsals, and reiterated leader Kim Jong-un's stated goals for a radical growth of his nuclear force to counter what he claims as growing threats posed by the U.S. and its Asian allies. We do know that this year's training came after the South Korean and U.S. militaries paused live fire training while Seoul investigates how its fighter jets mistakenly bombed a civilian area during a warm-up drill just last week. About 30 people were injured, 2 of them seriously, when 2 South Korean KF-16 fighter jets mistakenly fired 8 Mk-82 bombs on a civilian area in a town near the North Korean border. That happened last Thursday. The bombing occurred while South Korean and U.S. forces were engaging in a live fire drill ahead of the Freedom Shield exercise. So a lot to follow this Monday morning as it relates to this breaking news. If you're just now tuning in, we are learning from the Associated Press that North Korea has fired several ballistic missiles after the U.S. and South Korea began military drills. We will continue to follow this breaking news alert here on Live Now from Fox. Getting back to our live events of the day, we are awaiting 2 events to start. They're starting at the same time, so we're asking you this Monday, which United Nations meeting would you rather see? We have the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, also the Human Rights Council. You can scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect to make your choice. Let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, following the very latest this morning as it relates to Pope Francis, giving you a live look this morning out in Vatican City. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. 6:13 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Rome, Italy, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital. This as the Catholic faithful continue to pray for Pope Francis, now more than 3 weeks into his hospitalization for double pneumonia. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul reports from Rome.
Pope Francis now entering his 4th week in the hospital, marking the 4th consecutive Sunday that he has missed his weekly blessing. But there are some signs that the Pope's recovery is now heading in a positive direction. The Vatican now saying there are indications that Pope Francis is gradually improving. The Pope has remained stable for several consecutive days, and officials point to a good response to his current treatment. He's been working in recent days, has no fever, and his blood work looks good. And while it is unclear how long he'll be in the hospital, Pope Francis issuing a message on Sunday, thinking of those who find ways to be close to the sick. He says we need this miracle of tenderness to accompany those who face adversity in order to bring a little light into the night of pain. It is a message many volunteers at St. Peter's Square took to heart on Sunday.
We are particularly sorry the Pope is not here, but we hope he will get better soon. It seems there is some positive news, so we will pray for him, that he will get better soon.
This will be Pope Francis's 24th night in the hospital as he continues to recover from double pneumonia. In Rome, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as we continue to follow the latest on Pope Francis, getting this Pope health update from the Holy See press office, Vatican News working closely with them to get us this statement on X this Monday. It says, quote, Pope Francis had a quiet night and is resting as he recovers from bilateral pneumonia at Rome's Gemelli Hospital. This coming from the Holy See press office this Monday morning. Taking you back out live to Gemelli Hospital, giving you a live look outside. And on this Monday, people continue to come out and flock to this area to send the Pope well wishes, hold moments of silence, and even leave mementos. We've seen people leaving cards and flower arrangements at that monument a few feet away from the entrance of Gemelli Hospital. We'll continue to follow the very latest of Pope Francis right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and take our 3rd break of the hour, and as we do so, taking you out to a very windy Vatican City. As we went to this camera shot, you can see how it was shaking back and forth. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes with more breaking news alerts for your Monday. Continuing with your breaking news alerts this Monday morning, giving you a live look out in Germany following some breaking news this morning from the Associated Press. You're getting a live look inside of a airport there. We're learning a one-day strike by workers at 13 German airports, including the Frankfurt and Munich hubs, and all the country's other main destinations, caused the cancellation of most flights on this Monday. The 24-hour walkout, which started at midnight, involves public sector employees at the airports as well as ground and security staff. At Frankfurt Airport, we're learning 1,054 delays, scheduled takeoffs and landings had been canceled. The German news agency confirming this with the Associated Press, citing airport traffic management. All of Berlin's airports' regular departures and arrivals were canceled, while Hamburg Airport said no departures would be possible. We're also learning that regular passenger service at the Munich airport advised travelers to expect a, quote, greatly reduced flight schedule. Again, 13 airports impacted by this, the union announcing the strike Friday, but at Hamburg Airport, it added a short notice walkout Sunday to the strike on today, arguing that it must ensure the measure was effective. Now, to give you some perspective on this, the so-called warning strike, a common tactic in German wage negotiations, relates to two separate pay disputes: negotiations on a new pay and conditions contract for air security workers, and a wider dispute over pay for employees of federal and municipal governments. The latter already has led to walkouts at several airports on this Monday. Pay talks in that dispute are due to resume Friday, while the next round of talks for airport security workers is expected to start on March 26th. So this is a developing story right now. You're getting a live look inside of a Berlin airport. So this is in Berlin, Germany, learning of this full-day strike at 13 airports across Germany. And you can see people, some people unaware that this was going to happen. So arriving and wondering why there's not a lot of traffic inside, and finding out that their flights have been delayed or just overall canceled. We will continue to follow this story and see how people are impacted. You can imagine people from across the globe there at this hour, even Americans who are trying to get back to the U.S. So we will continue to follow how this event is impacting travel across the globe. Here at 620, we do see that live events are starting related to the United Nations. We did ask you early when we came on the air, which meeting would you rather watch? We have the Commission on Narcotics Drugs as well as the Human Rights Council. Well, based on your vote, we will go ahead and head to the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs. This event actually happening in Vienna, Austria on this Monday morning. We'd like to share these polls with you just to make sure that we are sharing events that you would rather see. And we are following some other events that will happen later on today. But we're going to go ahead and head to this event and then pop up some boxes on your screen of other live events we are following this Monday.
This is one of the largest C&D sessions. For those who are unable to be in the main hall, please note that the opening session can also be followed in boardroom A via video feed or online on UN Web TV. Distinguished participants, the C&D as the central policy mechanism plays a vital role in the international drug control framework embodied by the 3 drug conventions. This framework's overarching purpose is to protect individuals and communities from the harmful effects of illegal drugs while ensuring access to essential medicines for medical and scientific purposes. There has been considerable discussion in recent years on divergences within the international community, on priorities, approaches, and pathways, whether in terms of supply limitation, curtailing demand, or harm reduction, to address the multifaceted challenges posed by the world drug problem. What is clear is that no country or group of countries can confront the complexities of the drug problem alone. We need greater cross-border collaboration and partnerships, not less. We need to build on new technologies such as AI and data analysis, even while denying these to criminal organizations. We all accept that a holistic and inclusive framework that involves multiple stakeholders such as governments, civil society, scientific communities, and the private sector is crucial for success. There is also a clear recognition of the need to maintain the integrity and functionality of the international drug control framework, with the CND and the conventions playing their central and due role. As a functional body, the CND has always focused on evidence-based and scientific criteria to guide its work. It is clear that active control of illegal supply of narcotic drugs and strong enforcement of national policies has been invaluable in addressing the drug problem worldwide. Yet, this cannot preclude other approaches, especially humane enforcement or societal efforts to curb demand. There is also growing recognition of the need for alternative development strategies and integration of control strategies within broader cultural and human development frameworks. Indeed, the pathways are many, but our goal is similar, which is to develop policies that mitigate the negative impact of narcotic drugs on our societies. In our debates and negotiations in this session of the CND, let us therefore work with an open mind and put forward our views without seeking to negate other perspectives. Let us strive for consensual outcomes, however difficult these may be. I hail from India, one of the world's ancient civilizations. Our sages told us that the world is one family, Vasudhaiva Kutumpagam. We have one earth to share and one future to build as part of this great global family. I hope this thinking can inspire us at this CND session. Dear delegates, this session is taking place against the backdrop of questions about the effectiveness of multilateralism. We all agree that there is a need to reform and revitalize multilateral organizations to make them more impactful. To my mind, there has also been a lack in highlighting effectively the successes of multilateral frameworks such as the CND. Over the next 5 days, a wealth of insights, information, innovations, interventions, and initiatives in the ongoing battle against drugs will be presented at the CND. Yet there is currently no way to systematically collate and share this information for practitioners, especially since most of them are not able to attend these meetings. As the Chair's initiative for the 68th session, I propose that we do something to address this. It is time to connect policy to practice. The idea is to bring together in one accessible volume practical initiatives or programs that have the potential to be replicated by practitioners elsewhere. I invite all delegations to share contributions, which would then be collected and discussed at the thematic sessions and hopefully published later this year as a CND handbook of best practices. This can be a useful reference point and guide for those active in all aspects, be it law enforcement, addressing supply, reducing demand, or harm reduction. Kindly be brief and practice-oriented in your submissions. We need to first address some procedural and organizational matters. The Extended Bureau of the Commission held 3 meetings on 28th January, 21st February, and 7th March to address organizational matters. Organizational issues are also discussed during the pre-session consultations on 7th March 2025. I'd like to thank my colleagues in the Extended Bureau and all permanent missions who have actively participated in the preparation of this session. I also wish to specifically thank my predecessor, His Excellency Ambassador Philbert Johnson of Ghana, who during the 67th session of the Commission advanced the preparations for this session. Let me now turn to the first item of the provisional agenda. Agenda item 1, election of officers. At the end of its 67th reconvened session on 6 December 2024, the Commission opened its 68th session for the sole purpose of electing the new Bureau in accordance with Economic and Social Council Resolution 1999/30. The Commission elected its chair, 2 vice chairs, and the rapporteur as follows. Second vice chair is Excellency Peter Portman of the Netherlands, Group of Western European and other states. Third vice chair, His Excellency Alec Wetzig of Chile, Group of Latin American and Caribbean states. And as rapporteur, Mr. Mohammed Amin Boukris of Morocco, from the group of African states, and myself as the chair of the 68th session of the Commission. The nomination of the first vice chair remained pending until 27 January 2025, when the Eastern European group nominated His Excellency Andranik Hovhannisyan of Armenia for that office. May I now call on the Commission to elect His Excellency Andranik Hovhannisyan for the office of First Vice Chair. I see no objection. It is so decided. Thank you. I will chair this session in full collaboration with the Bureau and with the support of the Extended Bureau. We now move to Agenda Item 2, Adoption of the Provisional Agenda and Other Organizational Matters. The annotated provisional agenda and proposed organization of work for the 68th session of the Commission are contained in document E/CN.7/2021/1. As you know, the Council has approved the provisional agenda for the 68th session in its decision 2024/321 on 5th June 2024. According to this decision, Agenda Item 5B of the provisional agenda reads as follows. Challenges in future work of the Commission on Narcotic Drugs and the World Health Organization in the review of substances for possible scheduling recommendations. I have been made aware that the words "and the International Narcotics Control Board," which were contained in the agenda of previous sessions, were inadvertently omitted. These words are important as they include in the consideration of Agenda Item 5B the challenges and future work of the Commission regarding any scheduling recommendations under the 1988 Convention. I therefore propose the addition of the words, quote, "and the International Narcotics Control Board," close quote, so that the agenda item reads as in the past. B. Challenges in future work of the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, the World Health Organization and the International Narcotics Control Board in the review of substances for possible scheduling recommendations. As this aligns the agenda item to its previous wording, I trust that this addition does not cause problems for any delegation. The Extended Bureau has agreed with the proposed course of action. It is so decided. The working times of the Commission will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and from 3 to 6 p.m. In accordance with ECOSOC Resolution 1999/30, the agenda is structured into two distinct operational and normative segments. The operational segment, Agenda Item 4, will start after the closure of Agenda Item 3, General Debate. Under the normative segment, the Commission will discharge its treaty-related functions. Agenda Item 5A, Changes in the Scope of Control of Substances, is scheduled for Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Voting by the members of the Commission must be in person. It cannot be done remotely. Under this sub-item, the Commission will consider the recommendations resulting from the 47th meeting of the WHO Expert Committee on Drug Dependence, held from 14th to 18th October 2024, as well as the proposal by the INCB to move one substance in the 1988 Convention to a footnote for reasons of consistency. In line with past practice, the work of the Committee of the Whole will be suspended during the consideration by the Commission of Agenda Item 5A to allow all delegations to focus on the plenary meeting. I plan to open other sub-items of Agenda Item 5 already tomorrow to advance as much as possible on the agenda. I would now like to turn attention to the Committee of the Whole, where draft resolutions will be considered and which is scheduled to hold meetings from this afternoon at 3 to 6 p.m. until Friday, 14th March in the morning in Boardroom A. By 10th February, the deadline set for the submission of resolutions in accordance with Commission 55/1 decision, 6 proposals were tabled. Sponsoring delegations had the opportunity to present their proposals during the informal pre-session consultations. Due to the liquidity crisis of the UN regular budget, interpretation services cannot be provided for parallel meetings. Therefore, we will have interpretation for the plenary session into the 6 UN official languages, and the sessions of the Committee of the Whole will be conducted only in English. Can I invite the Commission to adopt the provisional agenda and the proposed organization of work? I see no objection. It is so decided. Thank you very much. Let us continue with the opening of the session. I first have the pleasure to introduce His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, who will address the Commission in a video message.
Your Excellency Shambo Kumaran, Chair of the 68th session of the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. Ms. Gada Wali, Executive Director of United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the Chair of the invitation for the invitation and by congratulating him and his Bureau. I also commend Ms. Gada Wali and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime for their commitment to supporting member states in addressing the challenges of drugs and crime. The work of this commission is vital. It aligns with my vision for the 79th session of the General Assembly, a vision of unity in diversity, peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for all. Human dignity also means ensuring health and well-being. This includes living in safe societies free from crime and the harm caused by drugs. And this allows individuals to thrive and contribute to sustainable development. However, the world drug problem threatens this reality, weakening institutions, undermining the rule of law, and contributing to instability. Indeed, the profits from these activities often support terrorism and violent extremism as well as other forms of organized crime. The numbers speak for themselves. The World Drug Report shows that nearly 292 million people used drugs in 2022, a 20% increase over the past decade. Also, about 64 million suffered from drug use disorders, a 3% increase since 2018. These rising figures reflect a growing public health challenge. As a result, progress towards Sustainable Development Goal 3, ensuring health and well-being for all, is being undermined. We must also acknowledge the far-reaching consequences of illicit drug production. It disrupts social and economic stability, further deepening vulnerabilities in affected communities. But the damage goes beyond security and economic and social stability. Deforestation, soil degradation, and toxic waste, drug trafficking leaves a lasting scar also on our environment. So what can we do? First, we must tackle the root causes of illicit drug production while actively engaging young people in prevention programs, policy making, and education. The World Program of Action for Youth, now marking 30 years, gives us a roadmap to support them. By investing in awareness, raising, and education, and by ensuring that they are not victims of drugs, but champions of change. Second, we need stronger international cooperation. In today's digital age, drug trafficking networks exploit online platforms to operate and evade detection. International cooperation is key to disrupting these activities while upholding privacy and human rights. The Pact for the Future, along with the Global Digital Compact, reaffirms the member states' determination to strengthen international cooperation, prevent and combat transnational organized crime in all its forms. We must combat illicit drug use while ensuring controlled substances remain accessible for medical and scientific needs. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we must act urgently. This year, we are celebrating the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. That should remind us why this institution was founded in 1945, to promote peace, dignity, and a better future. With the same impetus and by reaffirming this same raison d'être, I would urge you to build a world in which progress, security, and human dignity are not just words, but rather reality. Let's seize this opportunity. I wish you a very fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Merci, Excellency Yang, President of the General Assembly. I now have the pleasure to introduce His Excellency Bob Ray, President of the Economic and Social Council, who will address the Commission in a video message.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address the 68th session of the Commission on Narcotics Drugs. This commission plays a vital role in shaping global drug policies and fostering international cooperation to address all the challenges that are related to drugs. But the impact of the Commission's work is far-reaching. Your work directly advances broader social, economic, and public health targets that have been outlined in the Sustainable Development Goals. Last September, in the Pact for the Future, member states committed to ensuring the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health for present and future generations. Equitable access to safe, affordable, effective, and quality medicines is key to realizing this commitment. Member states also pledged to scale up efforts to combat transnational organized crime and illicit financial flows. To tackle the world's drug problem, we need a well-rounded approach that includes proven methods to reduce demand. We must focus on prevention, early intervention, treatment, care, recovery, rehabilitation, and helping people reintegrate into society. It is also important to ensure safe and fair access to controlled substances for medical and scientific purposes, and to take strong measures against criminal activities that exploit and profit from the drug trade. I'm very encouraged that 66 countries have signed up to the Chair's Pledge Action Initiative. Through this initiative, member states are investing expertise and resources into tackling the drug-related challenges that are outlined in the 2019 declaration, including the ongoing challenge of data collection. Excellencies, the Commission on Narcotic Drugs serves a vital role within the ECOSOC family. I want to thank Ambassador Kumaran, the chair of the 58th session of the Commission, for his participation in the ECOSOC coordination segment that was held last month in New York. I also commend the Commission's dedication to implementing the 2022 ECOSOC review recommendations. The roundtable organized in February with other ECOSOC functional commissions and expert bodies is a clear example of the Commission's commitment to strengthening collaboration and effectiveness. The contributions of the Commission to the follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda at the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development have also very much enriched all of our discussions. I want to thank the Commission for sending its contributions to this year's 2025 HLPF. Excellencies, I wish you a successful session. I look forward to seeing the outcomes of what you're doing. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I now have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Gadawali, Executive Director of the UNODC, to address us. Ms. Wali, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Bureau members, distinguished ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address the 68th session of the Commission on Narcotic Drugs. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Shambhu Komaran of India for assuming the position of chair. And I would like to wish him and all of you a successful session. Excellencies, this session, with over 2,000 participants and 179 side events, is convening in a time of change. The global drugs landscape has been evolving rapidly over the past years, and it continues to evolve. Today, the illicit drug market is becoming more unpredictable, driven by the impact of synthetic drugs. Synthetic drug manufacturing labs are being uncovered in new countries and regions. More than 1,300 psychoactive substances have been reported to UNODC to date. Amphetamine-type stimulants and pharmaceutical opioids are registering record seizures. Synthetic opioids of nitazene class are on the rise, with 26 different substances reported to UNODC so far. In some regions, tragic trends continue, like the concentration of Captagon in the Middle East or fentanyl in North America. In other regions, new trends are emerging for both synthetic and plant-based drugs. Tramadol trafficking, for example, is growing very rapidly in Eastern Europe and to some extent in Asia, even if it remains concentrated mainly in West Africa. And the cocaine market is breaking new ground, as production, trafficking, and use of cocaine hit new highs. For the 5th year in a row, cocaine seizures in Central and Western Europe exceeded those reported from North America, while cocaine use in Europe is also climbing rapidly. Cocaine is also expanding even faster in non-traditional markets such as Africa and Asia. As drug markets change, the patterns of use and harm are also evolving. The range of drugs available to most people today is more diverse, potent, and harmful than ever before. The use of different drugs at the same time, known as polydrug use, is becoming more common and complex. And treatment remains out of reach for most of those who need it, especially women and vulnerable groups. Globally, nearly a quarter of all people who use drugs suffer from drug use disorder. Yet only 1 in 11 among them have access to any form of treatment. Women suffer from a larger treatment gap and greater stigma, while young people remain vulnerable to new substances and consumption methods. People who inject drugs also remain heavily affected by the HIV and hepatitis C epidemics globally. Meanwhile, too many people around the world do not have safe access to the controlled medicine they need. And the damage goes well beyond health. More than ever, the drug market is undermining peace, security, and development in different corners of the globe. Trafficking routes run through war zones and rule of law vacuums, from Haiti to the Levant to the Golden Triangle, fueling instability. Violence linked to drug trafficking has also ramped up in recent years in countries rich and poor across different continents. And drug trafficking, excellencies, continues to converge with other forms of organized crime as criminal groups diversify their activities and look to launder their profits. As the drug landscape evolves, the global context surrounding it is also looking dramatically different. Today, the world is profoundly connected in its infrastructure, but it is also profoundly fragmented in its politics. Many countries are turning inwards, investing less in global cooperation, both politically and financially. And these trends have serious implications for the world drug problem, where production, manufacturing, and trafficking in one place can have direct and devastating consequences in other places. When drugs and precursors flow across borders, only organized crime wins. And so, this is an important moment for the CND to maintain and ramp up collective action. It is through the CND that dangerous substances and their precursors have been placed and continue to be placed under international control. It is through the CND that member states learn from each other to strengthen their national frameworks and measures guided by science. And it is through the work of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime that countries around the globe receive the support they need to implement international drug control decisions and to cooperate with one another. Mr. Chair, during these challenging times, UNODC has remained committed to our critical work to keep people safe and healthy. We are supporting more than 180 border control units in 87 countries to intercept drug flows. And in 2024, we facilitated seizures of over 300 tons of cocaine, 240 tons of synthetic drugs, and 100 tons of precursors. And we are facilitating backtracking investigations, bringing together law enforcement agencies and prosecutors from source, transit, and destination countries. Through UNODC's forensic early warning system, we continue to identify and flag emerging drug threats. And we provide scientific and forensic support to countries to enable them to implement CND scheduling decisions. In 2024, we supported more than 320 forensic drug testing and toxicology labs in 95 countries. Under our synthetic drug strategy, UNODC also produced tools for the investigation and dismantling of clandestine drug labs, and we supported safe disposal of more than 1,000 tons of drugs and chemicals. And throughout 2024, our office continued monitoring illicit cultivation in the main source countries and producing analysis of different drug threats. Meanwhile, UNODC is supporting evidence-based treatment in line with UNODC WHO international standards for the treatment of drug use disorders. We are helping vulnerable farming families find alternative livelihoods away from drug cultivation, and last year we assisted thousands of farming households to access local and global markets. And we continue to champion prevention. In 2024, our family and school-based programs reached over 150,000 beneficiaries in more than 20 countries. Excellencies, I'm proud to say that our office is providing essential support on drug challenges and having an impact across regions. But I must also be frank. It is no secret that UNODC is facing a severe funding problem, with significant changes and rollbacks in the commitments of donors and the possibility of more cutbacks on the way. Much of UNODC's work that I have described is now facing reductions. And the UN regular budget crisis is only deepening, making matters worse. Our ability to support border security and provide comprehensive assistance on synthetic drugs has been impacted. Our ability to monitor illicit drug cultivation and trafficking trends is at great risk. Our ability to promote evidence-based treatment and prevention faces an uncertain future, and our ability to support this Commission and its subsidiary bodies is curtailed. With the world drug problem, we face a health and security challenge of global proportions, and we face a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry. We cannot deliver more with less, when the illicit drug market has more and more at its disposal every day. More digital tools to exploit, more instability to prey on, more sophisticated methods to utilize. And we cannot have the impact that you need if we do not have the resources that are required. I urge our member states to invest in the security and health of their communities and in global security and prosperity by investing in the important work you have mandated UNODC to do. Ladies and gentlemen, in this time of uncertainty, this Commission and our member states have the power to chart the path forward on drug policy based on shared goals and needs. I hope that this session of the Commission, with this record level of participation, continues to be a platform for lively, timely, and necessary debates. And I hope that this week can ultimately be a rallying point for maintaining a balanced, effective, and united approach to drug policy. Thank you.
So So a compelling event underway out in Vienna this Monday morning. Just wrapping up, the executive director of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. On the right side of your screen, other top stories we are following on this Monday morning. That top right box, a live look out in Rome, Italy, as Pope Francis enters his 4th week in the hospital. That bottom box, a live look out in Gaza, as we're keeping a close eye on breaking news. We're learning that Israel has cut electricity supplies to Gaza. 6:53 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We have to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. 5 minutes shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we continue with your breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course your live events of the day. And speaking of live events, a new one popping up in our Live Now from Fox feeds. It takes us out to London, England. We're learning that ahead of a meeting with the Prime Minister and Home Secretary, the family of Sir David Ames and their representatives are holding a news conference on this Monday. Their goal is to outline their case for a full public inquiry. Now, to provide some perspective, we're learning that Ames was fatally stabbed at his constituency surgery back in 2021, and the killer, a British citizen of Somali descent, was arrested at the scene, convicted, and sentenced to life in prison. So this is a compelling story we're watching. We're also learning that person who, David Ames, that he was an Islamic State supporter. So a lot to dissect from this story. We're going to go ahead and pop up the audio and listen in, and we'll pop up some facts on the left side of your screen about this press conference.
Of the failed, not fit for purpose prevent programme. In a moment, you're going to hear a statement from Rad Seeger. Rad Seeger, some of you will know, who represented the Harry Dunn family and is representing the Amis family now. You're then going to hear a statement from Katie herself, who's made the most compelling case already for a public inquiry on most of your channels. She did fly in from LA only about 36 hours ago, so please bear with. You're then going to hear a statement from Lady Amis herself. It's the first of its type that she has made since Sir David's brutal murder. There will then be questions and interviews. So that's it from me. Rad, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the first duty of any government to protect its citizens and to keep them safe. The 15th of October 2021 was a terrible day, not only for the Amos family, but for our great open democracy. It was a shocking murder. He was a lone wolf, but he was known to the authorities. Ali Harbi Ali had been referred to the PREVENT program, but sadly for the Amos family, he was allowed to slip through the net and go on to commit that terrible crime. This family have been fighting for justice for their loved one, Sir David, ever since he died, and it's shocking to me that the family of an MP has had to even begin to contemplate fighting for justice. Why on earth did the authorities not support the family after he died and help them to get the answers that they're still understandably calling for? There are widespread problems with the PREVENT program, we believe. And so we are very clear that not only does there need to be an inquiry into the events to Sir David's death and how Ali Harbi Ali was even on the streets when he was known to be an extreme terrorist, but also with the wider PREVENT program as well. Since 2017, I've been able to count 11 PREVENT-related murders. It just isn't working. It does not appear to be fit for purpose. On Wednesday, this Wednesday, the 12th of March, the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary have invited the family and their advisors to a meeting, which we will be attending at 10 Downing Street. But the Home Secretary has now issued a letter to the family in advance of that meeting to say that they're not going to get their answers. That's what the letter says. The letter says that they've had their criminal trial, that there have been paper reviews, and frankly, that's good enough for you, Amos family, and you should frankly just move on. We also firmly believe that had there been an inquiry after Sir David's murder, as the family had been calling for, that the tragic attacks in Southport last year would not have happened. So the Amos family very clearly today are linking the murder of Sir David to the murder of those beautiful children in Southport. We are unequivocal about that. But what the family were told after Sir David's death and after these paper reviews, that lessons had been learned and improvements were made. The family didn't believe that at the time, and when we all watched in horror last summer at what happened in Southport, clearly lessons had not been learned and improvements had not been made. Ali Harbi Ali was in the PREVENT program, and so was Axel Rudakabana, and they were both allowed to carry on and do the terrible things that they did. The letter from the Home Secretary, and I don't mean any disrespect, it is a poor letter. It's probably drafted by lawyers and officials, and it doesn't hold water. As I say, it basically just asks the family to accept that the criminal trial and the paper reviews are enough. They have a number of questions, as clearly the rest of us do. That's why you guys in the media, that's why I'm here, because we're supporting this family to get the answers that they still have. So for Yvette Cooper to write, frankly, what is a fairly demeaning and insulting letter to this amazing family to say, you're not going to get an inquiry, will not do. And we will be going to Downing Street to meet Sir Keir and Yvette Cooper and to ask them to reconsider. And I'll be putting out a statement shortly going through the reasons why we think they have got it so badly wrong. As I say, after all this time, this family still do not have the answers as to why Sir David, who went out into his constituency to his surgery to help people that day, as to why Ali Harbi Ali was allowed anywhere near him. And let me just conclude by playing a clip that we have from Sir Keir Starmer, who was leader of the opposition at the time. And this is the day of Sir David's death. And I'll hold this up because, as you'll see, he himself says that there are questions to answer. So can everybody see that if I hold it there, or should I stand up? Or let me stand up. Is that?
My heart goes out to Sir David's wife, to his children, his wider family, his staff, and all of his friends and colleagues. Today is a dark and a shocking day, the more so because, heartbreakingly, we've been here before. Informed by his faith, Sir David had a profound sense of public duty, and he was highly respected and much liked across the Houses of Parliament on all sides and within the Christian community. We now have to come together in response to this horrendous act and show that violence, intimidation and threats will never prevail over the tireless work of public servants like David, simply doing his job. He was much respected. He had that profound sense of duty. He was driven by his faith, and that's why across the parties, across Parliament, he was so respected and so liked. And there's a very profound sense of loss, I think, across politics, across faith, and up and down the country. Well, there are many questions, I think, that are still there, but I think today is a day when all of our thoughts and all of our focus are with Sir David's family. And there are questions for other days, but today our thoughts, our prayers, our focus is on them.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one.
So there you heard the words of Sir Keir Starmer himself. 15th of October 2021. There are questions that have still to be answered, and he said it twice in that interview. Well, those questions that need answering still need answering today. And Sir Keir, we're coming to see you on Wednesday. Please reconsider the government's position, and please hear us when we come to you and say that there must be a public inquiry so that this family can have the answers that they so desperately need. Thank you. I'll hand over to Katie now.
There are no words to describe the unbelievable pain of losing a father in such a brutal and a senseless way. From the moment that I woke up on October the 15th, 2021, my whole world was shattered beyond repair. My father, Sir David Amess, was not just a public servant. He was my protector, my guide, my greatest champion, and above all, my friend. His murder has left an unimaginable void in my family's life that no amount of time will ever heal. And it's difficult to describe the words and to explain what life is like when you lose a loved one to murder. Unless you have lived through something like this, you will never truly understand it. Murder is a crime that leaves a profound and a lasting impact on the victims' families because it's so sudden and unimaginable and just shocking. It leads to shock and disbelief on one hand, and then also gut-wrenching pain on the other. Working through all of the additional distress, having to deal with the police, the courts, the coroners and the media just adds to this pain, and ultimately you are left with an absolutely burning anger inside of you, but also a desire for justice and to get the answers that you deserve. You don't just want justice in terms of the murderer being put in prison, but you want, in our case, the authorities and the government to be held accountable as they let my father down so badly. His death was entirely preventable. And where do you go from that? Grief is not just a sadness, it is an unrelenting, crushing, suffocating, unbearable weight. And since that awful day, I struggle to breathe, to sleep. I'm scared to be alone. I fear every noise outside. I'm worried that another one of my loved ones might be taken from me. I have to have therapy, I have to be on medication, and I've had to put my life on hold just to try and survive. I still wake up most mornings praying that this is just a nightmare and that I will hear my dad's voice again and see his beautiful beaming smile, but I never will. My father dedicated his life to public service. He worked tirelessly, not just for power or for political gain, but because he actually cared about this country and his constituents and the people. He didn't care what politics, what religion, what economic status you were. He just wanted to help you. He often voted against his party just to stick up for things that he believed in. He was a man of his word, a man of the people, and a man of God. He was one of the hardest working people I have ever met in my life. I would often come home late at night from a nightclub or a party and find him up in the early hours of the morning still working away because there might be just one more person that he could help. He did not see politics as a career. He saw it as his duty. He was a compassionate, kind, and deeply moral man, and I think that the thousands of messages of support and the outpouring of grief across the world attest to that. Throughout my life, I watched as he put other people before himself constantly. He never turned anyone away. He never said no. Even after church on Sundays, there would be a rush of people lining up to try and get his help, and he never said no. He belonged to the people that he served. And tragically, that is how he was taken. Meeting somebody that he believed needed help. He would have met that man with open arms and a huge smile. And that is how he met his end, in a church. What makes this even harder to accept is my dad wasn't just killed in a random act of violence. He was targeted. He was killed because he was a pillar of our society and our political system, something that his murderer hated. This is not just a personal tragedy, although of course it is my family who feel the pain the most, but it is also an entirely preventable murder and an attack on democracy itself. And yet this atrocious murder has been watered down and brushed under the carpet. If an elected member of parliament is not safe in our own community, then none of us are. My father was a public figure, but he was also a human being, a husband, a father, a son, a brother, and a friend. His murder is not just about our family's loss, it is about the safety of every representative who dedicates their life to serving the public. It is about the safety of every person who simply wants to be able to disagree peacefully and respectfully without the fear of violence. We cannot just walk away from this killing and think, oh well, we did all we could, it's just one of those things, that nothing more could have been done. No, that simply will not do. Losing my father has stolen so much from us. In the weeks before his murder, he was helping me to plan my wedding, a day he had looked forward to more than anything. It was his absolute dream to walk one of his children down the aisle at the crypts at the Houses of Parliament, and we were just 6 weeks away from that dream. He had planned everything, from the flowers to the music. He had even planned a surprise photo shoot where my husband was going to wear the same suit that my dad had worn to marry my mum all those years before. He was so excited and was telling everyone just how amazing the wedding was going to be. In his bag, on the day that it happened to him, when the police handed his bag back, I found a notebook with all of his plans in it for the wedding. They included a surprise stilt walker, a Eurovision Song Contest participant, and a horse and carriage. Whether I wanted these things at my wedding or not, I was going to have them. He had just picked out the suit he was going to wear to walk me down the aisle in. Instead of wearing it on my wedding day, that is the suit that we buried him in. I will never forget seeing that suit hanging up, waiting to be put on his cold, dead body. His shoes, his socks. We had just chosen the piece of music that we were going to walk down the aisle to. The next time I heard that piece of music, they were bringing his coffin down the aisle. As we left the church on the day of his funeral, I realised we were walking down the aisle that my mother had walked down as his bride 38 years before. And now she was walking it as his widow. Everywhere I turn, I am reminded of what has been stolen from us. The invitations he helped me make sit unopened, constant reminders of what could have been. I will never have a wedding picture with my father, even though he had already bought all the frames. My future children will never meet their grandfather. My children will never know him or his laugh. They will never be taken on adventures like I was as a child. All they will have is pictures and stories, and that is simply not enough. Why do I share all this personal pain and agony with you? It's because it matters. It really matters. I want Sir Keir and Yvette Cooper to know exactly what the consequences are when the very government agencies that are set up to protect people like my dad and members of the public fail. Doing paper review after paper review, like what has happened since my father's murder, is simply not enough. We know that there were serious failings with both Essex Police and the Prevent programme. But what we don't know is why, who was responsible, and what is being done to ensure that another family never has to go through this pain. What happened to my father should never, ever have happened. And yet here we are. A man who spent his life trying to help others was killed in a brutal, cowardly attack. And we still do not have the answers that we need. His killer was known to the agencies, and yet he was let free to rip our lives apart. And now, to make matters even worse, the Home Secretary has written to us ahead of our meeting to let us know that we will not be getting the public inquiry that we have been demanding. She and the Prime Minister have refused to grant us the public inquiry. This decision is an absolute insult and a betrayal to my family and our father's memory. How can the government justify holding inquiries for other tragic events like Southport and Nottingham? Yet they refuse to investigate the very system that failed my father. Is his life worth less than the others? Does our family not deserve the answers that the other families so rightly deserve? We need to be sure that this never happens again. Yvette Cooper has strung us along for months, suggesting that she was working on ways to help us. However, all she has done is remove the possibility of us being included in the Southport inquiry. Instead, she had offered us another useless paper review done by a person of their choosing. This appears to be an attempt to placate me and to make me go away, but I do not accept that. Our time has been wasted and it has caused further pain and heartbreak by giving us a small glimmer of hope, only to crush it. The refusal to hold a public inquiry only adds to our suffering, and it makes us feel abandoned, ignored, and disposable. The government has a duty to protect citizens and those who serve the public. My father was failed in the worst way imaginable, and yet those responsible refuse to be held accountable. The actions of the government have left us in about £30,000 worth of debt, and this should never have been necessary. If they are hoping that my resources and that my grit will run out, it won't. And I will keep coming back time and time again until I get the justice that my father deserves. To Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper, who we are meeting on Wednesday, I say this: do not let my father's murder be forgotten. Do not let his death be just another statistic. On Wednesday, when we meet with you, we will be asking you to reconsider this appalling decision. The reviews and the reports that have been written so far just do not hold water, and if anything, they raise more questions than answers. Please give us the public inquiry and the answers that we in the public need. Give us the justice that we deserve. You both claim to have been his friend. You were both at his funeral. Well, as his friend, his colleague, and as a human being, please do the right thing by him. I would like to conclude by making two final points. Firstly, given that my dad was who he was, we feel totally let down by the government who were in power at that time. They also claimed to be his friend. They were also at his funeral. But they were the ones who had the power at the time to launch an inquiry, and yet they chose not to. They walked away and abandoned us as a family. It cannot be right that we had to rely on the sheer luck of bumping into Rad and him volunteering to help us get justice for my dad. It cannot be right that those who are responsible for public safety are shying away, and we literally have to rely on the help of a Good Samaritan. Perhaps my father's so-called friends would like to visit his grave. Perhaps they would like to think about ways that they can be more like him. Perhaps they might fight for the truth and help us get justice. This is not a political game where you get to brush things under the carpet and sweep things under the rug in order to negate your wrongdoings and to make yourself look less negligible. This is someone's life we are talking about. I can see what you are doing and you will not pull the wool over my eyes. This is clearly something that we do not know in my father's case. Neither government want to touch this with a barge pole. What is it that they do not want us to know? There is a wall of silence. If they care so little for a friend and politician, how little do they care for us, the public? Secondly, we had asked the Prime Minister to allow us to have media in our meeting on Wednesday. We know that this is something that he allowed the Nottingham families to do when they went to meet with him. He has refused to allow us even to do that. It is now clear that he used the Nottingham case to make himself look good because he wanted the media there to record him announcing an inquiry. He knows that he will be letting us down on Wednesday, so he does not want you there to hear that. But he has to be consistent. He can't pick and choose. Are the Nottingham families and the Southport families more important than ours? I am now calling for him to reconsider that decision and to allow you, the media, to come with us so you can see and hear what he is saying and hold him accountable. I have lost the most important man in my life. My family has been broken beyond repair. But if my father's death can lead to real change, if it can save at least one other family from having to go through this, then at least we know that his sacrifice was not for nothing and his death will not have been in vain. My father gave everything to the city of Southend and to this country, and now it is time for this country to honour him with the full truth of this entirely preventable death. Finally, I would like to thank the public and you, the media, because it is only because of you that I am now being able to get my story out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. We now have a statement from Lady Amos herself. Are you okay to read that out?
Yeah.
More? And as Anna said, this is the first public statement that Lady Amos has made.
I never imagined my life without David. For nearly 4 decades, we shared everything. Our love, our family, our home, and a deep commitment to public service. David was not just my husband, he was my closest friend, father to our 5 children, and a man who lived to serve his constituents. His kindness, warmth, and unwavering sense of duty defined him. He believed in making the world a better place, one small act of kindness at a time. His murder tore our family apart in ways and words that we cannot fully capture. The loss is immeasurable. We are completely heartbroken. Every day we wake up with the unbearable reality that he is no longer here. That is my first thought every day, my last thought at night, and every waking moment in between. I am lost. His absence is felt constantly in every unshared moment, in every milestone that he is not there to share in. We have spent the last 3 years trying to grieve, but being unable to. Although we can take some small comfort from the fact that his killer will never be released, we feel that from the start we have been denied access to the truth about what led to David's entirely preventable murder. When David was taken from us, we believed, like any family would, that there would be a full and thorough investigation into how and why this was allowed to happen. We trusted that the government would do everything in their power to examine the failures that led to his death and to ensure that no other family endures the pain that we have suffered. Yet despite our repeated calls, we have been denied the one thing that can provide us real answers: a full public inquiry. We know that there were serious failings both with Essex Police and the Prevent programme. We know that opportunities were missed. We know that the system designed to protect people like David let him down. And still, we are being told that a patchwork of paper reviews into what happened is enough. It is not. To pour salt onto the wound, Yvette Cooper has now written us a totally unacceptable and quite frankly insulting letter, confirming that the government will not be holding an inquiry and that the investigations to date should satisfy us. Well, I can tell her that they most certainly don't. On Wednesday, my daughter Katie and I will meet with the Prime Minister at his request with our advisors to make one simple demand: a full public inquiry into David's murder. He must go away and reconsider the government's position and call us back to confirm that an inquiry will be granted. Not just for our family, but for the security of all the public servants and for every citizen who deserves to know that when the state fails, it will be held accountable and that steps will be taken to ensure that there is never a repeat. We do not want words. We will not just accept platitudes.
They want answers, but as Sir David sort of demonstrated to us when he was alive, they're following that theme, and they just want to make the world a safer place for the rest of us. Now, this government has offered the family to do another paper review by Lord Anderson Casey. So it'll be another paper review of a paper review. That is not how we get to the bottom of things in this country. And you only need to look at what happened in Southport when shortly after Ruda Kubana, the killer there, pleaded guilty. Yvette Cooper instantly came out and announced that there needed to be an inquiry there. The two cases are clearly linked. And as Katie said, why should there be an inquiry into Southport and not into Sir David's murder? They're identical, the issues. Anybody else? Yeah.
Hi, Charlie Peters, GB News.
Hi, Charlie.
What message do you think that Yvette Cooper's letter sends to those who want to target MPs? And if, as you say, the government does not want to learn lessons from this incident? And beyond that also, have you heard recent concerns from other MPs about their safety ahead of this letter being released, and how recent has that concern been? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. I think that's a very important question, because if I were in my bedroom on Google self-radicalizing, and I saw this government's approach to the PREVENT program in general, as well as this murder, I think I'd be licking my lips, because I'm learning that they're not really going to do anything other than try to rehabilitate me or re-educate me. There's no mention in PREVENT of the term public safety. And I had thought that PREVENT meant they would prevent Sir David's murder. They would take the guy off the street. It doesn't mean that at all. So I think we need to have a complete focus on public safety, however that's achieved. And I think that the PREVENT program needs as a wider issue, needs a wholesale review. I know there are a number of MPs who feel it's not fit for purpose. It needs to be repurposed. Now, none of us are counter-terrorism experts. We're not in a position to say what they should do, but we have a grieving family who are left without their loved one for absolutely no good reason whatsoever. So in terms of the wider issue of safety of MPs, that of course is primarily a matter for Sir Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker of the House. And I know there's been a lot of work done after the murder of Joe Cox. We live in an open democracy. I know that MPs cherish the opportunity to go to their constituency surgeries and mingle with their constituents face to face. That's something that we should all continue to cherish. But equally, as was proven in Southend in 2021, there needs to be another good look at how we keep these amazing people who are there to serve us safe. Simon.
Katie, thank you very much for coming and talking to all of us. Simon Dimon from BBC Essex and Look East. With the letter that you and your mother have got from the government, I mean, how much hope do you now have on Wednesday that you will be able to change the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary's minds on this?
We're going in there praying to God, and hopefully they will see this and hear our words and reconsider that we're a family, we're human beings, we're not chess pieces in a political game. So I want to go in there hopeful and just pray that the right thing happens.
Thank you, Simon. I would just add that in my personal experience, both Sakir and Yvette are decent people. That when they think they've got something wrong, they will listen. We will go and put the family's case to them. And knowing them as I do, I hope that they will just say to this family, okay, we hear you. Give us a little time and we'll go away and have a rethink. It certainly shocked the family to get that letter refusing the inquiry. But for us, it isn't over. So the family has brought good advisors on board now, and we will take that case to the meeting on Wednesday. And I don't know whether optimistic is the right word. I certainly am, because I know that they will listen, and then I hope that they will, at the very least, will say, yeah, we'll go away and take a look at this. Again, I think that letter has been written by lawyers and officials in the Home Office and the Government Legal Department. They've done a terrible job, frankly, and they've got it wrong on all sorts of levels. And I'll be putting out my statement shortly that explains why that is. I mean, clearly the family are just all over the place at the moment. So
yeah, I mean, the way that we have been spoken to by the government legal department and the lawyers has been disgusting. We've been goaded, laughed at, dismissed. The amount of time they've taken to get back to us in correspondence, saying if you don't like how we're doing it, then sue us. Literally what one of the letters said. I think it's been written by somebody like that, and maybe Sakir and Yvette Cooper don't know the ins and outs, and when I meet with them, they can, change their mind. That's what I'm hoping.
Hello, Carrie Davis, ITV News. Thank you for that powerful statement you made. What happens on Wednesday if you're met with no opposition isn't going to change?
That's a good question.
Well, we will cross that bridge. Let's hope it doesn't come to it. But there are legal avenues, as you may be aware of. If a member of the public thinks the government's made an unlawful decision, there's potentially judicial review proceedings available to us. We've brought the best KCs and lawyers in to help this family, and let's see where we get to. We don't want to make that threat. That's not our intention. So, but if the answer is a firm no, and just for the benefit of the public, this is the government's decision. They are the only ones who can order an inquiry. It's absolutely their decision. And we just hope that on Wednesday they just hear us, hear the family, and will change their minds.
Hi, Charles Thompson from Southend Echo. How satisfied are you with the level of support that you've received from the MP currently?
You're listening in live as a British lawmaker was stabbed to death by Islamic State supporter. The family now speaking out on this Monday after rejection of public inquiry into the lawmaker's murder. My producer, Julianne, providing some facts on the left side of your screen to help you further understand the latest of this compelling story. Here at 7:36 on the East Coast, we are going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:38 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. Right now, we do have some updates in your political headlines this Monday morning. I want to take you out to Washington, D.C. and give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol. We are learning this morning we may be just days away from a partial government shutdown. Government funding is set to run out on Friday. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, the finger pointing has already started.
Democrats say that with Republican control here in Washington, the GOP is responsible for averting this crisis, while the president says Democrats are to blame. Just after Marine One touched down at the White House last night, you could see President Trump in an extended conversation with Elon Musk, preparing, no doubt, for what could be a very eventful week. A week that could end with government shutdown signs peppering federal facilities around the country.
Could happen. I mean, the Democrats want that. They want to destroy the country.
The president, on his way back from Florida yesterday, blamed Democrats who are vowing to oppose the GOP's new stopgap spending bill that came out over the weekend. Many want to assert Congress's authority when it comes to the power of the purse.
I don't want to give it up, and I'm going to fight like hell not to give it up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
The GOP plan, called a continuing resolution, or CR, would extend government funding through September, offering a small boost to defense spending and a small cut in other programs.
Yeah, I believe we won't shut the government down come Friday.
Republicans remain hopeful, but margins are tight on Capitol Hill, and they'll need at least some buy-in from Democrats in the Senate to make this happen. The president thinks odds are a shutdown won't happen.
It probably won't. I think the CR is going to get passed. We'll see, but it could happen. You never know.
And therein lies the uncertainty. We could see a vote in the House on this as early as tomorrow. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the latest on this partial government shutdown thread, Chad Bergren putting this out on X this morning. He says, quote, the House Rules Committee is set to prep the interim spending bill later today to avoid a government shutdown later this week. We will keep a close eye on this story right here on Live Now from Fox. As we further discuss your political headlines this Monday morning, now taking you out to the White House, giving you a live look here at 7:41 on the East Coast. We're learning an armed man shot by Secret Service agents near the White House early Sunday. No one was hurt, and it happened while the president was out of town. The Secret Service, though, understandably investigating the incident this morning. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Two police sources tell our Alexis McAdams the suspect is 27-year-old Andrew Dawson from Indiana. The Secret Service made clear none of their agents were hurt in this shooting. The president was also not in danger because he's not at the White House. He's in West Palm Beach, Florida this weekend. Secret Service says they got a tip yesterday from local police about a person who may be a potential suicide risk. Intelligence bulletins indicate that person possibly wanted to commit suicide by a cop and was heading to the nation's capital from Indiana. Around midnight, some Secret Service members spotted a man matching the description about a block away from the White House with his car nearby. Police sources tell Fox the man, again now identified as Dawson, had a firearm and a knife. He was told by Secret Service to drop the weapons, but when he did not comply and reached toward his waist, agents fired shots. Dawson was taken to the hospital. His condition is unclear. Back in August 2020, during President Trump's first term, Secret Service guards also shot a man outside the White House gates as Trump was speaking to reporters in the briefing room. The agency said an officer opened fire after the man made a move like he was about to shoot a gun. Court documents later said the suspect was actually carrying a comb and he was taken to a psychiatric hospital. The president returns from Florida to D.C. tonight. The Metropolitan Police Department is now taking the lead in this investigation. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you so much. And as we get more information in on this investigation into this armed man near the White House, we'll make sure to update you right here on Live Now from Fox. Here is 7:43 on the East Coast. We are going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to the Big Apple, giving you a beautiful skyline shot on this Monday morning. We'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti as she has an update as ICE agents have arrested a pro-Palestinian protester. The details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. $7:45 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On this Monday, we're turning to a news alert. It takes us out to the Big Apple. We're learning ICE agents have arrested a pro-Palestinian protester seen as one of the leaders of the recent demonstrations at Columbia University. The protester's attorney says he was arrested on State Department orders. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti joining us live this morning in Morningside Heights with the very latest. Briella, good morning.
Good morning, Gine. And this arrest is the first publicly known deportation effort under the Trump administration's new plan to remove alleged Hamas sympathizers from college campuses. Federal immigration authorities arrested Columbia graduate student Mahmoud Khalil at his university-owned apartment over the weekend, doubling down on the Trump administration's promise to crack down on anti-Semitism. Khalil, a permanent U.S. resident with a green card, is a pro-Palestinian activist who played a major role in protests that swept Columbia University's campus last spring. A new executive order signed by President Trump calls for the deportation of resident aliens, including students with visas, who broke laws during anti-Israel protests following the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks. Khalil's attorney, Amy Greer, told the Associated Press he was being detained at an immigration detention facility in Elizabeth, New Jersey. She says when his wife tried to visit yesterday, she learned he wasn't there. Khalil's whereabouts are currently unclear. While speaking over the phone with one of the ICE agents during the arrest, Greer was told the agency was acting on State Department orders to revoke Khalil's student visa and green card. In a post yesterday to X, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the Trump administration will be revoking the visas and/or green cards of Hamas supporters in America so they can be deported. The Department of Homeland Security added that Khalil forfeited his rights to remain in the U.S., alleging he, quote, led activities aligned to Hamas, a designated terrorist organization.
If he was promoting violence of any sort, then it would be somewhat reasonable.
Khalil, seen here on the right, served as a student negotiator during last spring's protests as they bargained with administrators over an end to the tent encampment set up on campus. Since then, he's faced sanctions at the university for helping to organize a march where activists glorified Hamas and for playing a substantial role in the circulation of social media posts criticizing Zionism. Columbia University shared a statement with Fox 5 saying, Columbia is committed to complying with all legal obligations and supporting our student body and campus community. We are also committed to the legal rights of our students and urge all members of the community to be respectful of those rights. His attorney told us, we will vigorously be pursuing Mahmoud's rights in court and will continue our efforts to right this terrible and inexcusable and calculated wrong committed against him. And according to the Columbia Daily Spectator, gate access for ID holders, registered guests, and alumni will be limited starting today to just 3 entry points, including the one here behind me, in anticipation of future protests. But for now, we're live here in Morningside Heights. Jeanne, back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti with Fox 5 New York. Thank you so much for that detailed update. Have a great and safe rest of your day, Briella.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. As we do so, giving you a live look at Lady Liberty there in the Big Apple. When we come back, speaking of how the conflict in the Middle East has transitioned over here to the U.S., I'm going to take you out to Gaza. We are following some breaking news as it relates to the conflict there in the Gaza territory. We'll have those updates when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. On this Monday, we are following breaking news as it relates to conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look out in Gaza as we're learning, facing low levels of food, water, and medical supplies. The situation for tens of thousands of Palestinians across the Gaza Strip may be intensifying this morning. This after Israeli officials ordered the power shutoff across the territory. The main impacts are yet to be known, but electricity is needed to power plants in the region to create drinking water. Fox News' Sue Guzman has the latest on all that, as Israeli officials say a delegation is expected to promote ceasefire talks later today.
Efforts to secure stability in the Middle East grind on, with Israeli officials sending a delegation to Qatar Monday to try and advance ceasefire negotiations with Hamas militants in the Gaza Strip.
Dialogue means
sitting, hearing what someone wants, and then identifying, does it fit with what we want or not? And then how can you get somewhere in the middle and not have a war?
The first phase of the ceasefire began in mid-January and recently ended. It saw the release of more than 24 hostages taken from Israel in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Talks to promote a second phase have stalled. Israeli officials want Hamas to release half of the remaining hostages and extend the first phase of the deal. Hamas is calling for a full Israeli withdrawal from the territory.
We will employ all the tools available to us so that all the hostages will return.
On Sunday, Israel ordered electricity be cut off from Gaza. Move coming a week after officials also stopped the flow of critical food and medical supplies into the region.
Last time we received aid, it was just a bag of flour, and that bag is not enough.
Meanwhile, this weekend was marked by demonstrations across Tel Aviv, with protesters taking to the streets Saturday, calling for the immediate release of the remaining hostages. Meanwhile, others demanded similar action as they camped outside the Defense Ministry headquarters.
Our message is clear. Give the negotiating team full mandate to end the war and get all the hostages back.
Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Sue, thank you so much for that detailed update. As we go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, giving you a live look out in Jerusalem, Israel. We are learning that the Israeli government, they will hold a briefing today at 8:30 Eastern time. Of course, we will share that with you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were getting the latest update as it relates to the Middle East conflict. Also looking ahead to 8:30 here on the East Coast, where we know out in Tel Aviv, Israel, there will be an update, Israeli briefing given. But we also right now want to head out to a live event right now in Brussels, Belgium. The European Commission holding their Monday morning briefing. Several topics to be discussed, including Middle East conflict, also updates related to Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Start with the first one on the elections, on the Romanian elections. Yes, Marcus, please.
Thank you very much. We have no comment on the decision by the Central Electoral Bureau in Romania. let us be very clear here. Elections are a national competence, and the Commission does not comment on the Romanian electoral process, which is a matter for the Romanian authorities and ultimately the Romanian people.
Good. Before I give the floor to Anita for your second question on Syria, any other questions to Marcus on justice and home affairs, so that we avoid having to switch here very often? Yes, for Marcus? Yes. So then when we come back to your questions, to your question on Syria.
Yes, thank you. Magnus with Euractiv. Just to push you a bit on it, does the European Commission have complete trust in the Romanians' authorities' ability to take this kind of, you should say, very drastic decision? We've seen a lot of pushbacks from especially right-wing commentators online since the decision has been made that this is indeed a meddling in democracy. He was, after all, the candidate who got the most votes in the first now cancelled round of presidential elections.
Thank you very much. Again, the Commission does not interfere in national elections in any way. National authorities are in charge of national elections, and ultimately elections are for the people in each member state.
Good. Any other question for Marcus? No, then we thank you, Marcus. And Anita on Syria. For your question, and indeed reference to our statement this Saturday, indeed we confirmed that the initial attacks were perpetrated by pro-Assad forces, and as per usual we are having our information from on the ground with our delegation and member states reporting. We are all alarmed by the situation and the developments in Syria, which started with the attacks, which led to reported killings of innocent civilians, and all this reporting are horrendous. We have seen the interim authorities have reacted quickly, and we demand that the perpetrators need to be brought to justice. Yes. To Anita? Yes, Jorge?
Yes, it's to follow up on this issue of Syria and the violence. Just to be clear, you're placing the responsibility on the violence on both sides, because the reports indicate that it's pro-Assad loyalists, but also loyal forces to the new government. So are you placing responsibility on both sides? And second question, given the presumed involvement of pro-government forces in this violence, are you willing to reconsider your approach to the new government of Syria and the lifting of sanctions that you just agreed a few weeks ago? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's very important that the facts are first established. We have seen a lot of manipulation of the information, a lot of disinformation, misinformation. So this needs to be fully established, because we have seen different strands of information. And this is why we also support the Commission of Inquiry that has been now established by the authorities, and we are expecting to see the results of that. Thank you, Anita. To Anita? Yes, please.
Anita, in the communique over the weekend, you mentioned, you referred to external actors. Do you have credible information about some proxies involvement, whether from Iran, Russia, or others in Syria in these events? And what's happening in Syria today has any impact on the upcoming conference next Monday? And could you confirm that the Foreign Affairs Minister of Syria is invited? And if you allow me another question regarding to Syria, looking to what's going on in Syria, whether in the south, where Israel is occupying part of the south of Syria, the Kurds in the northeast, the element of Assad in the western part of Syria, do you believe or do you think in your assessment that the transition authorities are controlling the situation in Syria, or there is a risk that the situation can go out of control? Thank you.
Thank you. I will start with the first questions, and the latter one I will leave it for now with a general answer to say that we are all having an interest in the stabilization of Syria, and it's important that the work towards that happens, and this can only happen with an inclusive transition, because there's no alternative to that. Now, on the Syria conference next Monday, indeed, this will be a very important occasion to continue exchanging with the authorities on the situation on the ground, and also to understand how the EU can support best. On our side, we should spare no effort in support of a peaceful and inclusive transition away from any foreign interference, which guarantees the rights of all Syrians without distinctions.
Still to Anita? Yes, in the back. Louis? Yes, it's you. Not on Syria. Okay. Still on Syria? Any question? I think it was all that we can say indeed at the moment.
And maybe on the Syrian MFA?
Yes, on the
yes,
conference indeed.
It is, an invite was sent, yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Vitaly Sizov, UATV. On negotiation between the United States and Ukraine in Saudi Arabia, are you in contact with Ukrainian side, and do you agree position, and what do you expect from this negotiation? And maybe you already have the candidate who may represent EU during the future peace negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not go into the specific of this bilateral meeting. I will just want to reiterate once more our position that we have a common interest in a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and this is what we have been doing throughout. From day one, we have been standing by Ukraine and ensuring that Ukraine is strong and that we bring Ukraine in a very strong position in the battlefield so they can be also strong at the negotiation table.
On Ukraine still? Yes, please.
Thanks very much. I'm Alex Cadier for the Kyiv Independent. You say that you want Ukraine to remain strong on the battlefield. The cut-off of US intelligence has weakened them significantly on the battlefield. Does the Commission want to see that decision reversed in these talks? It's something that's been put on the table. More broadly, what is your expectation? And to complement my colleague's question, President von der Leyen referred to the US as an ally on Sunday. Have you spoken to your ally about the Commission's expectations for this meeting? Thank you.
So I will start first on in terms of our support to Ukraine, which has been gone throughout all strands, from the humanitarian, financial, military aid, leading to almost 140 billion euro that has been sent to Ukraine. We're the leading donor, and when it comes also to the military assistance, equally on par with the US. So our position is to put Ukraine in a position of strength throughout all means necessary, and do so in matching Ukraine's needs.
And on your question, whether this has been put forward to the US, in all contexts that have been taking place, we have reiterated at all levels precisely that it is in Ukraine's interest, in Europe's interest, and ultimately also in the US interest to put Ukraine in a position of strength before entering into peace negotiations. So this has been indeed reiterated several times. Yes, follow up?
Thank you for this. Just again, to press the point on this meeting specifically, what are the Commission's hopes from an outcome? And you say that it's been communicated at all levels regularly. Has it been communicated in the context of this very important meeting? Thank you.
I'm not aware of any contact in the context of this specific meeting, but it's worth recalling that President von der Leyen has met President Zelensky as recently as last Thursday at the European Council, so I do not exclude that it could have come up in this context also. Now I see an online question also on Ukraine from Rose Suniva.
Hello, hi.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I just had a quick follow-up on that. Sorry, I'm in the train. I had a quick follow-up on that, specifically in the talks in Ukraine. Do you have any comment to make on the role of Saudi?
It's a question on the move, we see. Good. We move on. Still on Ukraine? Yes?
Tetiana Vysotska, European Pravda, Espresso TV Ukraine. I want to have the follow-up of bilateral communication of the EU and US. This week, Kaja Kallas is going to United States, to Washington, and then to Canada. Are there any meetings scheduled between High Representative and U.S. authorities in the United States and in Canada? Will she finally meet Marco Rubio, who will be present on this event, the meeting of the foreign ministers of J7?
Yes, Anita.
Thank you very much. So indeed, on the 11th of March, the High Representative will be making her first address to the United UN Security Council on the cooperation between the EU and UN. And after that, she will have her press remarks that we'll invite you also to listen in. She will also meet with the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And after that, the High Representative will attend the G7 Foreign Affairs meeting in Quebec. If any further other details on encounters with our U.S. counterparts, I can further let you know.
Good. Still Ukraine? Let's take your question then.
Hi, Anna Węglarczyk, TVP Info, Polish national broadcaster. It's kind of a Ukraine-related question. Is Commission aware of the recent exchange between Polish Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski and Marco Rubio and Elon Musk about the access to the Starlink? And if so, what's your comment on it?
Okay. Let's see if we have still questions to Anita. Which reminds me that we had also parked the question from Jennifer, but I probably already replied. Good. So still on Ukraine. So still in Ukraine, we finalize the questions on Ukraine before moving on. So if you don't mind, since you already had the floor, I will just go here. Well, you actually also had the floor, but okay.
It's very short. What is the European Union expectation from the talks in Riyadh between the American and the Ukrainian tomorrow? Thank you.
So this will be for our counterparts to say, but I can tell you what our expectation is and what our hope is. Our hope is for a strong Ukraine and for a just and lasting peace. And no one wants this more than the Ukrainians. And we're all contributing and pulling all the efforts to ensure that.
Okay. Yes, please.
I'm actually asking Suniva's question because I understand she went through a tunnel on the train. The question that Suniva wanted to ask was about the role of Saudi Arabia in these talks, whether or not Saudi Arabia is viewed by the Commission as a helpful partner, if you welcome that cooperation, particularly as Marco Rubio and President Zelensky will both be meeting Mohammed bin Salman. What is your view of Saudi Arabia's role in these negotiations? Thank you.
Very short, yes, we need all actors to support, to rally, to pull all their efforts to support Ukraine.
Good. So we conclude on Ukraine, and now we can hand on to... There was one question still? Yes, sorry, I didn't see it. Didn't see the hand.
Thank you. Magnus, again with Euractiv. Last night, U.S. President Donald Trump posted, or truthed, whatever you call it, on his own social media about Greenland and his support for their right to self-determination. Does the European Commission see this as election meddling, also considering the fact that your predecessor Anita Pentestano had very stern words for Russia when that party intervened specifically in recent elections or in Moldova? Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing has changed. Our position is the same as also previously delivered on Greenland. The EU will continue to uphold the principle of territorial integrity and the inviolability of borders and the UN Charter. Preserving the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Denmark and the sovereignty and the inviolability of its border is essential for the European Union, and the EU is fully supporting the Kingdom of Denmark.
Good. Then we can move on to Thomas to address the question on Starlink. Thank you, Anita.
Good afternoon. So no particular comments to make on the exchanges between the Polish authorities and the US counterparts. What I can recall is indeed that we, of course, remain committed and we are ready to support Ukraine with GovSatcom until IRIS² is fully operational. So we have indeed satellite capabilities in the EU and we are ready to support Ukraine if needed.
Thank you. Yes, Jennifer.
Angela Skujins from TVP World. As an aside to these comments, does the European Commission see Radek Sikorski as a small man? But also, does this not represent a growing rift between the EU and the US? We have Elon Musk, a member of Trump's de facto cabinet, insulting a senior Polish politician. How does the EU expect to close this rift that seems to be growing? Thank you.
We really have no interest in commenting all these tweets and exchanges, which indeed sometimes derail. So we will not go further into it. I don't think it would be helpful. Yes, Jan.
Yeah, it's a question about US and EU relations, but also digital policy. I understand that powerful US Representative Jim Jordan has been sending several letters to members of the European Commission inquiring on all sorts of digital regulations, essentially asking the EU to explain why the DSA or the DMA are being wielded as cudgels against US companies. I'd like to know whether you could disclose how many letters the Commission has received, whether the members of the Commission have responded, and whether the Commission will be publishing the answers to all these billets doux.
Thanks, Jan. Indeed.
How many?
Several letters. One to EVP Virkkunen, for sure. This one was replied. Another one was sent, a joint letter to EVP Virkkunen and EVP Ribera, more focused on the DMA. A reply was sent too. And there is also a letter that reached the President. I would need to check the status of this one. But indeed, I mean, without disclosing any content, because, I mean, again, it's, these letters do not have to be published. Like the letter from Jim Jordan himself was also not published. We, I mean, of course, respect confidentiality here, but we're of course always happy to recall the provisions of our legislation and the importance of our legislation, and this was done.
Good. To Thomas? Yes, please.
Thank you. Olena Abramovich, Radio Free Europe, Ukrainian Service and Current Time TV. I have also a follow-up on this issue regarding Starlink. I was wondering, there were some reports that there are some companies in Europe trying to merge to come up with an initiative which would be like European alternative to American Starlink. So I was wondering, is it discussed on EU level to support any kind of initiatives which could speed up this kind of projects? Thank you.
I mean, Thanks for the question. We're working very closely with our industry in this sector. This was also highlighted earlier this year at the European Space Conference, where we were working together with all the important players. Now, when it comes to IRIS Squared, already in December of last year, we have signed the consortium agreement. So again, we are really working here together with member states, together with the industry, to have the best possible project that will be IRIS Squared by 2030 at the latest. So we're indeed fully working to get the best services for our member states and companies and citizens.
Good. Still questions to Thomas? Yes, Lorenzo.
Yes, Thomas, il y a toujours le problème de comment remplacer Starlink si maintenant, on a vu ce qui s'est passé hier, on en a parlé tout à l'heure, si Starlink est retiré, si la Pologne, maintenant c'est la Pologne qui paie pour le service sur l'Ukraine d'observation satellitaire, si ce service n'est plus disponible parce que comme c'est la décision de Elon Musk, il a menacé ça, mais si ça arrive, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Je veux dire, comment on garantit que l'observation satellitaire puisse servir à la défense de l'Ukraine et à la défense de l'Europe en général, mais maintenant à la défense de l'Ukraine, ça serait un problème parce que comment on les remplace?
Tout à fait d'accord, et c'est pour ça qu'on a effectivement des capacités existantes. Donc d'une part, en termes de connectivité, on peut fournir aujourd'hui ce dont l'Ukraine aurait potentiellement besoin en cas de retrait, ce qui de nouveau ne semble pas être le cas au vu des derniers échanges. Ensuite, effectivement, au niveau des capacités militaires, des besoins peuvent bien entendu émerger dans le contexte actuel, et ces besoins peuvent être fournis également depuis l'Union européenne, mais ça, ce serait plus des contrats commerciaux qui devraient être signés.
Okay. Yes, David, please.
Thank you. David Price, Your Democracy. On the issue that Jan raised about the American positions, the Americans have a very open policy about publishing letters, and I wonder whether if there was obviously if there's a mutual agreement to publish both sides of the letters, it would be very useful for journalists and for the general public. Are any efforts being made to have a mutual agreement on publishing such letters because of the American preponderance in this field?
Have we published any? I don't know if we published any.
No, what I would recall is that indeed, if I'm not mistaken, the publication of the letter is our prerogative, but we're very transparent here. We confirm when we receive a letter, we confirm when the letter is sent, and usually we even can give hints on what was sent and the reasoning behind it. So I guess that generally speaking, we are quite transparent when it comes to these letters from our side.
Thank you, Thomas. Lawrence, is it a follow-up on this?
Thomas, tu as dit donc qu'il faudrait signer des contrats privés pour remplacer Starlink. Mais avec qui? Avec Starlink?
Non, effectivement, on a ici, au sein de l'Union européenne, on a des capacités aussi au niveau militaire, mais ces capacités-là ne font pas nécessairement partie de GovSatcom, qui est donc, comme je te l'ai dit, une plateforme publique de pooling and sharing, où on peut utiliser et fournir les capacités des États membres à d'autres entités qui pourraient en avoir besoin. Maintenant, pour ce qui est purement du volet militaire, là encore, on a des capacités, mais là, on est plus dans un cadre commercial avec des entreprises privées.
Good. D'autres questions pour Thomas? Okay, if it's not the case, we can take questions on different topics. Yes, please.
So David Thomas from M&I. I've got a question for Balázs, I think.
So listen to the question first.
On the national escape clauses. Yeah.
For Balázs.
Yeah, and specifically on the German request that the 4-year national escape clauses that the Commission proposed should be made at least longer term. Is that doable under the current economic governance regime, or would it require a review? And just in general, what your thoughts are about that, and will any new or modified proposal be in the white paper on March the 19th? Thank you.
Okay, indeed. So giving further flexibilities to member states in the fiscal realm is one of the key pillars of the Rearm Europe initiative indeed. So for now, the Commission is looking at a period of 4 years. Why? Because it is incredibly important to combine fiscal leeway in a responsible fashion with fiscal discipline. So that's the fundamental reason why, for now, we are looking at a 4-year period. If all member states take advantage of what we propose here, so increasing their defense expenditure by 1.5% of the GDP by 2028, that would pump basically 650 billion euro into the EU economy for defense projects. Now, that's already quite significant. Obviously, we have read the European Council conclusions. The European Council calls on the Commission to keep an open mind and potentially explore additional measures. So, obviously, if a member state has a particular idea in this regard, we are there to listen. What is important is to understand, for example, you referred to Germany, to understand what is behind this German request. So in that regard, of course, the Commission is available. We will listen the arguments, but fundamentally we are fixated on this 4-year period at this point in time.
And we will be putting forward, as you know, concrete proposals in this regard in advance of the next European Council. Good. Any other question to Balázs? No. We change subject. Yes, David.
Thank you, Paula. David Price, Your Democracy. You mentioned at the beginning that you're publishing the list of cabinet members' nationality, which lots of people have been waiting for, and thank you for that. I would ask, are you also publishing the political adherence of the commissioners, the party to which they belong? Are you publishing that list? I have another question afterwards on a different subject.
David, no, usually we never publish the affiliation of the members of the college, so this would be new indeed. I recall that you had asked for this at some point. It's also fair to say, and we said that we would look into it. But in terms of publication, this is not something that it's part of our usual publication when we go ahead with the formation of the cabinets. Right. And you wanted to add something? Yes.
No, it's not the cabinet. It's the commissioners themselves.
Commissioners themselves. Okay.
So I think the public has a right to know if the commissioners are continuing members of political parties, and this is pretty fundamental for democracy.
Yeah. Understood your question, David, as referring to the commissioners.
Yeah, to my knowledge, this is actually publicly available, this piece of information. Why? Because commissioners have to submit what we call a declaration of interests, and in that document, which is publicly available, it is stated if they have a political affiliation and what type of political affiliation they have. So we can be in touch. I can send you these links after midday, and then the information can be retrieved in this fashion.
Good. Okay. Any other question? I have a question online, which will be for Olaf, on the India-EU FTA. India-EU or EU-India FTA. Olaf, if you don't mind, and that is from Garg Ishan. Garg, you're still there? Or Ishan, I should say. No luck today with our online participants. Good. Well, if you hear us, don't hesitate to get back to you in writing. Any other questions? Yes, from Ukraine? But not on Ukraine.
Yes, sorry, not for Olaf, but for Anna Kaisa, I think.
Okay, let us see.
The question is about the gas transit via Ukraine and Orban and Fico interests. In the conclusions of the Council last week, it was mentioned that the Commission, Slovakia and Hungary have to intensify the efforts to solve the, to find the solution about the gas transit via Ukraine. And also Mr. Fico, he mentioned that it may be not Russian, but Azerbaijani gas who will come back to Ukrainian pipeline to go to Europe. What do you know about that, and what will be the efforts of the Commission to solve this issue? And maybe some meetings are already scheduled or something like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed. It's for Anna Kaiser. Sorry, Olaf.
So thanks a lot for these many questions. So as we've been saying before, and also in line with the conclusions from the Council, ensuring energy security of our member states is obviously our priority. And as regards using any Ukrainian infrastructure, it is up to Ukraine to decide how they want to run their pipeline system. As regards what we are discussing and how we are approaching this, we are open to solutions that are in line with our Repower EU objective of phasing out Russian energy imports. So this is always the North Star when we are in contact with those member states who are mostly concerned, meaning Hungary and Slovakia. So basically, since the transit of Russian gas expired or stopped at the end of last year, there have been no security supply concerns. And as also before the Council and as mandated by the Council, we have been in close and regular contact with Slovakia, Hungary and Ukraine on this issue. And we are taking into consideration all the concerns that Slovakia and Hungary have brought forward.
Thank you, Anna Kaiser. Any other questions? Yes, there in the back.
Hi, Camille Condessu from AFP. I just wanted to know if you had a reaction to Mark Carney being designated as the next Prime Minister of Canada. Thank you.
Yeah. No reaction to the nomination. Yes. Sorry, I forgot your... Can you remind me of your name?
My name's Alex Cadier, but I'm actually asking Isham Garg's question, so I seem to be the tech support for the Brussels Press Pack today. So this is for Olaf. Sorry to get your steps in again. So the first question is, could you provide some context as to why the India-EU FTA has been in the making for about a decade and still isn't finalised? The second question is, what's your position on India seeking for exemptions for smaller company exports for CBAM, so for smaller companies to be exempted from CBAM? Thanks.
Thanks for the question. So on the timelines for any negotiation between the European Union and a partner, you know, they take as long as they take. And as we always say, substance trumps speed. Sometimes they can take a long time, as with the famous Mercosur negotiations, which concluded in December. But the point is that with the right political will and with this agreed understanding that substance is the important thing, you can get there. So rather than focus on how long they have taken to date, I think it's appropriate to focus on the commitment made by President von der Leyen and Prime Minister Modi last week, the week before, that we're going to try and get these talks done before the end of this year. It's a really ambitious commitment, and that will certainly hopefully be the engine that drives the process forward. And as to the question about technical exemptions and so on, we're not going to go into that today. A negotiating round is taking place this precise week in Brussels, and these and many other topics will be discussed, but those are for the technical discussions, not for us to parse here from the midday. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Olaf. Good. And no other questions? David, is it to Olaf? Nope. Lorenzo, Olaf? Clients for Olaf?
The fact of exempting, I mean, you say is not a discussion for today, but just a clarification, the fact of exempting small companies, is it not foreseen and included also in the omnibus proposal? So they would be excluded anyway, according to the omnibus proposal. Am I right?
Thanks for your question, Lorenzo. In this case, potentially your expertise is beyond mine, and I'll have to double check and come back to you.
If I remember correctly, it's the reporting that is exempted, right, Lorenzo? But indeed, we can double check. The idea is that the reporting. But we can be checked so as to be absolutely sure of the reply. Good. Any other question to Olaf? Good. Any other subject? David.
It's a question on journalistic access to the press room. It's personal, and apparently a lot of other journalists are involved as well. I put in a request for a laissez-passer in January, and I still haven't received it. It's in committee, it seems. Apparently a lot of other journalists are in this position, and it seems that it was deliberately not decided upon before the end of last month by the Commission. And I'm wondering what the policy is, and I would also like to have the documents from the committee so the journalists know what the process is, because it's very, very much a black hole as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to know what goes on and how the decisions are made. It is inconvenient if it's not gone through in a normal speed. I mean, I've been around for a few years. I've seen this accreditation take place. So can you, number one, tell me what's going on generally, and secondarily, give me the documents from the accreditation process and why certain things are actually stopped. It was stopped at the end of last month.
Okay, David. So I'm not familiar with any stopping of the accreditation process. Let me be very clear about it. There is the annual accreditation process which is going on, and as you know, it's plus 800 plus journalists who are accredited. So this needs to go through a process with colleagues in the team. So there's no suspension whatsoever. We are going through the requests to renovate the accreditation, and it takes time. And we expect to come back to all of you concerned as quickly as possible. Some, I think, have already received the confirmation, and it's really a question just of being able to process all the requests. Good. Any other question? Yes.
Angela Scooges from TVP World. Before the chaos of the European Council summit last week, we heard Poland's interior minister say that it was not possible for Poland to implement the National Implementation Plan for the Migration and Asylum Act. This was when he was asked point blank whether he would submit a plan before that June 2026 deadline, because this is what we were hearing from the European Commission, that there could be hope, and he said this was not possible. And my colleague Jorge asked the Migration Commissioner whether he would launch infringement proceedings against Poland for not implementing the plan. He didn't get a response. So what is the European Commission's position on this? Will it launch infringement proceedings against Poland? What are the next steps? Because we heard from the Interior Minister this is not on the agenda at all to submit it before June 2026. Thank you.
Yes, Marcus, do you want to come up again and reply to that?
Thank you very much. Maybe a general word on the pact. The pact will enter into application mid-2026. There is no doubt about that. The Commission is in close contact with all Member States and supports where necessary to ensure that all Member States are ready by then. Once adopted, EU law is binding on all concerned Member States, and once entered into application, the legal instruments of the pact will be binding on all Member States. The pact considers the specific migratory situation of each Member State and provides the necessary flexibility to address their needs. This is the case, for instance, for providing solidarity to Member States under pressure. Now, if a Member State risks delaying or even undermining the implementation of the pact, the Commission will need to take the necessary measures.
In other words, the pact is not yet in force, so we cannot speak of an infringing member state if something is not in force. And so the time, le moment venu, we will need to look into that again. Yes?
What would be the necessary measures that the European Commission would undertake if it wasn't implemented? Thank you.
I think it's really premature. We're not there yet. And we are doing as we do always, and I'm sorry, Marcus, but this is a general, it could be with any other piece of legislation. Our objective is never to go for infringement processes, right? We try to make sure that we work very closely with the member states in assisting them to implement the legislation. And then, if indeed in the worst comes worst situation there is an infringement, then it's when we need to take action. But we are, as Marcus said, working closely with all member states so that we do not have to come to that point that we would need to infringe. Good. Lorenzo.
Yes, sorry. The question is, in the pact there are some regulations, directive regulations in particular. These regulations foresee a form of solidarity among member states when there are some member states that are under pressure. This solidarity means the possibility to have relocation, temporary relocation of migrants, or support in other forms like money or operational support. Now the question is, what does the pact, the regulations that are in the pact, what do they foresee in case the member states, one member state, anyone, doesn't respect this? What are the weapons, if you want, the means, the instruments that the Commission has to enforce the pact? This is the question. So, is there, I'm more precise, is there for the Commission the power, the possibility to open an infringement procedure against the member states that are not respecting the rules and go then to the Court of Justice to impose the respect of the legislation? This is the question. It is not a political question. It is a technical question on the way the rules work. And you are the guardian of the treaties, so that's the answer we are seeking. Thank you.
Lorenzo, as you said, the Commission is the guardian of the treaties, so indeed, if legislation, EU legislation is violated, it is the prerogative of the Commission to open an infringement process. Good. Any other question? No? Then we conclude today's midday. Wish you a good afternoon and a good week. Thank you.
So that wraps up the European Commission briefing as they went to a slate there to let us know they are wrapping up. Several topics discussed out in Brussels, Belgium this Monday, including Middle East conflict, specifically Syria, Ukraine, as well as European-U.S. relations. They also spoke about what the relationship for the future looks like with Europe and the Trump presidency. On the right side of your screen, that top right box, we're keeping a close eye. Following breaking news, we're learning from the Associated Press this morning that Israel has cut electricity to Gaza. This is important for their drinking water. A quick update for you. I know I stated earlier that there was going to be an Israeli government update at 8:30 this morning Eastern time. That has been pushed back to 9:30 this morning Eastern time. So sharing that with you. And then that bottom box, we are looking ahead as Pope Francis enters his 4th week in the hospital. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Monday. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out to Rome, Italy with an update on Pope Francis. .45 here on the East Coast and taking you out to Rome, Italy, giving you a live look outside of Gemelli Hospital as the Catholic faithful this morning. They continue to pray for Pope Francis now more than 3 weeks into his hospitalization for double pneumonia. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul joins us now to report on the latest from Rome.
Pope Francis now entering his 4th week in the hospital, marking the 4th consecutive Sunday that he has missed his weekly blessing. But there are some signs that the Pope's recovery is now heading in a positive direction. The Vatican now saying there are indications that Pope Francis is gradually improving. The Pope has remained stable for several consecutive days, and officials point to a good response to his current treatment. He's been working in recent days, has no fever, and his blood work looks good. And while it is unclear how long he'll be in the hospital, Pope Francis issuing a message on Sunday, thinking of those who find ways to be close to the sick. He says we need this miracle of tenderness to accompany those who face adversity in order to bring a little light into the night of pain. It is a message many volunteers at St. Peter's Square took to heart on Sunday.
We are particularly sorry the Pope is not here, but we hope he will get better soon. It seems there is some positive news, so we will pray for him, that he will get better soon.
This will be Pope Francis's 24th night in the hospital as he continues to recover from double pneumonia. In Rome, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for that detailed update. This coming in on Vatican News on X this Monday morning. They say, quote, Pope Francis had a quiet night and is resting as he recovers from bilateral pneumonia at Rome's Gemelli Hospital. This coming from the Holy See press office. this Monday morning. Taking you back out live here at 8:46 on the East Coast as people continue to send well wishes, thoughts, and prayers for Pope Francis. Also, they've been actually flocking there in real time. You can see towards the bottom right of your screen that monument. People have been coming out holding different vigils, also leaving flowers and cards for the Pope. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest as it relates to the Pope's health here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Washington, D.C. and giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol as we transition to your top political headlines this Monday morning. We may be just days away from a partial government shutdown. Government funding set to run out on Friday. As Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the finger pointing has already started.
Democrats say that with Republican control here in Washington, the GOP is responsible for averting this crisis, while the president says Democrats are to blame. Just after Marine One touched down at the White House last night, you could see President Trump in an extended conversation with Elon Musk, preparing, no doubt, for what could be a very eventful week. A week that could end with government shutdown signs peppering federal facilities around the country.
Could happen. I mean, the Democrats want that. They want to destroy the country.
The president, on his way back from Florida yesterday, blamed Democrats who are vowing to oppose the GOP's new stopgap spending bill that came out over the weekend. Many want to assert Congress's authority when it comes to the power of the purse.
I don't want to give it up, and I'm going to fight like hell not to give it up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
The GOP plan, called a continuing resolution, or CR, would extend government funding through September, offering a small boost to defense spending and a small cut in other programs.
Yeah, I believe we won't shut the government down come Friday.
Republicans remain hopeful, but margins are tight on Capitol Hill, and they'll need at least some buy-in from Democrats in the Senate to make this happen. The president thinks odds are a shutdown won't happen.
It probably won't. I think the CR is going to get passed. We'll see, but it could happen. You never know.
And therein lies the uncertainty. We could see a vote in the House on this as early as tomorrow. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed update. Staying in Washington, D.C. this Monday and turning to some breaking news. We're learning this from our content partners over at Fox News Edge, learning that crews are setting up right now to remove Black Lives Matter paint from the street. The Associated Press reporting the nation's capital city will remove the large painting of the words Black Lives Matter on a street 1 block from the White House, as Washington mayor struggles to fend off threats of encroachment from both President Donald Trump and the Republican-controlled Congress. Washington's Mayor Bowser pointing to the change on the social platform X, writing, quote, "The mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a painful period, but now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference. The devastating impacts of the federal job cuts must be our #1 concern," end quote. Again, that coming from Mayor Muriel Bowser, Washington mayor there, in response to knowing of this removal. The move shows Bowser's striking shift in tone toward Trump and congressional Republicans since the president's first term in office. Bowser, a Democrat, ordered the painting and renamed the intersection Black Lives Matter Plaza as a public act of defiance back in June of 2020. It came after days of chaotic protests at that location over police brutality following the killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer. Her approach to the protests brought her into direct conflict with President Donald Trump. The president at the time accused Bowser of losing control of her city and threatened to invoke his power to take over the Metropolitan Police Department. He did not follow through, but declared his own multi-agency lockdown that included helicopters flying at low altitudes to intimidate protesters. In Trump's second stint at the White House, Bowser has worked to avoid conflicts and downplay any points of contention. She traveled to Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate to meet with the president after his election and has publicly emphasized their points of agreement, such as a mutual desire to return federal workers back to their offices full time. Again, we are following this breaking news alert just coming into our live now from Fox Studio. Learnings that crews are setting up to remove Black Lives Matter paint from the street. You can see as they are working to remove different barricades so that they can start on the paint removal. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this breaking news alert and share the images with you on this Monday here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. More breaking news headlines when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing with your Monday morning breaking news alerts. Just in from the Associated Press, we're learning Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying on this Monday the Trump administration had finished its 6-week purge of programs of the 6-decade-old U.S. Agency for International Development. He goes on to say that he would move the 18% of aid and development programs that survived under the State Department. Rubio made the announcement in a post on X, marking one of his relatively few public comments on what has been a historic shift away from U.S. foreign aid and development executed by Trump political appointees at state and Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency terms. Rubio in the post thanked Doge, saying, quote, I actually want to share that with you on this Monday. Take a look at your screen. Rubio says, quote, after a 6-week review, we are officially canceling 83% of the programs at USAID. The 5,200 contracts that are now canceled spent tens of billions of dollars in ways that did not serve the core national interests of the U.S. In consultation with Congress, we intend for the remaining 18% of programs we are keeping to now be administered more effectively under the State Department. Thank you to Doge and our hardworking staff who worked very long hours to achieve this overdue and historic reform, end quote. Again, this coming from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Further perspective, we know that President Donald Trump back on January 20th issued an executive order directing a freeze of foreign assistance funding and a review of all of the tens of billions of dollars of U.S. aid and development work abroad. Trump charged that he would continue to do what was best for America during this time, saying that much of foreign assistance was wasteful and advanced a liberal agenda. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this breaking news right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Nine o'clock here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you're just now tuning in, I want to share this with you as we have finally hit our 9 o'clock hour on this Monday. Following this breaking news right now, Marco Rubio putting this statement out on X. He says, quote, after a 6-week review, we are officially canceling 83% of the programs at USAID. The 5,200 contracts that are now canceled spent tens of billions of dollars in ways that did not serve and in some cases even harmed the national interests of the United States. We will continue to keep a close eye on the very latest of this breaking news alert here on Live Now from Fox. As we further discuss your top stories and headlines, right now I want to transition as we head out to a United Nations event. It happened earlier this morning, but if you're just now tuning in, you might not have been able to see it. We're keeping a close eye on the very latest. This takes us out to Vienna, where the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs, they're having closed-door sessions, but allowing the media inside to discuss the very latest of the drug market, specifically illegal drugs. Several topics discussed as far as the cocaine market and even fentanyl. Let's listen in.
For your election, and rest assured you have the full support of the INCB. INCB remains committed to continued cooperation with the Commission and Member States in promoting implementation of the 3 international drug control conventions and ensuring the functioning of the international drug control system for illicit trade and controlled substances, with the ultimate objective of safeguarding health and welfare globally. I would like to highlight 2 critical drug control challenges for which continued international cooperation is essential, for no country can handle them alone. Firstly, I wish to highlight the grave public health threat posed by the rapid proliferation of synthetic drugs, which is the focus of the thematic chapter of INCB's 2024 annual report released last week. To address this challenge, INCB is calling for a comprehensive, coordinated strategy to counter illicit synthetic drug manufacture, trafficking, and consumption. The INCB Precursor Control and Grids program are currently supporting governments in addressing this urgent challenge. For instance, in 2024, INCB prevented and reduced the illicit manufacture of drugs in a number of ways. The board assessed 2 fentanyl precursors and 16 precursors of amphetamine-type stimulants and recommended their national and international control. We monitored nearly 28,000 shipments of 32,000 tons and 5 billion liters of controlled precursors chemicals through the PEN online system. INCB tracked over 700 shipments of more than 136,000 tons and more than 3 million liters of internationally not controlled precursor chemicals through the PEN Online Lite system. Use of the INCB PICS system prevented the diversion of 2,600 tons and 500,000 liters of precursor chemicals. Under the framework of the INCB Grids program, nearly 25,000 incidents involving 850 unique new psychoactive substances in 160 countries were processed through the Ionic system, bringing the total number of events recorded to over 100,000. Operation Zodiac led to seizures of over 285,000 pharmaceutical preparations. Operation African Star targeted shipments of falsified, substandard, and other illicitly manufactured pharmaceuticals, leading to the interception of 92 consignments of various pharmaceutical products. 3 operational alerts were issued to assess governments in launching actions to target the diversion and misuse of veterinary pharmaceuticals, and 45 events were conducted for 1,300 officials to coordinate operational responses through grids, regional technical officers based in Almaty, Bangkok, Cairo, Lagos, Mexico City, and New Delhi. The second challenge relates to illicit requirements, and here I wish to highlight that INCB data continues to confirm persistent disparities in the availability of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances for medical purposes. However, this data indicates that the global supply of opiate raw materials is more than sufficient to meet the global reported demand for narcotic drugs for medical and scientific purposes. One reason for this is that the estimated requirements submitted by some countries may not accurately reflect their medical needs. The INCB Learning Program is working to improve the situation and has delivered training to 1,462 officials from 154 countries through 5 e-modules, virtual training, and in-person training. To ensure the supply for narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances for medical and scientific purposes, in 2024, INCB reviewed and approved or established over 4,000 estimates for more than 1,500 tons of narcotic drugs used in anesthesia, pain management, and opioid agonist therapy, and over 4,500 annual assessments and modifications were processed for more than 2,500 tons of psychotropic substances used in the treatment of neurological and mental health conditions and opioid agonist therapy. Ladies and gentlemen, it can hardly get any more impactful and effective than this. INCB is proud of these achievements made by its hard-working secretariat together with member states. The mechanisms in place are fine examples of multilateralism at work and treaties being translated into action for the benefit of all. However, these efforts are dependent upon sustained resources. The regular budget liquidity crisis faced by the United Nations Secretariat has already led to the board's 142nd session not being held last month in person. Interpretation limitations for online meetings and restrictions on platforms impacted the board's ability to approve and process estimates and assessments for hundreds of tons of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances used in anesthesia, pain management, opioid agonist therapy, and for the treatment of neurological and mental health conditions, with all the very negative consequences for patients worldwide. Without stable extra budgetary resources, the activities of the precursor control and grids programs that I have shared will no longer take place. This means that thousands of shipments comprising thousands of tons and billions of liters of precursor chemicals will no longer be monitored and tracked. It will impact the board's ability to review chemicals for possible international control. Thousands of incidents involving hundreds of opioids and new psychoactive substances around the world will no longer be processed. Operations will no longer be conducted, meaning more dangerous substances in circulation and an increased risk to public health. Issuance of operational alerts will cease, meaning that national authorities will be missing crucial intelligence, hampering efforts to interrupt trafficking in dangerous and highly potent synthetic opioids and veterinary pharmaceuticals. Allow me to recall that in this Commission, member states have committed themselves time and time again to implementing the provisions of the drug control conventions and international drug policy commitments. Member states have acknowledged their shared responsibility and the need for international cooperation in addressing all facets of the drug control problem. INCB reconfirms its commitment to supporting the Commission and Member States in fulfilling the provisions of the treaties and achieving their overarching objective of safeguarding health and welfare. However, our ability to support you is dependent upon being entrusted with sufficient resources. And as Ms. Wally has stated, the resources are becoming scarce, endangering the sustainability of our work. I urge you to take these points into account in your deliberations of the coming days and wish you successful 68th session. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement, President INCB. We now move on to agenda item 3, that's the general debate. Excellencies, distinguished representatives, we will now move to statements by the chairpersons of the regional groups. I would like to remind delegations that we have agreed on a maximum speaking time of 5 minutes for chairs of regional groups and 3 minutes for other speakers, including high-level speakers. Please be very mindful of this time limits. I now call on Her Excellency Maimunata Ouattara, Permanent Representative of Burkina Faso, to deliver her statement on behalf of the African Group. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
I have the honor to deliver the shorter version of the African Group statement. The longer version is submitted to the Secretariat for publication. The group congratulates you, Chair, on your election as chair of the 68th session of the Commission on Narcotic Drugs and pledges to you its full cooperation to make the present session a success while continuing to uphold the Vienna spirit of consensus. We also wish to thank your predecessor, Ambassador Philibert Johnson Abaka of Ghana, for his outstanding leadership and dedication in concluding a successful midterm review following to the Ministerial Declaration 2019 and launching the innovative Pledge for Action initiative that reaffirms our joint commitment to address and counter the world drug problems. Chair, the African Group reiterates its resolve to review in 2029 progress made in implementation on all its international drug policy commitments and undertake to accelerate their implementation in the period from 2024 to 2029. The group commends the outstanding work done by the Executive Director of UNODC, Mrs. Gadawali, for her able leadership in countering and addressing the world drug problem through the effective implementation of UNODC Strategic Vision 2030 for Africa. The group therefore calls for sufficient funding of the strategy despite the liquidity crisis. The group welcomes the holding of the Summit of the Future, chaired by Namibia and Germany, and reiterates its resolve to prevent and combat transnational organized crime and related illicit financial flows, and set out in the Action 24 of the Pact of the Future. The group expresses deep concern on the prevailing humanitarian emergencies resulting from armed conflict in member states and recall the obligation of member states to ensure the availability of internationally controlled narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances for medical purpose, which are used in anesthesia and for pain management and the treatment of mental health and neurological conditions. Chair, the group welcomes the adoption of UN Convention on cybercrime which creates an appropriate and global mechanism for collecting and sharing of evidence in electronic format of serious crimes, including, where applicable, illicit drug cultivation, production, manufacturing, transportation, trafficking, consumption, handling, and disposal. The African Group reaffirms the primary role of the CND as the policy-making body of the United Nations in drug control matters, and its support and appreciation for the effort of the relevant UN entities, in particular those of UNODC as the leading entity of the UN system for addressing and countering the world drug problem, and further reaffirm the treaty-mandated role of a INCB and WHO. The group calls upon UNODC to continue to mobilize resources to provide technical assistance, including equipment and technology, upon request, and to enhance the capacity of developing countries in all fields of crime and drug prevention, including law enforcement, forensic laboratories, training of personnel, and reorganization of institutions. In fine, Chairperson, the group commends the Executive Director of UNODC for her effort in ensuring that equitable geographical representation are fully incorporated in the recruitment policy of UNODC while achieving the gender parity, particularly at the senior and policy-making level and for professional posts requiring specific skills. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. May I now invite His Excellency Le Thai Hoang Vu, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Vietnam, to address the Commission on behalf of the Asia-Pacific Group. Ambassador, you have the floor.
His Excellency Ambassador Shambu Kumaran, Her Excellency Madam Gada Wali, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the member states of the Asia-Pacific Group, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Shambu Kumaran on his election as chair of the 68th session of the CND. In the same way, I also wish to congratulate the other elected members of the Bureau and to express the group's readiness and support in making this session a success. As we gather for the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, the Asia-Pacific Group expresses its commitment to addressing the pressing challenges posed by illicit drugs. This momentous occasion provides an important platform for us to collectively reflect on our progress and challenges in the implementation of international drug policy commitments. The group extends its full support to Madame Gada Wali, the Executive Director of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and Director General of the UN Office in Vienna. The group looks forward to continuously working with you to strengthen our collective efforts to combat the spread of illicit drug use. The group reaffirms its position that the UNODC is the leading entity within the UN system to counter the world drug problems, and that the CND has the principal role of providing policy-making guidance to member states on drug control matters. The group also appreciates the professionalism and dedication of the Secretariat in making excellent preparations for this session. Mr. Chair, the Asia-Pacific Group reaffirms its belief that the world drug problems remain a multifaceted challenge to be effectively addressed in a multilateral setting based upon an integrated, multidisciplinary, balanced, and comprehensive approach. The principle of common and shared responsibility, as well as effective international cooperation and support. In this regard, the group fully supports the efforts aimed at reinforcing regional and international cooperation and coordination, including through policy coordination, operational cooperation, and exchange of information. The group further underlines the need to enhance North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation. At the same time, the group recognizes the tireless efforts undertaken by our national authorities in various relevant fields, including law enforcement, criminal justice, health, and education, with an aim to achieving a society free of drug abuse. In this regard, the group emphasizes the importance of the increasing provision of technical assistance and capacity building and material support to those national authorities where necessary. While recognizing the ever-increasing gap between developed and developing countries, the group stresses the importance of international cooperation, enhanced capacity-building initiatives, programs and activities, provision of equipment and technology and technical assistance, particularly for developing countries, in an open, transparent, and equitable way, to allow them to have sufficient resources to address and counter the world drug problems. The group expresses its firm commitment to ensuring that all efforts to address and counter the world drug problems through demand reduction and related measures, supply reduction and related measures, and international cooperation be undertaken with strong conformity with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations, especially international law and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, with full respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of states, fundamental freedoms, the inherent dignity of all individuals, and the principles of equal rights and mutual respect among states. By addressing the complex challenges posed by drugs through inclusive, cooperative, and scientifically informed policies, we are determined to ensure that no one is left behind. The group acknowledges the importance of increased efforts to promote viable economic alternatives to the illicit drug-related activities, including through long-term, comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable alternative development programs and development-oriented interventions and initiatives. Mr. Chair, the group reaffirms that the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs of 1961, as amended by the 1972 Protocol, the Convention on Psychotropic Substances of 1971, and the UN Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances of 1988, constitute the cornerstone of the international drug control system. The group underscores the critical importance of complying with these conventions. Furthermore, the group underlines the complementary and mutually reinforcing nature of the 2009 Political Declaration and Plan of Action, the 2014 Joint Ministerial Statement, the outcome document of the 2016 United Nations General Assembly Special Session on the World Drug Problem, the 2019 Ministerial Declaration, and the high-level declaration by the Commission on Narcotic Drugs on the 2024 midterm review, following up to the Ministerial Declaration of 2019. The group fully supports all efforts aimed at reinforcing regional and international cooperation and coordination to effectively counter illicit cultivation, production, manufacturing, and trafficking in drugs, addressing supply, demand, as well as trafficking in and diversion of scheduled precursor chemicals. The group underscores the importance of continuing and further strengthening regional, inter-regional, and international cooperation in the context of illicit drugs, including through policy coordination, operational collaboration, and exchange of information where appropriate. The group remains strongly convinced that upholding multilateralism is essential to improve solidarity and international cooperation framework and reinforce states' capabilities to address and counter the world drug problems. The Asia-Pacific Group underscores the pivotal role of our ongoing efforts, reflecting on the achievements and challenges in the implementation of international drug policy commitments outlined in the high-level declaration by the CND on the 2024 midterm review, following up to the Ministerial Declaration of 2019. We express our firm commitment to the review process as a stock-taking exercise by identifying the progress achieved thus far, remaining challenges, and a viable roadmap for 2029. The midterm review served as an important milestone, allowing us to gauge the effectiveness of our collective actions and policies in meeting the objectives set forth in the Ministerial Declaration. Mr. Chair, the group expresses its concern over the threat and challenges posed by rapid increase and spread of ATS, especially methamphetamine, the proliferation of new NPS, as well as the diversion of non-scheduled precursor chemicals for illicit activities. The group welcomes the important contribution of the UNODC and INCB, including early warning advisory on new NPS, in identifying new dangerous substances appearing on illicit markets, and improving the capacity of member states to generate, manage, analyze, report, and use of information on illicit synthetic drugs. The group stresses the importance to enhance the capacity of law enforcement and strengthen cooperation with industries as appropriate to address the emerging challenge of illicit synthetic drugs. In this regard, the group would also like to emphasize the importance of transparency, regular dialogue, and close consultations between all member states and UNODC regarding the ongoing and planned publications and research activities at all stages. The group stresses the importance that the publication of UNODC shall be impartial and respect fully the cultural diversity of member states. The complexity of the world drug problems has dramatically evolved in the past few years. The group expresses the need to respond to the serious challenges posed by the increasing links between drug trafficking, corruption, and other forms of organized crime, including trafficking in persons, trafficking in firearms, cybercrimes, money laundering, and in some cases, terrorism, including money laundering in connection with the financing of terrorism. Such measures should be executed by using an integrated multidisciplinary approach, such as through promoting and supporting reliable data collection, research, and as appropriate, intelligence and analysis sharing to ensure effective policy making and interventions. The group reaffirms its determination to address and counter the world drug problems. The group is committed to working towards universal access to comprehensive prevention programs and treatment, care, and related support services in full compliance with the International Drug Control Conventions and in accordance with national legislation. We emphasize the need to address the specific needs of the most affected by the world drug problems, especially women, children, and youth, in promoting balanced and integrated drug-related policies and programs. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador.
You're listening in as the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs held a meeting on this Monday, a discussion on all drug-related challenges. On the right side of your screen, we are following breaking news this Monday. Israel cutting electricity supplies to Gaza. We are awaiting the 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time Israeli government briefing where this should be addressed. And then that bottom box, we're keeping a close eye out in Vatican City, giving you a live look as Pope Francis enters his 4th week in the hospital. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Vox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Following some new breaking news on this Monday morning, take a good look at your screen. Fox News' Stephanie Bennett just putting this out on X moments ago. We are learning of rescue operations that have been launched on this Monday after a collision between oil tankers and cargo ships. Our Fox content partners providing more information courtesy of the Associated Press in London. They say an oil tanker and a cargo ship collided off the coast of eastern England this Monday, setting both vessels on fire and triggering a major rescue operation. This coming from emergency services in the area. Britain's Maritime and Coast Guard Agency said several lifeboats and a Coast Guard rescue helicopter were dispatched to the scene in the North Sea, along with a Coast Guard plane and nearby vessels with firefighting capabilities. The RNLI Lifeboat Agency saying, quote, there were reports that a number of people had abandoned the vessels following a collision and there were fires on both ships, end quote. It said 3 lifeboats were working on search and rescue at the scene alongside the Coast Guard. Video footage that has not made it to our approval just yet, apparently filmed from a nearby vessel, showed thick black smoke pouring from both of the ships. The tanker, believed to be the U.S. flagged chemical and oil products carrier, was at anchor at the time after sailing from Greece, according to ship tracking sites. The cargo vessel, Portugal flagged container ship, was sailing from an area in Scotland in the Netherlands. Coast Guard saying that the alarm was raised at 9:48 local time. The site of the collision is off the coast, about 155 miles north of London. So this is a developing story, learning that an oil tanker and cargo vessel collided there in the North Sea. We'll continue to follow the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. 9:30 here on the East Coast. We are awaiting the Israeli government to come together on this Monday to provide the very latest as we are following breaking news headlines out in Gaza. on this Monday. We are learning that Israel says they are cutting off electricity supplies to Gaza, very concerning for those in this area, as electricity supplies are prevalent for them to have clean water in the area. We are awaiting the Israeli briefing to start, so let's go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Nice job. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you another live look out in Gaza as we are still awaiting the Israeli government to take the podium for the Israeli briefing. So as we wait, I'm going to take you back out to Vienna, Austria, as we are listening into the United Nations, the Commission on Narcotics Drugs. They are holding a discussion on all drug-related challenges.
To address this concern, last November, the European Union hosted the European Conference on Drug-Related Violence. This initiative reflects our collective determination to address the increasing violence linked to drug trafficking. We are currently closely monitoring the risks of a potential increase in the supply and demand for synthetic opioids in Europe. Among such challenges is the growing number of illegal laboratories that produce synthetic drugs.
So we are chiming in on this event. Again, it happened earlier this morning when we came on the air, and we did share it with you live here on Live Now from Fox. But let's go ahead and transition. Sorry, we are getting alerts on our phone in our newsroom of weather-related events in the area. But giving you a live look out in Gaza, again, we do see that the Israeli government spokesperson, he has taken the podium for the daily Israeli government briefing. Again, this is happening as we are following breaking news that Israeli officials have announced that they are cutting off the electricity supply to Gaza.
The National Public Diplomacy Directorate here in the office of the Prime Minister. This Monday, the 10th of March, day 521 of the October 7th war. Just two quick updates from me, and then we'll go straight to your questions. Please remember to put your questions in the chat together with your news outlet, and we will take your questions. Let me start with the latest on Israel's effort to get our hostages home. Israel has accepted the invitation by the mediating countries, backed by the US, to send a delegation to Doha today. It was discussed at yesterday's Security Cabinet meeting. Israel's goals are by now well known: the return of all of our hostages, the elimination of the Hamas military and also their governmental capabilities, and the removal of the terrorist threat to our people. Returning to the reality that preceded the murderous attacks of October the 7th, 2023 is simply not an option for Israel. So this idea that you can somehow go back to the status quo is not an option. Hamas cannot create these wars every 2 or 3 years and then just go back and start all over again. Not again. Next to Syria and the truly disturbing images documenting what is a massacre of civilians in Syria. As HTS took over Syria, Israel cautioned the world to judge Syria's new regime by their actions rather than their words. And unfortunately, here it is. The dangerous reality and the brutality of jihadist rule and jihadi terrorism. Israel will not tolerate the presence of terrorist elements and armed forces that pose a threat to our citizens in the security area in southern Syria. And attempts by the regime's forces and terrorist organizations to establish themselves in the region will be thwarted. On these massacres, Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has made clear that the dangers of the HTS regime with the massacre of civilians, Alawites and Christians. This weekend, Mr. Saar has urged world leaders and European countries in particular to raise their voice against these atrocities. Now, when it comes to the Druze, Israel is prepared to defend, if needed, the Druze population in Syria from the forces of this new regime. We will not allow any harm to the Druze population. Okay, that's the last, at the end of our briefing. Please put your questions in the chat together with your news outlet, and we will take some, and all of your questions indeed. Okay, first question here I can see is from George Dastis from EFE, the Spanish news agency. Any comments on Bola's statements on TV interviews yesterday? Is Israel concerned that the US might prioritize the release of hostages with American citizenship over others? Thank you for that question, George. No, we're not concerned about that at all, because we understand that the relationship between this White House and this government is as close as it has ever been. Our Prime Minister has called President Trump Israel's closest friend that we've ever had in the White House. And we are standing shoulder to shoulder to fight this enemy. And let me also share with you that when it comes to our objectives, we are absolutely in step with our American allies. President Trump has been crystal clear, and we believe that together with Israel, with Jerusalem and Washington, D.C., standing side by side with no daylight between our two countries, that we will be successful in getting our hostages out, removing the terrorist threat from the region, from Gaza in particular, and ensuring that Hamas, whether their governing or their military capability, will no longer be in charge in Gaza. Another question here from Enes Canley from the Anadolu Agency. With the fall of the Bashar Assad regime in Syria, Iranian dominance in Syria, which Israel perceived as a national security threat, has decreased dramatically. We see Iranian officials making statements opposing the new administration in Syria. Similarly, we hear Israeli officials rejecting the interim administration in Syria. What is your take on Israel and Iran sharing similar views, finding themselves on the same page about a regional affair, especially as contested in Syria? Thank you for that question, Enes from the Anadolu Agency. I don't think there's a question of Iran and Syria being on the same page. Look, Israel as a country has nothing whatsoever against the people of Iran. In fact, we both share two very ancient cultures and history, and there's no reason for our two countries to be enemies. It is the regime in Iran which has caused all the problems here. They subjugate their own people, and never mind Israel. And they've been nothing but a source of terror. They've sought to strangle Israel with a circling of terrorist organization, their proxies, to try and strangle this country. We've pushed them back. Now, just last week, when it comes to the regime, the Israeli Air Force conducted a joint aerial exercise with the U.S. Air Force. Now, this exercise was aimed at strengthening and maintaining the long-standing cooperation between the forces between our two countries, while also expanding connectivity and building integrated capabilities for a range of scenarios. Now, as part of this exercise, Israeli F-35Is and F-15Is aircraft flew alongside a US B-52 strategic bomber. During the flight, the forces practiced operational coordination between the two militaries to enhance their ability to address various regional threats. Now, this cooperation is absolutely key to the IDF and CENTCOM, which is the US Central Command, and it reflects the strategic alliance and the close ties that continue to develop and strengthen between our two countries over time. Now, let me flesh out some of the arguments about Iran, because we've made clear over the years that we have no argument whatsoever with the people of Iran, but the regime cannot be allowed to achieve a nuclear weapon. President Trump agrees with this. Israel supports President Trump's maximum pressure campaign. It was working before it was interrupted. That means crippling economic sanctions, a credible military threat to counter Iran's nuclear ambitions. And now this strategy has deterred Iran until that pressure was removed. So from Israel's perspective, we welcome the restoration of the maximum pressure campaign. And it's clear from the recent visit of our Prime Minister to Washington, D.C. Indeed, President Trump welcomed our Prime Minister as the first foreign leader to Washington, D.C. on his second term, because they see eye to eye when it comes to the Iranian nuclear threat. So these maximum pressure policies should be restored. They are being restored, and it's Israel's long-standing position that Iran must never be allowed to develop nuclear weapons, and Israel will do whatever it takes to prevent that. Okay, that's our last question here today. Thank you for joining us. We'll have another briefing, no doubt, very soon. In the meantime, if you have any other questions, or we can be of any assistance, or if there are interview requests, please get in touch in the usual way. So please do stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So that was the very latest from Israeli government spokesman David Mencer, speaking there in Tel Aviv, Israel, holding this briefing after Israel cut off electricity supplies to Gaza. This is a developing situation, so make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest developments. 9:44 here on the East Coast. We are going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 9:46 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting some live events to come through our feed, so as we do, I want to take you back out to Vienna. It's been a compelling conversation all morning, listening in to the United Nations Commission on Narcotics Drugs as they are having a detailed discussion on all drug-related challenges. Let's continue to listen in.
3,844 firearms were removed from circulation, 249,000 pieces of ammunition, 88,000 explosives. We destroyed 369 machines, 12 laboratories, and 38 clandestine landing strips. We apprehended more than 110 tons of drug, which represents about $4 billion from the terrorist groups. This decisive work also had a special focus on prisons. We adopted measures to strengthen the prison system, and we have managed to dismantle criminal structures which were devoted to controlling illicit activities. That progress has enabled us to re-establish law and order in prisons. We have also strengthened institutionality and regulations. We have increased international cooperation projects. We've carried out public policies and promoted several programs focusing on the prevention of youth violence, including the phenomenon of forced recruitment of children and adolescents. I would like to highlight the management of my government to attract investment and employment to guarantee sustainable security, dealing with the social aspects of insecurity, and removing our young people from the tentacles of organized crime groups by providing them legitimate opportunities for work and contributing to their academic and professional training and education. Chair, as is well known, combating drug trafficking and organized crime is a shared challenge that no country can manage alone. For that reason, Ecuador calls upon the whole of the international community to acknowledge the complexity and cross-cutting nature of the problems we are tackling and their impact on public security, and the importance of acting together in a coordinated fashion to overthrow narco-terrorism. I would like to stress that Ecuador did not seek for this to happen, but we are on the front line of combating transnational organized crime. Our war against narco-terrorism is existential in nature, over and above our joint and
We continue to listen in as the United Nations discussed drug-related challenges this Monday morning out in Vienna. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, a live event. It's still related to the United Nations, but it will take us out to the Big Apple, New York City, where they are holding a discussion on Syria. We'll be right back. 9:52 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. A new live feed coming into our Live Now from Fox studios, which takes us out to the Big Apple. Right now, the United Nations convening on this Monday to hold a discussion on the conflict and concerns in Syria. Let's listen in.
So we were watching there as the United Nations was holding just a brief presentation as they are set to discuss the ongoing conflict in Syria. As you can see, that feed abruptly ended, saying stand by. There is another live UN event happening right now, and I do want to head over to that as we continue to listen in.
Approach to drug control.
Our enhanced Philippines anti-illegal drug strategy prioritizes health, social and development services alongside supply and demand reduction efforts. The Philippines has developed a comprehensive rehabilitation program to support recovery and reintegration for individuals affected by drug dependence. We continue to expand community-based treatment, outpatient centers, residential facilities, health interventions, and reintegration support. Through school-based programs, community outreach, and media advocacy, we are building more resilient communities. While the demand side of drug use is primarily a health issue, we believe that effective law enforcement is essential in combating the supply side. Our agencies work tirelessly to dismantle drug syndicates and curb the spread of illegal drugs. We are also committed to enhancing law enforcement through modern tactical trainings. We have also continued to strengthen partnerships with the neighboring countries. This year, the Philippines will chair the 45th ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Drug Matters, the 18th ASEAN Drug Monitoring Network, and the 9th ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Drug Matters. Through intelligence sharing and exchange and joint operations, the Philippines is better equipped to handle the complexities of drug trafficking networks. We are undertaking an executive review of the country's drug policies. A drug policy law reform summit was conducted last year, spearheaded by the Department of Justice, the Dangerous Drugs Board, the University of the Philippines, and the Institute of Human Rights, and the UNODC. This collaborative multi-stakeholder initiative seeks to further align our policies with human rights principles while employing a comprehensive, whole-of-nation approach that integrates law enforcement, prevention, socioeconomic, and health interventions to create an effective and unified response against illegal drugs. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Remulla, for your remarks. Now I invite Her Excellency Ms. Laura Sarabia Torres, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia.
Excelencia.
Your Excellencies, delegates, Colombia has fully complied with its commitments in the global drug regime. Despite this, and the billions invested and the hundreds of thousands of victims, this has not stopped the consumption, production, or trafficking of drugs. It is no secret for anybody that the current model has not provided the expected results. The evidence is overwhelming. In Colombia, drug trafficking has slowed down development. It has victimized thousands of peasant farmers. It has financed terrorist groups. It has deforested thousands of hectares of forests in regions such as the Amazons, and it has destroyed with bloody violence thousands of families, communities, and whole regions. But not just in Colombia. In the last decade, we have not managed to reduce the global supply, and the number of recreational drug users has increased by more than 50 million in one decade. Colombia has the highest number of deaths from this war, and we can no longer postpone a frank, inclusive and respectful debate on the implementation of the drug regime. It is a debate we all have to solve together because we have a shared responsibility here. Today I'm in Vienna to bring a proposal to the table to change direction. I will mention only two of its points. One, Colombia would like to exclude the coca leaf from the list of most harmful substances for practical and scientific reasons. Science will show that the coca leaf itself does not damage health. We are convinced that only if we can remove this from the hands of drug traffickers by using all its potential in industrial applications such as fertilizers and drinks. We believe that through the established procedure, we have requested the exclusion of the coca leaf from the list of most harmful substances. We believe that the scientific research by the WHO will prove we are right, and that the CND will also listen to science. Excluding the coca leaf from the list does not mean we will stop eradicating it. We have ambitious eradication targets, and we have focused on the interdiction of huge cargoes by the big traffickers to hurt them where they suffer it most in their finances. From the 7th of August 2022 to the 31st of January 2025, we have seized more than 1,900,000 tons of cocaine hydrochloride and more than 215,000 kilos of coca paste, and 454 laboratories have been destroyed. Secondly, the second part of our proposal is to provide economic alternatives to those people who live in the regions that directly suffer from the war on drugs. Rapid and profitable alternatives such as cacao and coffee crops. Currently, the humanitarian situation in regions such as Catatumbo and the Mikai Canyon is tense. Drug trafficking is like fuel, and these territories are suffering a dramatic situation due to the war against transnational criminal groups, with the civilian population in the middle. It is our responsibility to bring resources and territorial transformation projects to these territories, and therefore to open a substantial debate on financing. The money is not getting to where it is needed. In the last decade, Colombia provided $416 million to UNODC. That's 11% of the total extra budgetary contributions. Colombia is the country that most resources provides after United States. Let us review the cooperation contracts of the office in order to make sure that the projects are implemented with efficiency, austerity, and impact. I would like to invite you all to build an evidence-based regime which defends life and returns dignity to our people, a paradigm shift for the coca leaf, and a system which will provide resources for those who need it, are two steps in the right direction. I would like to emphasize that changing the global drug regime does not mean normalizing or coexisting with drug trafficking. What we are proposing is a model that provides better tools to combat it.
We are listening right there to a UN meeting being held talking about narcotic drugs and all of the drug-related challenges impacting the international community. We are going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event happening right now out of New York City, where New York City Comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander is discussing a new development in what he alleges former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo of fleecing New York's taxpayers. Let's listen in.
Some of that money is being spent in his defense on his nursing home scandal. Let's remember that that's not only about the fact that he sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes against CDC guidelines. It's also that he covered it up, and he himself edited the Department of Health report in order to cover up the numbers in the nursing home scandal in order to protect his $5 million book deal. So now he's spending taxpayer money on legal defense in order to protect the $5 million that he got for publishing his book while he was being paid by taxpayers to be governor. Remember, part of the allegations at that time were about misuse of office resources on the book itself. Now it's taxpayers who are defending him personally against allegations that he misused public resources in the first place. Last week I told you what $28 million could buy instead. This is taxpayer funds that, if they weren't being spent on Andrew Cuomo's legal defense, could be being used by the state to actually help New Yorkers. Here's what $60 million would buy. 9,000 after-school slots, 2,000 new pre-K or 3K slots, 66,000 new summer youth employment jobs, 1,000 domestic violence shelter beds, or 2,400 supportive housing units. When my office did a report on street homelessness for people with serious mental illness, we estimate there are about 2,000 seriously mentally ill people who are sleeping on the streets. The money we're spending on Andrew Cuomo's legal defense could pay for 2,400 supportive housing units, more than enough to get every single New Yorker who's mentally ill and sleeping on the streets of our city today into a supportive housing unit. Let's not forget that the Medicaid cuts he made as governor eliminated 1,000 inpatient psychiatric beds. So that money he's forcing taxpayers to spend on his defense is exacerbating problems that his cuts caused in the first place. So today I'm calling on Andrew Cuomo for three things. First, Andrew Cuomo should commit to not spend a single additional cent of taxpayer dollars on his own personal legal defense. $60 million is enough. It's really a simple question, Andrew. Now that you've spent approximately $60 million in taxpayer funds on your personal legal defense, including for your serial sexual harassment, will you commit today that anything additional that you spend on legal defense comes out of your pocket or comes out of the pockets of the billionaires who are supporting you? And I hope that the reporters who are here today will join me in asking him this question. I know you've been starting to have the opportunity to ask him questions. It's a pretty simple question. After $60 million, will you stop forcing taxpayers to be accessories to your legal harassment of the women you already sexually harassed? Second, he should clarify exactly how much of that taxpayer money he has spent on his own personal legal defense. The records that were in the New York Law Journal make clear it's a larger amount. We don't know precisely how much is going for his personal defense in the case of sexual harassment, his personal defense in the case of the COVID deaths, or for other purposes. And he should come clean and explain to taxpayers how he's spending taxpayer money on his defense.
All right, we're listening in there to New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, who is also running for New York City governor, alleging that former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has ripped off taxpayers. We're going to continue to monitor this briefing, but I did want to share this live look with you. This is one of the Labor Board members, Gwen Wilcox, who is returning to the office after a judge overturned her termination under President Trump. Let's listen in.
position.
Yes, exactly. This is where I belong.
Yes, it is.
It really is. So thank you for your support, and one day I hope to get to Nevada.
Yeah,
so, right, okay. Yeah.
You have a whole bunch of people that are excited to have you back.
I know, they are. Okay, perfect. Okay.
It's on. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Congressman Stephen Hortzford from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I serve as the co-chair for the Congressional Labor Caucus. And I am so honored to join with all of you in welcoming back your commissioner of the National Board Member. Your board member of the National Labor Relations Board, Gwendolyn Wilcox. This is an independent agency representing the rights and the issues of workers, and the fact that her illegal removal really hurt this agency and its ability to do its job. And to all of you who work so hard to make sure that workers are represented. I wanted to be here along with all of you because we understand that this moment is about standing up for workers. And that's what your agency does every single day. I hope people will take a moment to understand the significance not only of your original appointment, which was historic as the first black board member of the National Black woman appointed to the board, but then the illegal removal on January 27th. But the courts have upheld the rights of this independent agency, and we're pleased to welcome our board member back, Gwendolyn Wilcox. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. I know you want a rah-rah speech from me, and I'm going to give it to you, but there's some things I just don't want to miss because this month has been a long time coming. I mean, even though it's closer? Okay, closer. Okay. And it really, in terms of litigation, it's been a short time, but in terms of a personal journey, it's been long and difficult. But for your support and everything you have done, I cannot tell you how much I have been lifted up by your emails and your phone calls, and just knowing that you all are here. And that's the biggest thing that happened when I learned that I was not going to have this job. I knew that the first thing that happened was like, what's going to happen to my staff? How are they going to function? We have such a sense of community among our staff, but among the board. And so it's so important that we are, able to be back together because that's, we're so dedicated to the work that we do that impacts everybody in this country. Everyone knows someone who's working, or they're actually workers. And so it's, it really was never about me. It was about you all, and also about the agency as a whole. Because if we can't function, and we went down to 2 board members, there are people who are waiting every day for our decision. So for every day that a decision is not issued, we are really, not doing our jobs. And when it happened on January 27th, I didn't sleep that night. Because I was so stunned and disappointed that this was actually happening, that we would not be able to do our work. And I just thank you all for really coming together. I know there are a lot of challenges, and but just really being together and being very supportive of each other. And I just have to go back to when I was 9 years old. Okay, it was just the other day, and I first came to D.C. With my grandparents. They brought me here, and I look now and think that we could never have envisioned that I would actually be a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the President of the United States and my fellow board chairman. So it's like you never know what's in your path. But I know I was prepared for this because I know I stand here on the shoulders of my ancestors, many of whom I did not know, who struggled and had a lot more struggles than I ever did. But I think about my parents who really provided for me in a way in terms of providing me with a great foundation. They had their challenges, but through their actions and words, they were excellent role models for making sure that I helped other people. And I think I've done that, throughout my career and continue to do that in this position. And feel, so honored to be here. So I know that when that morning when it became apparent that I needed to do something, I really, thought about them and thought about their strength and determination that brought me to this point. And I had no choice but to move forward. So that's what's given me the strength through this, these last many days, and plus your support as well. And all roads led me to the Gupta Wessler firm, who's done such excellent work. And for those of you who may not have had the opportunity to hear oral argument by Deepak Gupta, it was excellent. And of course, the decisions by Judge Howell, her decisions and her orders are something to be read. Because they will go down in history because of the importance of the issues in this case. I had a neighbor who left me a message. I haven't seen him throughout this since I've been removed, but he left me a handwritten note, which I love, and it simply said, "The president's not king." And that is really the message that will be heard and hopefully ring loud and clear as we proceed with this case. But I know that it was really important for this case and for all of you. And I just want to just say that there are two quotes that I would like to just leave you with. Well, two things I want to say is we have the best NLRB for many reasons, but now everyone knows who the NLRB is. And that is really great, and that means we're going to have more work, which is all the better. And but I just want to say in closing that there are two quotes by Maya Angelou that I would like to share with you. It says, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them." And so my response to you is that as we face new challenges, let's decide to do our best that we can do and help each other as the NLRB staff does so well. I know you all have been really supporting each other, and we're going to continue to do that. And lastly, she says, "Let nothing dim the light that shines within you." It's also kind of a bit of, wicked in there. She was ahead of her time. So thank you for today's celebration, and I know that I really belong here. And thank you for welcoming me to be back in the best way possible. And the sun is shining. So thank you.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you can see everyone now gathering for a photo op. This is as Labor Board member Gwen Wilcox is returning to the National Labor Relations Board after President Trump fired her. And now a federal judge ruling that President Trump acted illegally when he fired Gwen Wilcox from an independent labor agency. The judge ordering that she be allowed to remain on the job, and she is returning on this Monday morning to that job with the National Labor Relations Board. The judge writing, quote, "An American president is not king, not even an elected one, and his power to remove federal officers and honest civil servants like plaintiff is not absolute." We did want to bring this to you as it is happening live out of Washington, D.C. Now, this could also turn over to the U.S. Supreme Court, as President Trump might ask the Supreme Court to take on this case. That is yet to be determined. And you can see right now that live look abruptly ending there in Washington, D.C. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for another 2-minute break. We have a number of live events happening right now, including the one that we were sharing with you right before we turned over to our live coverage in Washington, D.C. That's taking us out to New York City, as New York City Comptroller Brad Lander is alleging that former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo misused taxpayer funds. We're going to dip into that after this 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I was speaking right before the break about an event happening out of New York City where the comptroller, Brad Lander, making allegations against a former New York Governor, Andrew Cuomo, for misusing taxpayer funds. That has actually just ended during our commercial break, but we have another live event that we do want to get to. Florida Governor DeSantis talking about infrastructure and the workforce.
The U.S. economy has grown by over that period of time, and we're number one in economic growth amongst sizable states. I think Idaho may be a little bit more than us, but Idaho has less people than Polk County does, so it's a little bit different comparison when you're talking. And I love Idaho, but it's just not the same as comparing to a mature economy. So we've been able to do that, really drive a lot of growth, a lot of investment. Certainly when COVID was here, I think our approach was much more rational. It drove a lot of people and attracted a lot of people to want to come. There were a lot of people that really weren't able to even operate appropriately in some of these other states. And it's got to the point where they used to have governors would go around the country, hey, come to our state, do this, do that, and everything. We got to the point where a lot of these governors or a lot of these business guys are just calling, hey, we want to let the governor know we want to come to Florida. We look forward. Well, what do you need? No, nothing. We're set. We just want to do it. So we've created a lot of, I think, great opportunities. And so I think it's both CNBC and U.S. News World Report have ranked us #1 in economy the last 2 years. Our economy overall, I think when I became governor, I think it was a little over $1 trillion for our total economy. For now, it's about $1.6 trillion. And if we were our own country, I think we'd be like 13th or 14th largest economy in the entire world. We have been the fastest growing state over the last 4 or 5 years. We are #1 in new business formation since 2019. We've had 3.4 million new businesses formed and 370,000 just in the last year. We have done a good job working with the legislature, also utilizing resources like our bond finance agency that does a lot to help reduce Florida's debt. We have a AAA credit rating from all the rating agencies, and for the 50th month in a row, our unemployment rate is lower than the nation's as a whole. We have added jobs in 52 of the last 56 months since May of 2020. And over the year-over-year private sector job growth rate has exceeded the national average for 40 consecutive months. Of course, we have a strong climate. We actually want people to be successful here. We're not trying to regulate people to death and certainly not try to tax people to death. We have one of the lowest state tax burdens in America with no income tax. And we're always looking at ways to do different types of tax relief. We've done many billions of dollars since 2019. Sometimes it'll be things like a tax holiday. I mean, this year we're proposing a marine fuel tax holiday to help our boaters and fishermen, Second Amendment tax holiday for those items. And we do back to school, disaster prep. All these different things are what we traditionally do. But we've also done things like permanently eliminate sales tax on baby items. And so parents welcoming a new baby into the world can buy diapers tax-free, can buy all this stuff that's so important tax-free, which can be very expensive. We're looking at ways to continue to do it. When you don't have income tax, that's good, but then it's harder to cut taxes because if you had an income tax, you just cut the tax rate and say, hey, we cut taxes. So we don't. So we're looking at, okay, those eliminate sales tax on some of those. What else can we do? One of the things we're hoping to see done with the legislature, we're the only state in the country that taxes business rent. And so it's kind of a relic from a bygone era. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It does bring in revenue, but quite frankly, I think that the gains in the economy would be better anyways. So we've reduced the business rent tax a number of times over the last several years, and it's time really to just eliminate it entirely. And I think that would be really good for the economy. I think it would be sound fiscally as well. And we're in a position to do that. We've been running major budget surpluses, certainly over the last 4 years. We've had, at one point, we just had so much money pouring in, not even through taxing people, just because of the growth and everything happening, that we were like, what are we going to do? And so we were able to cut taxes. We did something called Moving Florida Forward, which I'll say a little bit more on in a second. But one of the things we decided to do is, hey, why don't we really work hard to pay down as much state debt as possible? So if you look at, we just celebrated our 180th anniversary as a state a couple weeks ago. If you look from there in the 1840s to the present, you took all the debt that the state of Florida has accumulated since 2019. We've paid off 41% of that, and we're going to do even more. And part of the reason why is we've created an accelerated debt repayment program, which allows our guys to go in. They will find some of these bonds. They usually will buy them for a discount on the open market. They retire the debt. And then we save hundreds of millions of dollars. Actually, we'll end up saving over $1 billion and maybe multiple billions of dollars in interest costs by doing this. And so we're the only state in the country that is doing that as aggressively. And of all the states that have any state debt, we have the lowest per capita state debt in the United States. If you looked at your share of debt for the state of Florida per Florida resident, it'd be about $660. If you compare your share as a U.S. citizen to the federal national debt, it'd be well over $100,000 that you would owe for that $36 trillion debt. So we're proud of doing that. We want to do more, and I think we can get to over 50% of the debt repaid over an 8-year period, which I think would be really, really fantastic to be able to do. And the thing is part of the reason we're able to do that, we're spending this year less money than we spent last year. You're not seeing that anywhere else where they're actually reducing spending, and we have the lowest footprint of government workers, state workers per capita in the entire United States of America. So you're talking about DOGE, and you're seeing what Elon's doing. Obviously, our federal government is massive, but here in the state, it's a very, very lean operation, and I think that that's how it should be. So we're proud of that. So, and I just spoke at, I got invited to speak at the New York Economic Club. And they people, governor, you're invited here, you're headed in. You kind of go through. You accept, you don't accept, whatever. Some scheduling conflicts. Sometimes you just don't think it's a good idea, whatever. There's a lot of different reasons. So I'm like, New York Economic Club. I'm like, well, I probably got to go up there and talk to some of the future Floridians, because a lot of these people are moving down. And I'm not asking them to move, but they're moving. And they're like, no, Governor. They're actually holding the New York Economic Club meetings in Palm Beach now. And so I was like, okay. So we were at the New York Economic Club last week in Palm Beach, and I mean, look, I kind of just said I kind of feel an obligation to speak to you guys because some of you are coming here. I was like, but if you want the long and short of it, why is Florida #1 economy, #1 all this stuff? I was like, part of it is I have a cheat code. All I have to do is watch what California, Illinois, and New York do, and then do precisely the opposite, and it usually works out pretty good. But if you look at the fiscal management, New York State now, they have millions fewer residents than we do in Florida. I mean, New York used to be the most populous state 50 years ago, then California, but New York had always had more people than us until relatively recently. And so we have over 23 million, they have about 19.5 million. And so even with millions more residents, the state of Florida's budget is less than half of the budget of New York State. How does that make sense? And I asked them, would you rather go to the DMV here or there? They all said here. Do you like the roads better here? They all said here. And clearly we're ranked #1 in education 2 years in a row. So it just shows you. So we're running a very lean, mean fighting machine, but we have done major investments in things that really matter. And I think what's happened in some of these states that are high tax, high spend, is the government itself has become an interest group. And there's just certain constituencies that have a share of this. And so much of government for them is just paying off people, whether it's unions or other things. And so the money just disappears very, very quickly. And that's why you've seen their budgets escalate so much, but then the results never get any better. And so for us, our view is this is your money. There's certain things that we need as a state. And if there are things that are important, we're going to do it, and we're going to go in big and get it done. So you've seen what we've done with Everglades restoration and improving water quality. Big investments, major initiative, the largest environmental restoration in the country, maybe in the world. But we've gone in really big on that. You look at what we've done on education, not just doing universal school choice, which is important, but we've done billions of dollars for increased teacher salaries. We've had the highest per pupil spending that we've ever had. And not that is the end of it, because there's a lot of places that spend a lot of money and get really bad results. But it does show that we have a commitment. We have a commitment to higher education. And we have funding for universities, but we don't let them raise tuition. So your tuition, $6,300 for a Florida resident for these universities. You can't beat that anywhere else in the United States. So we're proud of being strong on education. We're proud of being strong on environment. We've been strong on law and order. We've done things and we've been in Polk County talking about these things in the past with Sheriff Judd. We have a $5,000 recruitment bonus we've been doing for new recruits coming in. And not just for the people fleeing the anti-law enforcement jurisdictions, which there are a lot of those, but young people that want to go in, they're eligible too, because we think it's a noble profession. So we've done a lot on that. But one of the things that we did, and I think people in Central Florida see the urgency of this, is we said, okay, the state is growing, not because I'm asking for it, because I think that the reality is there's positives, but then there's also challenges that come. So you don't see me out there saying, oh, please move to Florida, please move to Florida, because I understand that there's things that will cause potential difficulties, including traffic. So we see the traffic, and you could be like Champions Gate. You could just sit there at any time of the day. I-4 going through Polk County, it's not just rush hour. It's like you could be there Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock, and it's tough. And then we have, and I think Central Florida is one of the areas that probably are the worst, but you got Tampa, Southwest Florida, you have other parts, the Panhandle, all these things. Okay, we have all these infrastructure projects slated, but some of them weren't even scheduled to begin until next decade. And I'm like, well, how is that going to help people? So we took many billions of dollars from our budget surplus. We created a program called Moving Florida Forward, and the goal was to take things that we know need to be done, get it done now, and be able to deliver final products 5, 10, even 15 years ahead of schedule. And so those projects are ongoing. This includes the I-4 project in Polk County, where we have Polk and Osceola, where we're adding the lanes, auxiliary lanes and express lanes in both directions, improving ramp access. I'll tell you, the I-4 Ultimate that was done in Orange County mostly, that did help. I mean, like, there's no question it helped. So this will help too, and we're looking forward to doing that. This whole project just here with what we're doing in the Polk County area, it's going to have billions of dollars of impact. It will reduce congestion, it's going to help supply chain, and it will make it safer to be on the highways. So we've been able to do this, as I said, many, many years ahead of schedule. There's other projects that are auxiliary to the I-4, as you know, here in Polk, Osceola, some of these areas, but this is really, really significant. And this stuff was all slated. People thought it was a good idea to do eventually, but I was just like, we got to do now to mitigate what we're seeing. So I think that that's really, really positive. So our view is we have opportunities to make a difference. We will. Not going to spend your tax dollars lightly, but on those things that are really core to our state doing well, we want to be helpful and we want to go in and be meaningful, which brings us here today. So part of what we're seeing is opportunities in Central Florida to expand shipping capabilities and logistics. And of course, we're here at the Central Florida Integrated Logistics Park, and you see the possibilities and the opportunities here. So we were requested by the city of Winter Haven to help with expanding rail access within the Central Florida Integrated Logistics Park. We looked at it. We believe there's a high return on investment. And so I'm proud to say that today we will be cutting the check for $1.5 million through our Job Growth Grant Fund to the city of Winter Haven to be able to get this done. So this logistics park is close to 1,000 acres of developable land that can accommodate over 8 million square feet of development in close proximity to major thoroughfares and a dedicated CXS rail intermodal facility. The center's utilities can accommodate a wide variety of users, from food and cold storage to manufacturers and statewide logistic companies. These businesses include many businesses who I can't even say now, but you guys will find out, and it'll likely be businesses that that you definitely know about. But the rail extension will help businesses expand operations in this area, and we definitely see the potential for new jobs being created. This is important. Our whole freight rail related activity statewide has over 500,000 jobs that are impacted. It ends up generating $27 billion in labor income, and it produces $112 billion in economic output. So this is important, especially given Florida, here in Central Florida, and our ability to move things around. we want to be able to facilitate that. So this is key distribution point in the center of our state. Yes, CSX rail, major highways, I-4, State Road 60 and 27. These investments, combined with our Moving Florida Forward initiatives, will continue to alleviate checkpoints in the supply chain. And you know, my main focus on the roads is just the workers and the families being able to not be caught in traffic. But it does help with the logistics. It does help with the shipping to be able to get these trucks up and down the highways.
We're listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about extending rail service as a way to help facilitate industry growth into Central Florida and also reduce traffic congestion. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. Much more live coverage to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head right back to live coverage where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was talking about job growth and extending rail service. Another Florida official is now speaking.
Continue to see that here in Polk County, in the region, in the state. When you consider what that impact means, manufacturing, when you create 100 manufacturing jobs, you're creating, if for a durable good, you're creating 744 other indirect jobs. For a non-durable good, you're creating 514 other indirect jobs. The amplifying power of that for Winter Haven, for Polk County, for the state is incredible. And so, Bruce, it's been great to partner with you. Governor, thank you again for your leadership and your commitment to really helping communities around the state develop great sites, develop great connections. See so many friends and partners in the room. Look forward to President and President. Look forward to working with you when we're hiring up here. So, and again, just congratulations, and again, thank you, Governor.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and Governor DeSantis, Secretary Kelly, sincerely appreciate you being here today. Thank you for joining us for this exciting announcement. This marks an important milestone for our community. We've for a long time contemplated having direct rail service in this park, but for a variety of reasons over the years, it was not possible or not practical. Now, with this grant, it suddenly is. And this new rail spur that we're going to bring in, this is going to bring a fresh mode of transportation to this industrial park. It's going to improve freight efficiency statewide by getting trucks off of our roads. What's the last thing I talked to 5 county commissioners about recently, and that is trucks on our roads, right? This helps reduce that but it helps reduce it statewide. It's really an important project for all of us, and it does create, as the governor said, important jobs for Polk County, important jobs for Winter Haven, but this is now a state asset, not by ownership. It's trapped properties by ownership, but it's a state asset in terms of the impact that it has, and that's really what this grant is all about. I would like to take a minute to thank some of the key players, and I think everyone here and everyone in the room understands that projects like this don't come about overnight, and they don't come about in isolation, right? But first and foremost, Governor DeSantis and Secretary Kelly, previously not quite secretary, worked to designate this as a federal opportunity zone in 2018. That's how long the governor's been at the table. That's how long Secretary Kelly's been at the table to help support this project, to help support the local economy here. Mayor, city commissioners, city management, city staff have been phenomenal and relentless supporters of this project. CSX and Evansville Western Railway, they made the initial investments to build the intermodal terminal here. Polk State College and Dr. Falconetti, who is also the chair of the Winter Haven Economic Development Council at the moment, have been, again, relentless supporters of economic development. They are constantly at the table trying to figure out the best ways to think forward about the workforce, about what we need today, but about what we need 3 and 5 and 10 years out. Some of us have the privilege and obligation of doing that. Others don't. Dr. Falconetti and I, we have the privilege of doing that. Jonathan Tratt, Jim Ford, owners of the park, you've breathed new life into this, and we can't thank you enough. Florida Can Manufacturing, which invested over $100 million a couple of years ago, is now owned by Ball Corporation. A good name to have in your park, I believe, right? 100 million in, 150 jobs, and another 40 or 50 acres of expansion capacity on their site. So we're looking for them, hopefully over the coming years, to invest time and time and time again. As the Secretary mentioned, Niagara Water will be located just to the south of this building on 65 acres. They will build 1.2 million square feet. All told, this will be the single largest, their investment will be the single largest investment in Polk County history by orders of magnitude. And it will create 400 or more jobs. These are important jobs, and that's a company that serves the entire state, right? They will distribute on State Road 60, out to the Turnpike, down to Miami, over to Fort Myers, wherever it might be. They're not here for Polk County beyond the jobs and the investment. They're here to serve the state of Florida. And that's why I say this is such an important asset to the state. My own staff at the Economic Development Council have to thank you and the Board of County Commissioners. County Commissioners have offered critical tax exemptions for a number of different projects in this park, and that's enabled these investments to come about. We also know that going forward in the very near future, you're about to make a very smart decision about not raising impact fees. Higher impact fees will preclude investments like this building that we're in. It's a speculative investment. If you increase the impact fees, it slows down the process and you get less investment to occur. I'd love to make an announcement about what's going to happen in this building in the next couple of months. Governor, I'm not allowed to yet. Maybe we'll have you back for that. It will rock your world if you knew what was about to happen here. So thank you all. We appreciate it. Anything that we can do going forward, we will be happy to help you out in our community or any other community. We'll look forward to an exciting adventure together. Thank you.
Okay. You guys want to do this here? We can just, why don't we do this? Yeah, now let's get in there. You guys want to take it? Good deal. Well, thanks everybody. I'm excited about this opportunity. As was mentioned, I think you're going to hear more about what this grant will lead to, which I think a lot of people are going to get excited about. I think you could build some additional momentum, which will be really, really good. So we've done a lot in Polk for sure with some of the infrastructure stuff. I mean, there's no question. I mean, what do you have now? Over 800,000 people? What's the population right now? It's over 800, right? I mean, man, like I know people that grew up in Polk, 40, 50 years ago, and but there's challenges that come with that, and I know a lot of people want to see those addressed. That's what we're trying to do with Move Florida Forward, with the logistics and everything about it. So but it's a good time of year to be in Florida. I know we just had the Arnold Palmer Golf Tournament. We got spring training going on. We got the Players Championship in Ponte Vedra. We got the Valspar. We've got a whole bunch of stuff. Just there's a lot to do. I know a lot of people are on spring break now. We've made clear to people. I was down in Miami Beach last week saying, you can come and enjoy, but we are not letting inmates run the asylum. If you think you're going to bring mayhem to our communities, that is not going to happen, and we'll be willing to support any local efforts to make sure that doesn't with our state resources. And it worked very well last year in Miami Beach. I know they're loaded and ready to go to make sure that happens again in a good way, but there's obviously a lot of positive tourism that's happening as well. So I hope people enjoy. It's a good time of year to be in Florida. Okay, with that, do we have any questions back there? Yes. No, it won't. Yeah. Yeah, right across the street. There's no impact to neighborhoods or anything like that.
All right, so we're now in the question and answer portion of this live event as Florida Governor Ron DeSantis discussing extending the rail service and job growth in Polk County, Florida. It does look, I'm just looking at this, he has now left the podium right there. So we're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our live coverage. We continue our live coverage, this time out of Washington, D.C., as you're taking a look at crews preparing to remove Black Lives Matter paint in the nation's capital. They're going to be removing a large painting of the words Black Lives Matter on a street 1 block from the White House, as Washington Mayor Muriel Bowser is working to keep D.C. under local and state control after President Trump and the Republican-controlled Congress have suggested that Washington, D.C. might be better off under federal jurisdiction, citing crime and homelessness as 2 issues. So we did want to share this live look with you as they are working to remove that paint. We're just going to raise the audio just a little bit to see what we can hear. So So you can hear the jackhammers right now as all of these pieces of equipment are preparing to remove the words Black Lives Matters. This is a mural just 1 block away from the White House right there. We just wanted to share this with you as we do have access to cameras all around the United States and all around the world. We are now going to transition to another live event, taking us out to Florida as the Attorney General and other officials are talking about the issue of vaping and new laws surrounding that.
Meet Florida's standards. It does not meet American ideas, ideals, or principles. And we have to condemn this openly. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, look, we respect the rule of law in this state. We're never going to bring any case without evidence to back it up. You have that commitment from me. It seems like they've done some pretty gross things in other countries. I don't have jurisdiction there, but if there's, evidence that they committed a crime in Florida, we will pursue that further. I think we got time. I know we got to get him back for a committee hearing today, but maybe one more question. All right. Thanks, everybody.
I'm sure to stand next to it. Here we go. 1. No, you're good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the 3 of you.
On this side.
1, 2, 3. Good.
Jump over there. One more.
Sorry.
It's all fun and games. So he gets caught
I'll text everybody.
Thanks, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Great job, guys.
So it does look like this briefing right there has just wrapped up. This is Florida Attorney General and other lawmakers talking about the dangers of vaping and how Florida is working to combat all of those issues right there. We also are going to continue our Florida coverage with this. There was a tornado that touched down in Seminole County, Florida. We can see an interview happening right now. Let's listen in.
75 yards over our fence into this yard, but the neighborhood's kind of a wreck, so I'm just thankful this is all we had, and I just hope everyone's safe because it's pretty messy over there.
Let's walk on over because this is really a twisted metal mess here. I mean, that just kind of goes to show you how strong the tornado and the winds were. I mean, how are you even going to untangle this mess? It is literally wrapped around these 3 trees.
So I came over here, I started pulling at it a little bit earlier, and it's not wanting to come, so I'm thinking either we have to actually take it apart or get a couple strong people to yank on it, or we might have to come in one of those hacksaws and actually tear it down because yeah, it reminds me kind of a car wreck. It's all mangled up and it's stuck in there. So those winds were really strong.
Yeah, and where did you all hide out, or where did your neighbors hide out?
Well, it came through so fast. I mean, it was like literally quick 2 minutes. You couldn't see outside. The wind was so bad, the rain going sideways. So my dog was going nuts. So I ran into the closet area where we have a really tight closet where we kind of go if there's any warnings when hurricanes come through. And just waited it out for a couple minutes. I was trying to look at my radar on my phone because all the power went down, and you just kind of pray and hope at that point because it's not something you can ever be ready for. That sound, that noise, the look outside. So you pray and hope for the best.
And it just happened not that long ago, and now it's kind of almost clearing up, and you're out here walking around, meeting up with your neighbors. I mean, what has it been like absorbing what has become of your neighborhood street?
Yeah, I mean, as a doctor myself, the first thing you do is, think help. Like, is there anybody that needs help? So, I mean, I just started walking around. I don't care if I get wet. It is what it is. We're kind of used to that stuff. So go out and go, okay, what do we have to do? Account for our neighborhood. I mean, we're feeling these are the patriotic moments where you're like, okay, put everything aside and go, who needs help? What's going on? And then, just hope and pray for people out there. Because, I mean, there are houses over there that I know that are in bad shape. But you just walk around and make sure everyone's good and the neighborhood comes together and we clean up fast and we move on.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Jason Dean. We brought you on the live camera just now to kind of talk about your experience. And we know just one street over, a lot of your neighbors are dealing with the aftermath. And one of the homes that we heard about, 80% of the home collapsed while 2 people were inside. But fortunately, they're okay. And we're hoping to hear more good news as we check in on folks around here.
Amanda, thanks. Yeah, that is good news. And he described it perfectly, how quickly it happens. And I think that's what caught everybody off guard.
Yeah, I mean, we went from, some rain to all of the sudden. Ryan posted some incredible video that he took from out in the parking lot. And you could see a car driving through our parking lot and everything looks fine. It was rainy. And then all of a sudden, boom.
15 seconds later, you can't see anything. You see debris flying. And it happened that quickly. Luckily, we've not heard of any serious injuries. I mean, people, if you saw that trampoline now, you'd wonder how it happened.
Yeah, and that's sort of the nature again of these tornadoes, and maybe not a big one or a terribly powerful one, Brooks, but enough that it did damage like that. And in that house that we were just looking at in Longwood, 80% destroyed.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is an absolute illustration. I've done many tornado surveys in my time as a TV meteorologist, and it's remarkable how in many cases one home is totally fine and 30 feet away another home is completely flattened down to the foundation. It's wild stuff, and this was no different with the isolated nature, but the severe nature of the damage. And just surveying the damage around our building after it hit our TV station, we've got roof damage, tree damage, vehicle damage. Fortunately, no reported injuries here, but you can imagine the claims that are ahead. Amanda McKenzie right now is interviewing a victim of the storm. Let's listen in.
He feels very nervous. He is very upset about the loss of his truck, his trailer. That is his livelihood, but he's happy that him and his dog are doing good.
And you had never experienced anything like this before?
No, never. I have never experienced this.
He's never experienced anything like this before.
Were you in the truck when you felt it come up, or were you outside of it at that point?
He was inside the truck. He was laying down resting with his dog when it lifted up and then it fell on its side. So he was inside the truck when it happened.
Where were you picking up your load from?
¿Dónde iba a recoger el load que iba a recoger?
No, todavía no me habían mandado la carga.
They hadn't called him yet to pick it up.
Did you ever think something like this would happen to you? I mean, I know it's possible to happen living here in Florida, but did you ever think you would be in the midst of a storm like this, affected by it?
¿Pensó que algo así le hubiera pasado algún día?
Never.
Never.
How did the dog react? I imagine...
Mi mejor amigo.
My best friend. But ¿cómo reaccionó?
Muy excited.
Very excited.
Yeah.
Thank you. Glad you're okay.
Glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Wow, that was the truck driver that the truck and trailer flipped over in the wind from that tornado passing through parts of Seminole County. Just an incredible thing. Glad he was okay and his little dog too. As far as the weather goes right now, it is still raining. It's still very inclement out there. We've still got a lot of storms. It's rain. Thankfully, at this moment, nothing is severe. There are no tornado warnings in effect, but we do have some very heavy rain right now, not only moving through the attractions, but also right over UCF, the campus, University Park in Bithlo. So far, so good as far as these being rotating storms. They're not doing it, but we got to watch these carefully as they move into Brevard County. While we were watching the weather, so too was our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Bergren. You can find him here on Fox 35 during the evenings, and he got a little too close for comfort as the tornado passed through. Noah, good morning. Welcome to this side of the clock. How are things looking from your perspective there?
Yeah, Brooks, good morning. First of all, great job to you guys. Second of all, it's interesting. I live over on the other side of I-4, and there's debris from where I currently am that flew over the interstate into our parking lot that looks like it's from Markham Woods Road on the west side of I-4. And just having walked down some of these neighborhoods, just echoing what Amanda said, it appears everybody's okay. But this damage is definitely significant. There's one road, the home that you saw, that was mostly demolished. There's another one on another road down that there's, I don't know views or media view we've got down in there yet, but there's got to be at least 8 homes that have major damage, I would say. The one that's got this extreme damage. And then on the other side of Markham Woods Road, looking to the southwest, there's probably one. I mean, I can see on the other side of the road, there's at least several lanais that are just completely gone.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah, no, I mean,
see my rough visual, and this doesn't really matter for the here and the moment. It's about people's safety, but it certainly looks like this was at least an EF1 tornado to do this level of damage.
I was going to ask you that exact question. Yes, you've had experience surveying these, obviously, in your career. You had mentioned one of the homes has extreme damage. Are we looking at like roofs ripped off, or what would you say makes it most extreme?
You know, it's interesting, Brooks, because the ones that look like from what I can tell, the funnel touchdown. I drove on the other side of the road quick asking if people were all right. It looked like a touchdown on the border of what you'd look at Wekiva Springs and, I guess, Lake Mary.
Okay.
Coming from the southwest and then went over I-4 and hit you guys. But on the direction it came, were the houses that got hit directly. The roofs, even the one that got hit really hard, most of the roof stayed in one piece as it came off. It's really interesting. Like, there's several huge trees that are just up and gone. I'm looking at a lanai right now that's gone. I mean, a huge lanai that's gone, yet half the siding is gone, but the roof is okay. So it's interesting how some of the roofs are not as damaged as you would think, given everything else around them.
So Noah, as you're describing what you see in your neighborhood there, we're looking at a photo from the tornado damage in some kind of a building here, and it looks like the thing's completely smashed up. I mean, this would be, in my estimation, at least EF2 damage. This is a pretty surprising view here. It looks like it may be some kind of maybe an office complex of some sort, perhaps. But I mean, it's extreme, and I think that this is just proof of how lucky we got from our perspective here at Fox 35, where the tornado hit, that our damage wasn't worse. And I just hope everybody comes out of this uninjured. This photo, David, do we know exactly where this is from? I'm talking to our producer here as I ask. Okay, we're working on getting the exact location of this, but yeah, Noah, your description was very illustrative of the nature of this, how fast it came in. You've been tracking tornadoes for a long time. Were you surprised at how fast conditions changed from a light sprinkle to full-on life and death severe weather?
Yeah, I mean, I was actually asleep. I normally wake up around 10, and this hit right before 10 because I work the night shift, and I woke up to the tornado warning and immediately put you guys on. But one thing that strikes me is I think I'm about an eighth of a mile from where Amanda's live shot was. So I'm on one road down where she is. The debris is very fanned out. I mean, it's really spread out. I mean, the actual tornado itself looks like it was only maybe a couple hundred yards wide, but there's debris that was, as I'm sure you could see from the radar, it looks like the debris is, like there's debris. A lot of this debris got suspended and blown really a lot farther than where it looks like the actual funnel was on the ground, probably from how fast it was moving.
Yeah, it appeared to be not just a tornado, but also a lot of just severe straight-line winds associated with it. As you know, sometimes behind a significant tornado, there's something called the train or the sting jet, the invisible ghost train. It's a stream of almost like surface-based jet stream that can follow the tornado departing. I wonder if that wasn't part of it, but that'll be up for later examination, of course, and later analysis. But this picture we're looking at, just found out this is in Longwood. And no, it is a building that looks to be maybe like a residence-style office building that it's just it's flattened. So
what did you guys hear?
Okay, was
it really bad?
Okay, no, are you still with us?
Are you injured or anything, or no? No, very good.
Okay. I'd like to remember Noah's on scene right now, so he's talking to other folks there that are trying to figure out what happened and what they've woken up to or happened throughout their day. This really was one of those very dramatic, fast-changing things. I'll tell you, one of the stars of this tornado coverage was our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. It stood strong and let us know in real time exactly where the tornado was and where it was going, allowing us here at the TV station to have at least 2 minutes of warning to get people in this building to a safe place. So I'm very happy that we had the ability to track this storm using the latest technology. All right, Amy and Ryan, back to you.
right, thank you so much, Brooks. And that was Noah on the phone. All hands on deck today. All of our meteorologists are here. TJ actually came in just a short time after that storm hit, and his car was damaged in the storm. Jessica and Brooks, of course, in studio all morning. Noah out in the field, and it has just been one of those days, I think, that we're all sort of in shock about what happened.
Yeah, and if you were with us early this morning, we watched bad weather up north. We showed parts of we want to jump right back to Amanda right now. She's got an interview on the scene.
What happened here?
A tornado, obviously. I was in the kitchen area, and I watched the screen enclosure just disappear, pretty much. And after the tornado was gone, I came out and saw this.
Unbelievable. You said your house is relatively okay, but the yard is, you can't even see it anymore.
The yard, our backyard, there's probably 30 trees at least gone. Everything's down. I don't know what else to say. It's a mess.
You're already getting to work. You have the chainsaw out here trying to clear path. You were able to cut down some branches just for us to walk through.
Got a Kubota back there warming up to push all this stuff out, so we'll see what happens. I got good neighbors. They're going to help me out. And that's pretty much it.
Now, what was this behind here?
That was a detached garage with a little mother-in-law quarters upstairs.
That's a lot of damage to the roof there where the trees fell.
Yep, absolutely. That's going to have to be taken care of. We don't have any, as far as I can see, damage on the main roof, but the shingles, a lot of shingles in our backyards. So I'm sure it's going to have to be re-roofed also.
What did you do when you heard the storm and tornado coming through?
I tried to get our dogs in the pantry, in the food pantry. That's in the center of the house, and they wouldn't listen. They were freaking out, and we finally kind of got in there. But it passed really quickly. It came, and it was gone. So it's did a lot of damage in a little spurt of time, probably 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
I was surprised when I came out and saw all this, but it is what it is. That's life. We've got to deal with it.
Well, gosh, you have a lot of work ahead of you, but it sounds like your neighbors are already stepping up to help you out, so that's really kind of them.
Good neighbors. Everybody helps each other. After a hurricane, we all get together and clean up everybody's messes, and that's the way it's supposed to be.
All right, Bob, thank you.
What thought when you first saw this when you came outside?
I was shocked. You know, I after watching the screen enclosure go and the sound and everything, I didn't imagine it was going to be this much damage, but very shocked, surprised. We got a tree guy, more than likely, over here already. We had an appointment to get a tree guy over here today to take down a tree that had mites, a pine tree that had mites, so he needed to come down because it was dead. And he's going to be surprised, I think, when he comes to assess the damage.
Yeah, he might say, I think you have a bigger project on your hands.
Absolutely. So we'll see. I hope everybody's safe. As far as I know, nobody got hurt. Nobody.
That's what we keep hearing, and we hope that stays true.
Yep. I checked on my friends. Our phone didn't work for a while, but I think everybody's okay, or else I would have heard about it already. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob, and good luck.
And we do thank our Fox 35 Orlando team for this continuous coverage after a tornado touchdown in Seminole County, Florida, right over the Fox 35 studios. This is what one of the anchors, Amy Kaufeld, shared via the social media platform X. And you're taking a look at a semi-tractor trailer that flipped over in the tornado, the driver, and they were sharing that live interview with him. He is okay. He was actually sitting in the semi-truck waiting for the storm to pass. She says when the winds picked his truck up and tipped it onto its side, that live interview that we shared with you, he was with his dog, both thankfully okay as we continue our breaking news coverage. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break and be right back.
occupying.
Talk to me a little bit about just preparing for a tornado. I mean, you just never know what's going to happen. It happens so fast. Just how scary it is for these residents. And obviously, when a tornado hits, it's really only in like a designated area. It only hits hard like one spot, basically.
That is correct. It didn't. This was kind of a touchdown-looking event. You'll have to, consult the weather people, then, see what really happened. But the residents did say that it happened very quickly. They received their alert Seminole that said "Seek shelter now." They sheltered in place, and we only had that one major damaged.
And why do you think it's so important to have those, alerts on their phones? Because without them, who knows?
Well, if that had been the event had been much bigger and it had, stayed on the ground a little bit longer, reached several more houses, then it would have been imperative that the people had been sheltered in place correctly, or there could have been a lot of injuries.
What kind of structure was it? Can you describe the house for us?
It was a two-story residential structure, wood frame. These houses are very large on this side of Markham Woods Road, and it's been in the area for a while. It's an older establishment.
You had mentioned they're lucky to be alive because they were or were not inside the house.
They were inside of the house. The house did collapse around them. They as well had received the alert Seminole and sheltered in place in the
Had they been anywhere in the house besides where they were?
Apparently, if we look at the structure is completely damaged except for the corner that they were in. So they're very lucky to be in the position they're in right now.
And looking around the other parts of the neighborhood, what can you describe?
And again, I see lots and lots of trees down, a lot of debris. There's, pieces of roof, shingles, trees, parts of cars, garage doors. So there was a significant amount of minor damage as well.
It's a private neighborhood we're talking about where you were?
Yes.
Okay. And the roadways are cleared? Are they blocked off?
The roadways are blocked off. Blue Iris is completely blocked off. Please don't try to gain access to that neighborhood right now. We still have crews working, clearing roadways, and the power company is working on down power lines.
This caught a lot of you by surprise.
We did receive a tornado warning earlier in the day. They put us on a tornado warning early, and then the tornado happened in the middle of that warning.
Came quickly.
Yes.
Have you checked in with the family recently? How's the family doing?
Everybody seems to be doing well. They were able to get some of their stuff out of the house, and we assisted them in that, and they are going to be staying with neighbors for the time being. But
are they doing all right considering?
They seem to be doing very well.
What can you tell us about the house now? Is it going to be demolished?
The building inspectors are looking at it, but just by looking at it, they will have to start from the ground up.
Red Cross or anyone assisting the family?
We haven't got any word from the Red Cross yet. We did contact Red Cross to see if they needed, would get some people here to assist.
Approximate age of the house?
I'm guessing probably 30 years old.
I think there's another press conference happening at noon. We just got an email from Doreen from Seminole County Fire Department. I guess it's Director of Emergency Management, Assistant Chief of Special Operations, Fire Department, and Sheriff's Office.
So we'll probably be back in there.
You all prepare for so many situations, countless. What's it like mentally to go from, tornado warning to tornado down to house down? Like, what's that process like?
Well, we prepare for this a lot. We have special operations teams that are specially trained in structural collapse in case we would have had to shore up the building and make an entry in and rescue somebody that was trapped. All of our firefighters, all of our employees are very well trained in going from 0 to 100 in seconds. So this is, another day for us.
Chief Zellers, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so listening in there, Seminole County Fire at that news conference, just giving us a briefing of what they have experienced. And again, Amanda McKenzie has been at that home right along Markham Woods Drive, where 80% of the house is gone.
Yeah, and you saw the extensive damage with the lanai. Let's check in with Amanda right now and see what the latest is where she's at. I mean, things have calmed down, but the damage behind you is incredible.
Oh, we've been getting a tour from a nice guy named Bob. He just spoke with us on camera about all of the debris in his yard. And this is the backyard where you can see what's left of the pool and the screen enclosure. It's a huge mess. And be careful because there are exposed nails around here and a lot of debris from the trees around here. He tells us that this area in the back used to look nothing like this. It was only pine trees, and they have pretty much all been snapped in half at this point. So if you can walk this way, you can start to see some of the path that this tornado took coming down this patio here. You can see how many trees have been snapped in half, broken off. There have been trees going all the way down the street with debris. There was a trampoline that was thrown from one yard and into another, wrapped around other trees. A lot of damage to take in and a lot of shingles missing from roofs. We are checking in with more neighbors. The good news is so far we continue to hear that everyone is safe. A lot of folks heeded the warnings, sought shelter, and were able to get into their safe place with enough time. They said the whole ordeal lasted seconds, maybe 30 seconds at most, but so much damage was done in that short amount of time. So the cleanup is going to take a lot longer to deal with. So we'll keep showing you more areas throughout Markham Woods Road.
Wow, it's just incredible. Amanda, thanks. And we need to get back to Brooks because he's saying we're not really out of the woods with some of this.
Right, so let's get right over to him. He's in the Storm Center. Brooks?
Yeah, good morning here. So we've got a brand new warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is in effect until 11:45 for Orange County. And now let's stop the loop, show you the latest on this one. This storm is associated with the line that produced the tornado earlier, but this one is not showing signs of rotation. It is showing signs of the potential for damaging straight line winds. Right now it's located over East Lake Tahoe as well as North Lake Tahoe in the Kissimmee area, and it's heading toward the east at a clip of about 30 miles an hour. And in doing so, it could easily produce not just damaging wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour, but it could lay down well over an inch of rain in short order. So the rain's extremely heavy with this cell. Let's get a look at any rotation happening. We don't see that with this, but there is a triple threat to talk about. Half-inch hail, the wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, and rainfall rates, which are surpassing 2 inches per hour. There's winds right now being detected based on our radar source at the surface of between 30 and roughly 50 miles per hour. But it's important to note that it's very common that what goes up in a storm must come down. And the very nature of a thunderstorm is that it involves rising air. And then when the warm, moist air rises high into the cloud, it gains its own density. And as the cloud continues to load with updrafts and moisture and rain, it almost becomes like a bowling ball. What goes up must come down, and it comes down with its own density. So you can get these downdrafts, these downbursts that can create wind that once it hits the surface can go one way here and one way there, almost at times mimicking tornado damage, while tornado damage very specifically has kind of a radial pattern to the damage. So that's what we look for to determine if it was straight line winds or tornadoes. This one does not look to be a tornado threat, but it is a severe thunderstorm threat, and this is going to be right over the turnpike from Campbell to Kissimmee over to East Lake Tahoe. No debris to be reported because we're not looking at that kind of a storm. As far as velocity goes, there's no rotation being detected with this, but there is a lot of rain, and this is the back edge of what ultimately will be a cold front that will soon scour across the region, and in doing so bring it into this weather for an afternoon that will feature sunshine breaking out and a gusty wind. Now, it's really important to reiterate here that in areas that were impacted by the tornado and by potential damage from severe thunderstorms, limbs that get pulled down or limbs that are half down, we're going to start catching wind gusts behind this front coming in from the west-northwest, exceeding 30 to 40 miles per hour at times this afternoon. And that could throw some of that debris around. If you're operating, doing any cleanup adjacent to a roof or an office building, you can see this tree here on the right-hand side leaned up against the house. Wind gusts like that can kind of shift things around and might bring it down. So we have to be extremely careful now with the aftermath and the cleanup. And I have to say as well, if you've lost power and you are using a generator, make sure you place that generator at least 30 to 50 feet if you can with an extension cord away from your house, because with the way the winds blow and everything, you don't want to have the fumes coming in. Never run a generator in a garage. A lot of times after hurricanes and significant tornadoes like this one, there can be fatalities that happen after the event, hours after, days after, from folks running generators and from danger with debris. So you're seeing all the debris there on the right-hand side from this live storm survey right now, and we've got a live severe thunderstorm warning in progress right now with the potential of winds gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour. Right now, as these winds whip over Lake Tahoe, they're going to be running into St. Cloud. So if you're watching from St. Cloud, this will be a place to be really careful here for the next half hour or so around Rummel Road, East 10th, and also 13th Street, anywhere along the East Lakeshore Boulevard. And then back through Kissimmee, we're catching wind gusts right now that are exceeding about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So it's something we can't handle there, but that's just based on this current radar scan. It's certainly possible that we have some areas catching heavier rain than that and heavier winds than that at any one given time. So putting this map in motion, we're going to see our future motion of this going east-northeast. So essentially, even though the cold front's coming through from the northwest, this is going to be going up toward Christmas, south of Bithlo, and also into Titusville. Also something to watch out for as we look at some of the rotation with these storms. While there's nothing rotating at this point, because we've had a history in this system as a whole, this cold front of rotating thunderstorms, we'll have to watch storms here along the periphery of this boundary, which extends from Polk County all the way into Volusia County.
All right, so this is the very latest from Brooks Gardner, one of the meteorologists at Fox 35, as they're keeping a very close eye on some thunderstorms. No tornado warnings in effect, but if you're just joining us, I wanted to play out this video of the tornado as it was touching down. This is right over the Fox 35 Orlando area. Let's listen and look.
Live camera of a tornado, which could be passing by our station right now. Okay, there's debris. We've got debris on. Okay, take shelter. Everybody in the Fox 35 building, get to your safe space under your desk if you're not in a designated area. We're catching debris right now on the roof. Debris is on the roof right now. We're hearing, you can see the debris flying there on the camera. This is a tornado. Seek shelter immediately. Get under your desks, guys. Anchors under the desks. Everybody get on the desks. Okay, that was it. We're still in the debris zone. Everybody get in. Everybody get in the studio. Come on in, guys. Okay, we got power flickering out. That's a tornado. This is a confirmed tornado. National Weather Service, if you're listening, this is a confirmed tornado. Right over the Lake Mary studios. This is heading into Lake Mary and Sanford right now. Get below the ground level. Sorry, get to the ground level, an interior room away now.
All right, so incredibly tense moments right there. We were witnessing this happening just moments ago, a confirmed tornado passing over the Fox 35 Orlando studios. You heard meteorologist Brooks Gardner telling everyone to shelter in place, getting under the desks. And we have been sharing that live coverage as everyone is assessing the damage right now. Tractor trailers flipping over with people inside, damaged homes. So far, no reported injuries. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Continuing that coverage after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to monitor the very latest out of Central Florida after a tornado confirmed to have touched down near the Fox 35 Orlando station. No reported injuries as of yet, but extensive damage. Meanwhile, I did also want to share this live look with you. This is out of New York, Long Island specifically, as in just a matter of moments, we are expecting to hear from officials giving an update on the brush fire arson investigation. An arson investigation is underway on Long Island after a series of brush fires over the weekend injured at least 2 firefighters as flames consumed hundreds of acres in Suffolk County. So we are expecting to hear the very latest from them. But according to Fox 5 New York, the very latest is that the last remaining fire of the 4 brush fires that started on the edge of the Hamptons was 100% contained as of yesterday. However, crews still on scene last night, knocking out hot spots to prevent the fire from flaring back up. There are dry and windy weather conditions that kicked back up on Sunday. So, of course, everyone's keeping a very close eye on those weather conditions. Now, according to officials, the fires appear to be fueled by a combination of low humidity and gusty winds. That started on Saturday afternoon, burning over 600 acres. No residential properties were impacted, but several commercial buildings did have significant damage. And then there were 2 firefighters who were injured as well. All right, so we did want to share the very latest out of that with you, as we are going to continue our live coverage. As soon as we get anyone at the podium, we, of course, will bring that to you. In the meantime, we're going to turn back to our Fox 35 Orlando team as they continue their coverage on the confirmed tornado.
I chuckle because out of personal experience, I had this mistake. I've stepped on a nail before, sticking on one of those 2x4s and damage, and it went right through my foot. It was not fun. It was a quick trip to get a tetanus shot. So be careful. Look where you're walking, and that's true for everybody. You know, I know we're walking around in flip-flops here in Central Florida, but if you live in a neighborhood where this damage has happened, think about glass, think about debris and boards, and if there's any power lines, don't go anywhere near them. They could be.
All right, so this is our Fox 35 Orlando coverage of that tornado that touched down earlier this morning. However, I did want to pivot, as we do see that there was someone at the podium there on Long Island, and we were seeing and hearing from them right now. I'm not going to take that shot because it looked like they just walked away. So we're going to monitor that live stream, bringing you the arson investigation latest as it does happen.
That is not happening, and one of the reasons is that the upper level dynamics that would be required to produce that strong rotation may be weakening a little bit as the storm system moves northeast, the parent storm system, and out of our region. But future radar, and that's what this is future radar, is doing a great job analyzing where this batch of rain goes and when it gets there. And it looks like it'll be about 12:30 to 1 before our main line of storms clears Brevard County and into South Florida, maybe later than that. So if you're traveling down the Florida Turnpike or heading down to Miami, a heads up. Right now, we've still got some heavy rain, but fortunately, we're not looking at anything that would require a warning, but that could change. One of the things we look at carefully in these situations is the intensity. Is it producing hail? What does our triple threat look like? That is wind, rain, rainfall rates. That is, we're getting hail about a ½ inch, possible 2 inches per hour rainfall rates, and wind gusts, which could exceed in places over, at this moment in time anyway, about 40 miles an hour. So we look at these things to determine the severity, and you really have to have winds that are approaching 60 miles per hour for it to be classified as severe. But when you see that tornado damage, I mean, that is telling. I'll tell you that. I mean, when you see structures where, you know, 3/4 of it has been collapsed, walls have fallen, I mean, those could easily be wind gusts well over 130 miles per hour. So it'll be interesting just as far as like Florida weather history to get the official determination from the National Weather Service to see just how strong this tornado was. Was it an EF1? Was it an EF2? That's certainly all in play. I'll look out there at some of our weather cameras around the region. We've got gray skies. It continues to look ominous. As far as alerts right now from our Fox weather alert system, everything is quiet, Ryan and Amy, so that is good news for now, but we are standing to watch this until this line of storms clears Brevard County, probably shortly before 1 p.m.
All right, Brooks, great work. This all took place about 9:40, so we're now 2 hours into this.
Yeah, we actually time-stamped it because we were under the anchor desk when this thing was hitting, and it was frightening from inside of our studios. You can imagine what these folks experienced who are out living in these homes. And Amanda McKenzie is joining us now. She is live near one of the scenes of where we believe a tornado severely damaged a house.
That's right. So we made our way back 1 block over back to Misty Morn Place here in Longwood, and it is roped off with the yellow tape here so that the Seminole County Fire Department and other first responders can tend to what is necessary right now. And you can see they're putting together a drone so that they can better survey the damage that was done around here. We were on the other side of the street looking at these homes from the backyard perspective, and we noticed a lot of these homes are missing their backyards. They're missing their lanais, their screen enclosures. So they have a lot of damage done from this tornado. There were pine trees snapped in half. We saw trees falling onto different structures like a barn or a garage port. We spoke to several neighbors who described what it was like to ride out the storm. They say it all happened so fast, really just a matter of 30 seconds in order to have all of this damage done. And they said it did sound like a train coming through. They said it's something that they were told their entire lives, and sure enough, that held true. One man even told me about how he tried to stuff his dogs into the pantry when he heard the storm coming through, and the dogs were barking, freaking out, not wanting to go in there. But you know, there's something special about dogs. They have a sixth sense about this kind of weather phenomenon. So I think they figured out where they needed to be and where they would feel safest. But the good news is so far we continue to hear that no one was injured despite the severe damage done to the homes down this street. And it's going to be a while until we really know the extent of all the damage. A lot of roofs are going to potentially need replacing, repairing, and a lot of debris that has to be removed as power lines are also compromised during this power outage in this area. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, great look there. And it's something they have to send the drone up because that's going to give them the best vantage point of how much damage was done.
Yeah, you can imagine. Even if you just have a little bit of damage to your roof, if any water gets into your home, that is a major problem.
Yeah.
So
just imagine some of these homeowners that may have left at 8 o'clock this morning, and they're going to come back if they don't know already that they've had that damage.
Yeah. Let's check in now on the timeline of what this looked like. This is our time-lapse video from our studios here at Fox 35. And as you heard Ryan mention, about 9:40, exactly 2 hours ago, is when we were in the thick of this storm here at our studios in Lake Mary. And you could just see this weather as it is brushing through. And Ryan has another perspective from the ground from in his vehicle where you see a car pull into the parking lot. And then within seconds of that car pulling in, you can see that storm. It almost becomes whiteout conditions.
It goes from a rainy where it's just starting to rain a little bit to where you can't even see 10 seconds later. And I'm guessing whoever pulled their car and just sat there and waited this out, because that's how quickly you can see the flag going and how quickly things unraveled. About 15 seconds is what it took.
Yeah, we actually got under the anchor desk. A lot of folks who were out in the other parts of the building came into the studio because this is the safest part of our building here, the interior part of the building, just to take shelter and cover because we could hear the trees, limbs coming down and landing on the roof.
Yeah, we were in the newsroom right now. We have a temporary newsroom, which is right along I-4 with windows. And at first, you heard things hitting the windows, and it obviously got your attention. Then within about 10 seconds, you realized this was much worse, and it felt like a tornado at that point.
Yeah, and this is, we've rode out a lot of hurricanes together over our time working here at Fox 35. This is the first time we've ever experienced a tornado in this building.
It is. The person that lost their lanai today, the home that was damaged, they've probably been through how many hurricanes, and who knows if they've had any damage. But in this case, it's just so random, and it targets that house and in different areas of Markham Woods.
It also shows the huge difference in how a tornado affects, homes versus how a hurricane impacts homes, right? It takes a very powerful hurricane to cause a lot of damage to a house, but it doesn't take much of a tornado. And this one, they believe maybe an EF0 and EF1, which on the Fujita scale seems not so big, right? But it can cause great damage.
And I think anyone that's grown up in the north, they've dealt with tornadoes versus hurricanes, and to some degree, tornadoes are scary because you don't have the warning. Not that hurricanes we've been through the worst of those, but you at least have some warning right now. I mean, just look at some of the damage, the trees that are down, and this is in the same area, the Longwood area, which again is probably about within 5 or 6 miles of our station is where a lot of this damage is.
All right, so we do thank our Fox 35 Orlando team as they are in continuous coverage after a tornado confirmed to have touched down in Seminole County, as they mentioned, passing right over the Fox 35 Orlando station. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. We are following breaking news out of the Supreme Court, as the very latest is the Supreme Court has now agreed in a case from Colorado to decide whether state and local governments can enforce laws banning conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children. Now, the conservative-led court is taking up this case as President Trump has sought to ban transgendered people from the military and also end federal funding for gender-affirming care for transgender minors. The justices have also heard arguments in a Tennessee case over whether state bans on treating transgender minors violate the Constitution, although they have yet to issue a decision on that case. Colorado is among roughly half the states that prohibit the practice of trying to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity through counseling. The issue is whether the law violates the speech rights of counselors. Defenders of these laws argue that they regulate the conduct of professionals who are licensed by the state. Now, the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver upheld the state law. The 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta has struck down local bans in Florida. Now, in 2023, the court had turned away a similar challenge despite a split among federal appeals courts that had weighed state bans and come to differing decisions. At the time, 3 justices, Justices Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas, said that they would have taken on the issue. It takes 4 justices to grant review. The 9-member court does not typically reveal how justices vote at this stage of a case, so it is unclear who might have provided the 4th vote. The case will be argued in the court's new term that begins in October. The appeal on behalf of a counselor in Colorado Springs was filed by Alliance Defending Freedom, the conservative legal organization that has appeared frequently at the court in recent years in cases involving such high-profile social issues. One of the cases was a 5-4 decision in 2018 in which the justices ruled that California could not force state-licensed anti-abortion crisis pregnancy centers to provide information about abortion. Now, the counselor's attorneys leaned heavily on that decision when asking the court to take up her case, writing that the counselor doesn't seek to cure clients of same-sex attractions or to change clients' sexual orientation. In arguing for the court to reject the appeals, lawyers for Colorado wrote that lawmakers acted to regulate professional conduct, quote, based on overwhelming evidence that efforts to change a child's sexual orientation or gender identity are safe and ineffective. So we did want to share the very latest breaking news from the Supreme Court, as it will take up state bans on conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children in a Colorado case. We are going to continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We do have an event that we do want to get to, taking us out to Long Island, and they are going to be talking about the investigation into brush fires that started over the weekend. There is now an active arson investigation. They were speaking a little bit earlier about another topic, so we're just going to dip into that and see if in case they are speaking about the investigation.
Today and celebrate this great momentous occasion with this beautiful plant that we have here. And I want to end by saying something that you hear on many occasions from our county executive. Once in a while I have to steal some of his stuff because it's pretty good. And he says a lot that we are charged with leaving our communities better than how we found them. And this project and the future clean water that it's going to create, along with many future projects that we have on tap in Suffolk County, is going to go a long way in achieving that goal. So I want to thank again all those involved in achieving this milestone. And again, it's a great day here in the Forge River area. So thank you. So in talking about our civic leaders, we did mention some of our elected officials. I don't want to miss anyone, but we do have two members here from the Mastic Park Civic Association, John Cisignano and Clara McManus. I saw Frank Fugarino from the Pattasquash Creek Civic Association with us as well. We have our president of Chamber of Commerce, Shirley Mastic, Frank Montanez. And I think those are all that showed. We had a long list. Some of them not able to be here because they're working or what have you during the day. But again, if it was not for the efforts of these civic leaders, as well as some past civic leaders, we would not be here today. So thank you, County Executive, for putting this together today.
Thank you. We have our Commissioner of Public Works, and all of our sewer operations come under the Department of Public Works. Charlie, please.
I choose to believe that everyone is here for sewers and not to talk about the fires. You know, no one is more excited than me. I started my career at sewers on Long Island.
All right, so we're listening in there as Long Island officials are speaking about a number of topics. I did want to just dip into that because we are expecting them to give an update on the brush fire arson investigation at this point in time. It does appear that they're still speaking about the sewer treatment plant update. We are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to monitor that live event. As soon as they give an update on the arson investigation into those brush fires, we will transition back to that. I was listening in to the briefing happening right now out of Long Island. It does appear that there is a new speaker right here. They're going to be giving an update on the brush fire arson investigation. Earlier, they were talking about sewage. Let's listen in to see what they're talking about right now.
Deputy County Executive Jennifer Youngs. Jennifer.
Thank you. This is really very inspirational for me. I've been at this job for 14 months. I've been fighting for clean water as an attorney on Long Island for 25 years. And this is a temple, basically, to how the future of Suffolk County should look. Together with all the help that, folks like our county executive and the staff that works with DPW and the staff at Department of Health.
All right, so they're still talking about the sewage treatment plant, not yet talking about the ongoing brush fire arson investigation. As we do await for that to happen, we're going to transition back to our Fox 35 coverage as a confirmed tornado touched down in Central Florida.
I don't know if anybody's listening to this who lives around Premier and Lake Mary Boulevard, but my apartment complex had some debris in it when I woke up this morning, and I was kind of confused where it came from, and now I clearly know where it came from as the tornado crossed day 4. But I'm on, let me look at the road, Blue Iris Place, and I just talked to the homeowner who lost their home, and I can tell you, unfortunately, their home is a total loss. The roof is gone, all of the walls caved in. There's only a half of one wall left. It's kind of disheartening because hearing them talk, they don't want to be on TV right now, but they're okay. I mean, obviously they're shaken, but it's just the visual of this one little street is like a war zone. I don't know how much you've got on. I can barely get a signal out because I walked here from down the street, but this is clearly a briefly significant tornado where this street is. I mean, it's only maybe like 3 or 4 houses that got leveled. 1 leveled and 2 that are very significantly damaged. But it's just unbelievable that how bad it is. Nobody here got injured.
I agree, Noah. I mean, the thing about a day like this is that before a lot of these folks went to work this morning, it was just kind of a breezy, mild Monday morning with the weather impact day. And just a few hours later, they're going to come home to this. Insurance claims, debris, fallen lanais, and as you saw in some of those homes are actually essentially kind of leveled. And goodness, I hope nobody was in there. I hope everybody's okay.
So they were in there, yeah.
And I didn't catch that. Were they okay as far as how they came through? Were there any injuries?
Miraculously, Brooks, they don't even have a scratch. I mean, I don't know where they were in the hallway of their house, which I don't know how they don't have a scratch, but it's remarkable.
Well, it's another reinforcement that finding shelter inside your home in an interior room away from windows on the lowest floor is critical in these situations, right?
Yeah, for sure. And one last thought for you, Brooks, is my signal, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but on Blue Iris Place, across the street, the house untouched. You would never, if I faced this way, you would never know there was a tornado on the other side of the street. It's unbelievable.
Incredible. It's lucky for that house, and it feels unfair from the perspective of the person that lost everything. And this is just one of those moments that reminds you of just how fickle it all is. We're looking at a picture you took here, Noah, of it looks like some downed live oak trees being silhouetted by what looks like maybe a 2-story yellow wood slat home that looks like at least the second floor has part of the roof ripped off, or maybe part of the level ripped off. There's insulation, which is very common after tornadoes, stuck in the trees. It seems like the insulation blows out immediately and gets stuck into everything. It looks like those trees have been broken halfway up the limb, leaving behind the smell of freshly cut wood and insulation, that musty smell of insulation. It just looks like a real mess. And just to reiterate, Noah, as you're walking around surveying this stuff, just make sure you don't step on a nail, because that's one of those things that if you're looking up and you're not looking down, that could get you.
Yeah, Duke Energy's here in the Seminole County just sent a huge caterpillar down the road to, it looks like, try to scoop some of the debris out of the road to get more emergency vehicles down. But Yeah, it's crazy, Brooks, because it crossed Markham Woods Road, and on the other side of Markham Woods Road, it maybe only looks like E of 0 damage. You know, it's not that bad. Then you cross the road, and it's maybe like one home. It's one home that is leveled, and then several others that are significantly damaged. And it's just this small path of. It went from brief little looks like weak funnel to, wow.
It's shocking as well when you look at the wind history of Seminole County. The strongest hurricane ever to hit Seminole County was Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, and it hit the county as a Cat 2. So you had sustained winds routinely gusting over 100 miles an hour. We recently had Hurricane Ian a couple of years ago, Hurricane Milton to follow last year, and a lot of these trees were untouched with just some limbs down. But now they're completely over, down to the root ball, and not to mention the damage to these homes. So it's also a reminder that the reason we track tornadoes so carefully is that while there's not a widespread damage, the isolated damage is so compact but so severe compared to a more widespread straight line wind type damage. And it's just one of the things where you really can't even tell. I mean, these pictures look dramatic. But look at that tree down. I mean, there's a huge tree down. I don't know if that's like a laurel oak or a live oak. But when you see it in person, it's even worse because just the scale of things and what's lost in translation through the lens versus the reality, because there's the visceral experience of, it's just a very, like an olfactory experience. Like everything is releasing smell. It sounds weird to say like that, but if you've ever been to a demolition site, right, the smell of lumber and all of it.
Yeah, one thing, Brooks, I guess to share to people, I mean, I'm not going to lie, this is kind of, the house that's leveled is next to the house I sent you guys the picture of, so you can't really see it. There's one that's out of the view of that picture, I think. But somebody asked, because I was at my apartment complex, because there was some pieces of limbs and mailboxes.
With emergency management here in Seminole County. Our emergency operations center has been active for about 3 to 4 hours now, about 3.5 hours, as a potential tornado came through the Seminole County area, the Markham Woods area, Longwood, and Lake Mary. The National Weather Service has arrived on scene. They are doing an assessment right now to see what we exactly experienced. The way they do that is they look at the damage in the trees, see if there's anything twisted, the home damage, and then identify based on damage what the strength of the event is. So whether it was straight line winds or it was a tornado. I've been through a couple of the neighborhoods back there, and it certainly looks like something that we've experienced here before.
All right, so thanks to our Fox 35 Orlando team for this continuing coverage of a tornado. No reported injuries as of yet, but I do want to transition to this. This is a live look right here out of Long Island as officials are now giving an update on the brush fire arson investigation. 2 firefighters injured over the weekend. Let's listen in.
Where most of the pine barrens are on the north side of Sunrise Highway and would have created a real problem. If anyone saw any of those pictures, the black clouds and the clouds from the fire could be seen from Connecticut. They were ominous. I mean, I had a call from Supervisor Brookhaven. He thought the county center was on fire. It was huge. And it threatened to get huger. And we were very, very concerned. It did not jump Sunrise Highway, but the fire did jump County Road 31, which is West Hampton Riverhead Road. That's the road that Dobreski Airport is on. It jumped that, and we were very concerned for a time that we would have to evacuate the air base and the industrial park around that. I cannot tell you what a humbling experience it is when you're in need of help, when the fires are burning, and you see one fire truck after another pull up, and people from all over this county rushing into danger to stop this fire. We had 80 fire departments respond from Suffolk County. We had 10 EMS units respond from Suffolk County. I got a call from the county executive of Nassau County who sent equipment out which fortunately we didn't have to deploy. They stayed ready, though, at our fire academy. I got a call from Mayor Adams, New York City, to ask, can the city help? I got a call, obviously several calls, from the governor, who sent all type of help. Not only our DEC commissioner, but our forest rangers, our park police, our state police, and our DEC was out there helping around the clock. Thank you, State of New York. And I got a call from the White House. Now, this is so humbling because you're watching the fires destroy our pine barrens. And I've served on the Pine Barrens Commission for 12 years and care about them and watch them burn. And when people are calling to say, how can I help? It made all the difference. It's why this fire did not become the fire of '95, which burned for 7 days. Man, probably longer. Rudy would know. But it is a fire that we were able to contain. Fire started Saturday at 1 o'clock. And by really 1 o'clock on Sunday, it was mostly contained, and there were just hot spots. I cannot thank so many partners. We had helicopters and drones up that were doing live video feeds with our firefighters on the ground to know where those hot spots were. We had the National Guard dropping water, picking up water in the bay and dropping it on the fires where needed. Without the combined efforts of everyone involved, we would not have been able to stop this fire. And by the way, we have water mains along County Road 31, and they worked. The hydrants there, unlike California, worked. So thank you, Suffolk County Water Authority, which is an independent from Suffolk County government, but a great group of people. So this was a fire that could have been far more serious than it was. I know the police department and our fire marshals take this seriously. They'll talk later. They're looking at the origin of this fire. The police department and our commissioners here will tell you we have 25 detectives looking at this to make sure that we know how this fire started and the origins of this fire. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our DEC commissioner and then to the guy that directed our firefighters, our Commissioner of Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Services, Rudy Sunderman. So I cannot thank him and his staff for their efforts and thank all the volunteer firefighters and EMS workers that showed up. When you have an emergency, when it's a desperate time, in a desperate hour, and people come and say, let me help you. I am so thankful to our firefighters. And with that, our DEC commissioner.
Thank you, County Executive. You know, Governor Hochul immediately jumped into action and directed a multi-agency response to ensure that we were here on the ground supporting the local communities to help combat this fire. First, I really want to express just deep gratitude to Rudy for his excellent leadership, as well as the West Hampton Fire Chief, who's not here today, but did an excellent job really making sure that this fire was well under control and quickly. Importantly, of course, DEC sprung into action with a lot of our team here in the region, as well as our forest rangers, helping to support this fire. I'm really pleased to report that it is 100% contained with a hard line. We're remaining vigilant to ensure that we are continuing to do patrols, ensuring that we are addressing any hotspots as they come up. But we've really seen incredible progress, and that's really due to the incredible coordination of the local communities, as well as the many state agencies that were on the ground to ensure that we are available to assist. Governor Hochul has also directed that the New York State burn ban, which generally takes into effect on March 16th, takes effect immediately on places like Long Island, where we're seeing a heightened risk of fire. So really want to urge Long Island residents to be fire safe, make sure that you are complying with that burn ban, make sure that we are really minimizing our risk of fire as we continue to see high winds, relatively low humidity, and other conditions that make this region really a little bit more prone to the fire risk generally that we're seeing this season. But we're making sure that we are actually putting those restrictions in place now rather than waiting until the middle of the month. We're going to continue to be on scene. We're going to continue to support the community. Our forest rangers and DEC operational crew remain on site, are continuing to work with the local communities, and will be here to assist with really the full containment as this week continues. So thank you again. I'll turn it over to Rudy, and just want to again express my gratitude for his leadership, and of course for welcoming me as we arrived on the scene over this weekend. So thank you very much.
So, as the DEC commissioner said, the partnership is very important, but, as the county executive also said, it's the local volunteer fire and EMS agencies that come together, and the partnership between all levels of government that really makes it a successful event. And the fires, as you heard, are 100% contained in the West Hampton Pines fire, which we just determined a short time ago. So it's really important to know that. So, this morning we had our local fire department, our DEC heavy machinery, our rangers, and our county DPW working together to continue that containment, which just recently occurred, and they're going to continue over the next few days working on the hot spots, which is important. We are now headed over to the Eastport fire, which did occur on that same day around 1 p.m. And we're going to handle that area, and we're going to put a containment on that fire as well, which the fire department in Eastport responded to 20 alarms over the weekend, as you know, in that area, and it's burnt over 33 acres. So we're going to be over there today working on that area, working closely with the DEC, the forest rangers, and their heavy equipment, and the county DPW. So we're headed over to the Eastport area right now. My staff and the teams are all working together to prepare for that. As you heard the DEC commissioner say, that statewide ban is very important. We ask our residents in Suffolk County to please practice fire safety. That's the message today, that we have to practice fire safety. And again, I really thank the partnership, as the county executive and the DEC commissioner said. It's that local fire chief in West Hampton to every fire chief and EMS volunteer. Thank you for their hard work this last weekend. Really made it a successful event. Thank you.
We're listening in here to an update on the brush fire arson investigation out of Long Island, New York. We are going to have to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our live coverage after that. We continue our live coverage out of Long Island, New York, where officials are giving an update on the brush fire arson investigation.
Are in a direct line with the strong northwest wind that was blowing that day, and it is believed that the embers from each fire traveled and continuously started more fires. So that is the operating theory right now. We still have a couple of things to do. We want to interview every 911 caller. We want to run down every Crime Stoppers lead just to rule every possibility out. But we feel very, very strongly, again, that this is an accidental fire, and it was started as a result of, that initial Cosine fire.
And we have 25 detectives.
Yes, and as the county executive said, we have 25 detectives still working on this, running down all of those leads, and we will have that completely done by the end of the day today. But again, this theory, it makes perfect sense. That day, if we remember, the wind was very similar to the wind today, but much stronger, but the same direction. And the subsequent fires started as a result of that wind driving the embers and the flames in that direction.
What's Cosine?
Cosine is a location. It's a possible.
Road that runs both north and south of Sunrise Highway in the Santa Mauritius Mataville area.
But that fire, that s'mores fire, did not get out of control, or did it?
The s'mores fire had to be put out by the local fire department, so Santa Mauritius Fire Department put that out.
And was that at somebody's house?
It was in the backyard of a location, yeah.
And that happened Saturday morning, correct?
Yes.
It was put out, but you believe the embers spread?
Yes.
So reignited.
Right. Winds will do that. Heavy winds will do that.
What was that, Keith?
400. Approximately 400.
In West Hampton.
West Hampton.
But overall,
fire,
probably
right?
closer to 600.
It's our latest. You can. Our latest, most accurate number is 420. That we don't expect that to change very much, maybe around 5 to 10 acres. Of course, there were a couple of extra fires as we're talking about. So as County Executive has talked about 600, we believe at the West Hampton we're at about 420 acres.
And Commissioner, may I just ask you, yesterday we were talking about the invasive southern pine beetle and how bad it is further east in East Hampton. Do you believe it contributed to the problems with these fires?
We don't see that the southern pine beetle was a contributor to this fire. Usually what will happen is that, unfortunately, pine beetle does kill trees, and then that is what actually causes some additional fuel for fires. We don't believe that that was a contributor to this fire specifically. Of course, it is an important issue that we all want to stay vigilant on and continue to partner to seek to address, but not a specific issue for this fire.
Can we talk with the emergency? There were 4 fires we were talking about burning on Saturday. Is it correct to say that at this point we're at 100% containment for those 4 fires, or is there one remaining? Can you clarify?
Eastport is still remaining.
So Eastport is 33 acres of what we see, and I'll actually let Rudy speak to it specifically. Do you want to come up?
So on the Eastport fire, which is 33 acres, we are deploying the DEC team along with our local fire department is over there and some county support, and we are working on the containment of that right now. It does have 2 road barriers around it, which does help partially with the containment, so we'll just continue the rest of it with containment, and hopefully by the end of the day that will have the containment as well. But remember, we will be working on hot spots throughout the day and throughout the week on both of those fires as we're speaking about.
So for terminology,
So containment is when we go around the perimeter of the fire, and that means
So it can't spread.
It can't spread.
I understand that. So that's a clear job.
No, right now it's a lot of hot spots that we're dealing with in the Eastport area as right now.
So I just want to think in simple terms for our viewers. So 3 fires are contained. 1 fire you're still working on hot spots, correct? And across the board, on all 4, the flames are still fully knocked out.
Yeah, there's no flames anywhere at all at any of the fires right now. Correct.
And just going forward, can you or the DEC commission talk about, there's no rain in the forecast for the rest of the week. What concerns do you have, and can you give just a little more detail about the burn ban? What are maybe the 3 top things that you should not do during this time?
Don't cook s'mores.
No, I think fire safety best practices we could tell you. You know, the open burn thing is, you know, when you have your fire pit, you have to make sure your small fire pit that you have, or your chimney, is that it's extinguished before you go in for the night, right? You don't put your fire pit up against your house, right? Those are like best practices. Your cigarette, if somebody's a cigarette smoker, we're not throwing it out our window and we're extinguishing our cigarette the proper way. Like, both best practices should be kept. That's the important. So it's basic fire safety that we've been teaching. We learn when we're in kindergarten and the fire department comes to your local, you know, school and talks about fire safety practices. Those are the things that we ask everybody to just practice now, since this burn ban is out there, that we want everybody to use best practices. That's the important part of overall.
And was there anything particular about the s'mores fire that they did wrong, or
I don't. It's under the investigation with the Suffolk County PD. I don't have information on that alone.
But I mean,
Commissioner, I don't know. I don't.
Let the police commissioner.
No, I think that all of the fire departments did a phenomenal job. I think the weather was a contributing factor here that nobody could really account for. And, you know, it's very possible that they put that fire out completely, which we believe that they did. But those embers had already crossed Sunrise Highway and were smoldering on the other side and eventually lit. So, no, I don't think that anybody could blame any of the fire departments. They did a very admirable job.
just making s'mores in your backyard. I mean, everybody does that. So.
Well, so the s'mores, they weren't able to make their s'mores that morning. What happened was they gave up on the s'mores, but the fire subsequently lit. They were unaware of it, and by the time they were aware of it, it was a full-blown fire. So that's when the Seminole County Fire Department responded to put it out. But unfortunately, some of it had probably escaped already.
Mary?
Yeah, the winds that day in West Hampton gusted up to 45 miles an hour.
Can you clarify how many fires that s'mores fire started then?
Oh, we think the s'mores fire started all of them. I mean, one fire starts, another fire starts, another fire starts, another fire. Well, they're all in that direct line of the wind, of that northwest wind.
East Eastport, West Hampton.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
And if I may, just quickly on fire safety. So since the question was asked, so really importantly in this burn ban, do not burn debris. Don't burn your leaves, any of the debris in your yard. Do not do that. Do not burn your garbage. Make sure you are not having any type of fire of that magnitude. You may have a fire pit. Keep it contained. No higher than 3 feet. Make sure the diameter is no longer than 4 feet. Extinguish your fire when you are done. Do not leave a fire without anybody watching it. These are the things we need to make sure that people are doing during this time. As we said, we have high winds, we have relatively low humidity, and this is what is making our risk for fire being higher during this season. So really ensuring that people are complying with that burn ban. We want to make sure that Long Islanders are aware of it and practice that fire safety.
You mentioned that the burn ban usually starts March 16th.
That's correct.
You're making it effective now. Is that statewide or just for Long Island?
So the statewide burn ban takes into effect on March 16th. For Long Island and surrounding communities, we are making that take effect now.
Is there anything you guys are doing to mitigate when we go into summer too? I mean, we're having fires now in March. Is there anything you guys are doing now looking ahead to the drier, warmer months?
I can address that.
Sure, go ahead, Captain.
2 weeks ago, I was over at Manaville Hills, which is off County Road 111, and I was with a crew that was cleaning out all the undergrowth and brush and dead pine trees from the pine beetle, because we know that come spring and summer is our brush fire season, and we want to clean up as much as we can of county land to prevent serious fires. So we had a crew out there, but you take a look at our woods, drive our highways, and look at all the dead pine trees from the pine beetle. And we're concerned because they can serve, if a fire is underway, as fodder for that fire and can feed that fire, because those trees are dead, dried out, and ready to ignite. So we are concerned. I have asked to have a seminar on the pine beetle, which we're having next month, at the end of the month, and Jennifer's working on that, at the Community College Eastern Campus to talk about what we can do, because there's so many trees that have, pine trees that have been killed by this beetle, that now are dead and laying on our ground and could fuel future fires. So if we don't clean out the brush and the dead trees, we're concerned, particularly in areas that are heavily forested, that if a fire breaks out, that there could be damage, serious damage. We were very lucky, and I cannot say thank you enough to the volunteer firefighters and EMS and to all those who pitched in. It proves one thing. When we have an emergency in this country or in this county, and we all come together, we can overcome it, as did our firefighters. Thank you to all firefighters and EMS. Let's remember that lesson, and let's apply it to other things besides fire. Thank you.
That it? All right, thank you, guys.
Next meeting.
Thank you. I was here for the room.
All right, so that concludes this update right there as officials are talking about the brush fire arson investigation in Long Island. You can see the feed dropping out there right now, saying that there's going to be a burn ban in effect immediately on Long Island. That statewide burn ban out of New York is starting on March 16th. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for another 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:27 Eastern, 9:27 Pacific. Happening right now, the head of UNRWA, the embattled UN agency, is giving an update. This after President Trump has cut all funding to the agency and Israel has banned it from operating out of its territories, giving an update on its work in the Middle East.
Par contre, pour ce qui est de la Cisjordanie et de Gaza, la loi qui s'applique, c'est la loi du non-contact. Alors le principal problème, c'est celui que je vous ai décrit avant. Par rapport à Gaza, vous avez vu ce que l'agence a pu faire, principalement dans une situation où il n'y a pas d'obstacle.
All right, so it does appear as though the director of UNRWA currently speaking in French right there as he is answering questions from journalists. But to get you up to date on why this is significant on an international scale, back in January, Israel formally banned UNRWA from operating on its territory. And as a result, the head of UNRWA, who you're seeing there speaking in French, said at the time that international staff have had to leave East Jerusalem because their visas expired. But in Gaza and West Bank, at least at that point in time, there was no immediate impact on operations. Now we're into March, getting an update from the head of the agency. This also comes as President Trump said that Washington will not resume funding for the agency, which had already been halted since January of last year when the Biden administration stopped it following accusations by Israel that UNRWA staffers in Gaza took part in the October 7th Hamas-led attack. And so we do see that the head of the agency answering questions to international journalists. They were speaking in French right there, but we're going to continue to listen in as we monitor other live events.
Des institutions palestiniennes capables qui ont toute l'autonomie nécessaire, des institutions palestiniennes d'un État palestinien. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle, au lieu de se concentrer à vouloir.
So the head of UNRWA still speaking in French. We're going to monitor this, and if any significant updates in English should happen, we, of course, will bring them to you. We do have another live event on the steps of the Capitol right here. You can see Senator Raskin speaking. We also see some signs right there talking about Doge, so we're going to raise the audio on this.
I'm filling out a Privacy Act, Freedom of Information Act request. I want to know all the information that Doge has on me and my family. I want to know everything they've got about our IRS records, about our college student loans, and so on. Every American citizen, 340 million American citizens, have that right. I'm sending that in this week as soon as the court comes down with its decision. I invite you to join me. I invite you to join me because we've got a right to that, and he's going to have 20 days to respond under the Freedom of Information Act. He's got 20 days to give us what data they have on us and tell us whether it's been diverted to third-party sources. 20 days to tell us whether they've compromised our data or altered it in any way. And at that point, all bets are off because you can go and you can sue. And you can even ask for attorney's fees to pay for your attorney's efforts to go and get your information from our government, okay? So, Elon Musk might... Class action! Yeah, and class actions are clearly available too. So, we'll get there. But my friends, Elon Musk thinks it's great to play at government because it gives you so much access to other people's data and other people's information. It gives you so much maneuver to try to undermine the handiwork of the Congress of the United States if you've got a Republican majority that's going to let you do it. It seems like so much fun, but guess what? If you're going to play at government, that's not just all benefits. There are burdens too. We want our information from Doge. We want our data. And they've got a legal obligation to give it to us. My friends, I feel like I'm filibustering a little bit here, but I want to leave you. I said something at the Science March the other day. Anybody go to the Science Rally? Thank you for being there. But I remembered something that I learned when I was in college. I was in class, and there's this very striking passage from Wittgenstein, and he said that the truth of an empirical proposition depends on whether or not it corresponds to reality. He said the truth of an analytical proposition is whether it corresponds to the laws of logic. But the truth of a moral or a political proposition is the courage with which you act to make it real. Do you have the courage to see us through this nightmare and reclaim democracy for our children, our grandchildren, and future generations? then it is true that we're going to fight, and we're going to win. I'm going to leave you with the words of two great small d Democrats in our history, who I'm sure are with us here in spirit. One, the great Frederick Douglass, who was born an hour away from here at the Wye River Plantation into slavery, and he escaped from slavery to become our great freedom fighter through the Civil War and the Reconstruction. And Douglass said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. The struggle may be moral, it may be physical, it may be moral and physical, but there must be struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, and it never will. A message to you from a great Marylander from the 19th century. And I'm going to leave you finally with the words of the great Tom Paine, who my son Tommy was named after. And Tom Paine, you know, he got here in 1774, 2 years just before the Revolution. He fell in love with the promise of America. He said, if this land lives up to its ideals and its principles, it will become, he said, an asylum to humanity. Not an insane asylum, mind you, okay? A place of refuge for people seeking freedom from political and religious and intellectual repression all over the world. And then he wrote Common Sense, the greatest pamphlet of our history, which ignited the American Revolution. And George Washington had the soldiers at Valley Forge reading Common Sense by campfire light to each other. But 1776 was a tough year. The country was split right down the middle. Half of the people were saying, for all of human history, people have lived with kings and queens and autocrats and monarchs, the union of church and state. For all of history, people have lived under people like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, and there's nothing you can do about it. But half of the people are saying, no, let's gamble on something different. Let's pledge to each other our property, our lives, our sacred fortunes in order to build democratic self-government with freedom for all. But you know, a lot of people were thinking in 1776, the battles were not going well. We were up against the greatest empire in the world. We're up against the richest people in the world with the most gold. It was another golden age for the people with the gold. And Tom Paine, he knew that the vast majority of Americans would come around to the cause of democracy and freedom. That is the promise of the land. It is inextricable with our history. But anyway, he wrote this other pamphlet called The American Crisis, and I just want to quote a tiny passage for you. I'm going to update the language pursuant to instructions from Nancy Pelosi, because she told me Tom Paine was a feminist, and that he was. He was fighting for women's voting rights in the 18th century, and he was abolitionist too. But Paine said, these are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone that stands with us now will win the love and the favor and the affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. Let's make that victory ours, indivisible. Let's make it ours. Thank you very much.
So we were hearing from Representative Jamie Raskin, a Democrat from Maryland right there, as you're taking a live look at a Doge protest underway on the steps of the Capitol. We're going to continue to monitor that live feed. But I did want to bring you this. You're taking a live look here out of Los Angeles, as we are expecting momentarily to hear from the LA District Attorney, who will be giving an update on the case of Lyle and Eric Menendez. The family and the brothers have been asking the district attorney's office to review the appeal and possibly allow a resentencing to happen. So we are expecting to hear from the LA district attorney momentarily. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to monitor all of these live events. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're monitoring a number of live events happening right now and expected to happen momentarily. The first one that I want to share with you takes us out to Los Angeles, as we are expecting to hear from LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, who's going to be providing an update about the Menendez brothers case as they continue to seek a new trial and potential release from prison. So what we know is this: back in February, District Attorney Hochman expressed skepticism about the admissibility and relevance of new evidence presented by the brothers' defense attorneys, which allege sexual abuse by their father. Despite opposing the request for a new trial, District Attorney Hochman has not yet taken a stance on their motion for resentencing. The brothers' attorneys are seeking a sentence reduction that could make them eligible for parole or release based on time served. So we are expecting this to get underway in just about 20 minutes or so. According to our Fox 11 LA team, the press conference is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. local time, and so that should happen in just about 20 minutes or so. Eric and Lyle Menendez were convicted back in 1996 of murdering their parents in their Beverly Hills mansion. Their defense claimed self-defense because of years of alleged abuse. Prosecutors, though, arguing the murders were financially motivated. We will be bringing this press conference to you as it happens. That is expected to get underway in just about 20 minutes' time. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This takes us out to New York City as a protest is underway outside of Columbia University. This does appear to be a pro-Palestinian protest, and universities and colleges in New York City continue to deal with these protests, some of them turning violent. You could actually see a police officer there on the right-hand side of your screen, as well as some of these metal barricades as they are working to make sure that these protests stay peaceful. So we see just a handful of people right there. We will monitor this protest and bring you any significant developments. There is also another event happening right now out of Washington, D.C., taking us to the steps of the Capitol. This is a Doge protest underway right now. Just going to raise the audio so we can dip into this.
And humanitarian assistance with a USAID partner organization. For years, I had the privilege of working with some of the smartest, most dedicated, and kindest people I have ever met. Many of them are your friends and neighbors, and many more were around the world in all the countries where we operated. I was living the dream that I set out for myself in high school, but then that dream was rudely interrupted by an unelected oligarch and a president who does not respect the constitutional limits of his office. The cruel and unnecessary freeze on foreign assistance had me and my colleagues scrambling to figure out how we could keep saving lives around the world and how we could save the jobs of those people who had dedicated their lives to that work. As it became evident that USAID was not coming back, jobs had to be cut. And after 16 years in a challenging and rewarding career, my job came to an end last month. So this is my story, but I'm not alone. Thousands of Americans here in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and more across the country are having similar experiences. They're telling similar stories right now. None of us were getting rich working in international development. We didn't earn enough to be eligible for a Republican tax cut. We did it because we cared. Like teachers who go on to work at the Department of Education, or veterans who go on to other civil service jobs. We cared. And we believed that America and the American government could be a force for good. Where are we now? We're cutting back on our expenses. No more latte at our favorite local coffee shop. vacation plans on hold. We're wondering what this means for college tuition. We're checking over and over again how many more mortgage payments we're going to be able to make. And I fear that the international development industry is not coming back. So where do I go from here? So I'm asking you to keep standing up as you are today. Stand up to this corrupt regime. Stand up so that no more Americans have to tell this same story, and so that America can continue to be a force for good. Thank you.
These are the stories of real families that they're being called low performers when they've worked their whole lives. Yes, it's absolutely untrue. They've worked their lives trying to better other countries, to better our own country, to better their families. And they are being told that they are low performers. This is absolute lies and slander. So another story, yes. So the next story I want to hear from is from Maria, another person impacted. So Maria, if you don't mind standing up to speak.
Pick up the vest, sorry?
Yes. No, leave it on.
I hope you'll respect that not everyone is able to participate as freely. This isn't actually in my notes, but I do know an awful lot of federal workers, and many are very afraid to come out to protests because they do not understand that this kind of speech is protected in the Constitution. But I could talk about fear because I know many federal workers. When you wake up or when you're on your weekend and you get the fork in the road message, or you get the subsequent 5 bullets, hey, what the hell did you do, you lazy federal worker, this week? How frightening is it that someone on X, the owner of X, speaks to you directly to say, what did you do last week at work? And if you don't answer, I am going to fire you. But even more egregious, the president comes out, the most powerful person in the land, and endorses that message. How do you think that makes federal workers feel? Well, I'll tell you what, I think it is true that they are supposed to feel very afraid. And now if I can actually read what I wrote. I'm here because, yes, of course, all federal workers have a story, but we need Americans to understand this is their story. And to me, it's very creepy when I ride in on the metro and everything seems normal. This is not normal. We have to get out of our digital bubbles. I can doom scroll, and I do, every night, but I have to get out in the real world like we are today. So bring your friends, bring your neighbors. We have to show this is not normal. Do we have any veterans here today? Now, there are some people practicing their courage muscle. Thank you for your service. I've seen twice on the metro in the morning a single rider carrying a handwritten sign on a Xerox paper saying, "This is not normal. Join a grassroots organization." And the next day, 70,000 plus job cuts at the VA is not normal. My father was in the Navy. My brother was in the Army. My son is a United States Marine. nerves because he already complains his back hurts, his knees hurt, etc. When he one day needs medical care, Veterans Affairs should be there for him. Save our vets! 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 But I'll tell you what keeps me up at night. I understand they fired the lawyers in our military. And when I asked my son, hey, how do you know if you're given a lawful order? I had to ask other military friends, how does this kid know if he's being asked to do something he should be doing? That's right, but guess who's been fired? Exactly. So who is going to tell these kids, you may follow that order, it was legal? And that wasn't done by accident, firing the JAGs. And that keeps me up at night. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm glad you're here. Please keep coming on out. We must not be afraid.
We're listening in here to a protest underway on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. This is a protest against DOGE right there. We're hearing from a mother who is very upset. All right, we're going to take this opportunity to step away for our final 2-minute break. After that, though, we do have a number of other live events that I do want to dip into, as we are expecting an update right here from L.A., the district attorney of L.A. That is set to get underway in just about 10 minutes or so, a little bit less, hearing about the very latest on the Menendez brothers murder case. That coming up in just about 10 minutes. You can see media already seated right there. We are going to take this once it does happen. Meanwhile, we're going to step away for that break, coming right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing to monitor this live event out of Los Angeles, as we are expecting to hear from the district attorney providing an update on the Menendez brothers case. They are asking for a possible resentencing, and so we do anticipate more information as this briefing is scheduled to get underway in just about 5 minutes' time. We also have an event taking us out to Geneva, Switzerland, where the head of UNRWA, the embattled United Nations agency, is speaking amid President Trump cutting all funding to this agency and Israel banning the agency from its territories.
The Palestinian refugees are have not been the most affected by the war, except that they suffer of their unique situation, their socio-economic situation, because they are not integrated in the economy in Lebanon. And the Palestinian refugees have basically no real alternative beside an agency like ours, and they are highly reliant. When it comes to Syria, the Palestinian refugees have not really been central in any of the development we have observed over the last few months. We have been more in the periphery, and that's the reason why our operation have basically continued almost uninterrupted.
Philippe, thank you very, very much. Let's conclude here and give you a little bit of a rest after this very intense afternoon. I'd like to thank everyone for having followed this press conference, and above all, Commissioner General Lazzarini for coming and briefing the Geneva press. Please, Philippe, come back again anytime. We will be happy to have you here. Thank you very much to everyone, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Merci.
Merci à toi. I've just been given the remarks of Philippe Lazzarini.
Thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. Let's continue on with this protest that we have been taking live. As you saw, that UNRWA briefing did just end a couple of moments ago. A reminder that we are monitoring several other live events, including an update on the case against the Menendez brothers, set to start very soon. Once it does, we'll pivot to that.
Above the law, most definitely not the leaders of our country. Many times throughout my career, I swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will obey the orders of the President and the officers appointed over me in accordance with the law and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. In accordance with. And they seem to have forgotten that part, and they seem to have forgotten that vets take that part very seriously. We did not swear to a manifesto given to the puppet that now sits in the White House. Notes to myself: and breathe. Breathe and breathe and breathe. I made it. I'm at the end. So I am here today not only because I don't have a job anymore to go to, but also because I believe that we are standing on the precipice of something deeply dangerous. A rapid erasure of the freedoms that we have all taken for granted, and a free fall into a world that feels a lot like fascism, oligarchy, and the authoritarian rule that has been mentioned over and over again today. The dark days have already started for many, but they will eventually come for everyone. If we don't stop them, they will. But I also fear for the balance of the international power. As we retreat from our global responsibilities and the promises that we have made, not only are we derelict in our duties, but we are just willingly handing the reins of international influence to nations like Russia, North Korea, and China. Powers that do not share our values and who definitely do not respect democracy or human rights. So here I am, like everyone else, because for me, that oath that I took to serve this country did not end with my retirement from active duty. Rather, it compelled me to act, to stand up for what is right, even when everyone is watching, and to fight for the future of this country for my children, for my grandchildren, for my friends, and for my neighbors, and for my fellow humans around the world.
We're listening there to that protest being held in Washington, D.C., considering some of these DOGE cuts. But at the same time, Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman here stepping up to the podium to discuss the latest regarding the case against the Menendez brothers.
Hochman, I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. With me up at this podium is Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez, Assistant Head Deputy of the Major Crimes Division Habib Balian. We have John McKinney, Director, Gilbert Wright, Assistant District Attorney, and Seth Carmack, a Deputy District Attorney. Also on the Menendez team is Ethan Milius. The purpose of today's press conference is to give you an update on the Menendez case. When we last spoke, I informed you that the Menendez case has been on 3 parallel tracks. The first track was the habeas track. That was a track started with a motion filed in May of 2023, where the Menendez brothers are asking for a new trial based on new evidence. About several weeks ago, we filed our informal response dealing with that habeas petition, opposing the habeas petition, and saying that the justification for the new trial based on 2 additional pieces of evidence did not meet the legal standard to warrant a new trial. The second track that the Menendez case is on is the clemency track. This is a petition that the Menendez brothers filed directly with Governor Gavin Newsom. He could have acted on this petition either now, he could have acted on any moment since he has been in power since 2019. He can act on it today if he so chooses. He has unilateral constitutional power to commute the Menendez's sentences if he chooses and release them today. There is no hearing he needs to have, there is no deadline, and he can also do nothing. The third track is resentencing, and we are here today to discuss that third track. The resentencing is a law that was passed by the state legislature in California, somewhat unique law to California, that basically gives the judge, under certain circumstances, the power to resentence someone who has been previously sentenced. In this example, potentially, the judge could resentence the Menendez brothers from life without the possibility of parole to life with the possibility of parole. Now, resentencing hearings get started in 2 different ways in this case. One of the ways is that the court has initiated these proceedings itself under Penal Code Section 1172.1A1. The second way it also got started is when the prior district attorney filed a motion under this code section to begin the resentencing proceedings. What the position we are taking today is that we will go forward. We are prepared to go forward with the court's initiated resentencing proceedings and look forward to a resentencing hearing on that motion. However, we are asking the court to withdraw the previous district attorney's motion for resentencing because we believe there are legitimate reasons and the interest of justice justifies that withdrawal. Now, when one deals with resentencing, one of the key hallmarks of resentencing is, do the defendants pose an unreasonable risk of danger to the community? One way to decide if they pose that risk is to understand if they have been rehabilitated. And one way to understand if they've been rehabilitated is have they accepted and exhibited full insight into the crimes that they have committed and accepted complete responsibility for their criminal actions. Governor Newsom gave us a primer on how this actually works when he dealt with the Sirhan parole recommendation that had been made to him back in 2021. At that point, Sirhan, who was the assassin of Senator Robert F. Kennedy in the Ambassador Hotel back in 1968, had been up for parole hearings 16 times. For the first 15 times, the parole board denied parole. But on this 16th time in 2021, the parole board recommended a grant of parole to Governor Newsom. So he looked at the case and he actually issued a written decision. And in that decision, he analyzed the factors that were both in favor of parole, and there's an analogy to resentencing, and the ones that weren't. The ones that were in favor for parole was that at the time of that parole hearing recommendation, Sirhan was 77 years old. He had been in prison for 54 years. He was suffering from a diminished physical capacity. In his childhood background, he had lived through a war-torn area. He was 24 at the time that he committed those crimes. And while in prison for those 54 years, he had engaged in comprehensive involvement in rehabilitative and self-improvement programs. He earned his Associate of Arts degrees and other certificates. He engaged his classification score, which is an analysis by the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation as to what type of risk level you're at, was at the lowest. It was a 19. In fact, the California Static Risk Assessment said it was that lowest level. His rule violation reports, that's the number of reports that he had experienced since he had been in prison since 1968, was 2. And the last one was in 1972. He had letters of support from prison officials, and he had letters of support from 3 of the 9 living Kennedy family members. Yet the governor looked at all those positive factors, recommending parole for Sirhan. Now it's in 2021, 2022. But he said that one factor overcame all those other factors. And that one factor is that Sirhan had not demonstrated full insight into his crimes. He had not completely accepted responsibility for his actions based on his multiple stories of what had occurred that night in 1968. So notwithstanding the fact that he did not, he had all these positive aspects, and he had the parole board recommending a grant of parole, in January 12, 2022, the governor wrote that Sirhan poses an unreasonable risk of danger to the community and denied that parole. The reason this can be an instructive case is that there are almost no cases right now on Penal Code Section 1172.1, the resentencing statute. But the focus of it is the same focus as we have in the parole context. Is there an unreasonable risk of danger to the community by these particular people? In Sirhan, he was a murderer of Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and he shot 5 additional people that night. And here we have the Menendez brothers, who are murderers of their parents the night of August 20th, 1989. While Sirhan is 77 at the time that Governor Newsom made his decision, right now the Menendezes are either 57-year-old for Lyle Menendez or 54-year-old for Eric Menendez. They've served 35 years in prison. Sirhan served 54 years. They don't suffer from the diminished physical capacity that Sirhan does. They had also childhood allegations of physical, sexual, and emotional abuse in their childhood, while Sirhan had never been arrested or charged or convicted of any crimes before his offense. Eric Menendez had been arrested for multiple residential burglaries and received diversion. And Lyle Menendez had also been arrested for multiple residential burglaries. When it comes to rehabilitative programs, yes, both Sirhan engaged over the 54 years in significant programs, as have the Menendezes. When it comes to education that they earned, Sirhan earned an Associate of Arts degree. Eric Menendez has earned multiple Associate of Art degrees and is currently enrolled in UC Irvine. And Lyle Menendez earned his Bachelor of Arts degree from UC Irvine. As far as classification scores, they're all at the same level, a 19, which is considered the lowest level you can be at in the prison system. With respect to that California static risk assessment, they're all at the lowest level. Rules violations, you had 2 for Sirhan, the last one in 1972. You have 9 for Eric Menendez, the last in 2021, and 8 for Lyle Menendez, the last in 2024. They each have letters of support from prison officials, and the Menendezes have multiple letters from all living victim family members aside from one who recently passed, and they received those letters in support of their being released. With respect to them, the key issue of exhibiting insight, full insight into their crimes, and completely accepting responsibility for their actions, this is where the Menendezes, like Sirhan, also fall short. As we lay out in our pleading, which is now 87 pages long, we go through a 60-page statement of facts, which is different, by the way, than the 3 pages that the prior motion had laid out as far as the crimes that are involved. And as we show, the essence of the defense that the Menendezes have maintained from the first trial into the second trial to the present day is that they acted in self-defense. They had an actual fear of imminent harm, in essence, that their parents were going to kill them the night of August 20th, 1989. As we show extensively, and just to make this point, that this case is not, or their defense was not about sexual abuse, because I know that issue has come up many times, but about self-defense. I take you to both Eric, Lyle's, and their own attorneys' statements. At trial, Eric testified, and he was asked, "Did you kill your father because he sexually molested you?" Answer, no. "Did you kill your parents because you hated them?" Certainly no, was the answer. "Did you kill your parents because you wanted their money?" Answer, no. "Did you kill your parents as an act of mercy?" Answer, no. "Why, Mr. Menendez, did you kill your mother and your father?" "Because we were afraid." "What is it you were afraid of?" "I was afraid of dying." "Who were you afraid was going to kill you?" "My mom and my dad." Lyle Menendez similarly testified as well. It was asked the question, on August 20th, 1989, "Did you or your brother kill your mother and father?" "Yes." "Did you kill them for money?" "No." "Did you kill them because you wanted to pay them back for the way they had treated you?" "No." "Why did you kill your parents?" "Because we were afraid." That is the essence of their defense at trial. It was not sexual abuse. The jury was never asked to render a verdict on sexual abuse. It was all about self-defense. In fact, Eric Menendez's attorney, Leslie Abramson, said, "We have never said that because you're abused, you're justified in killing your abuser. We didn't argue that and never will." So the question then is, have the Menendezes exhibited insight into the fact that their self-defense defense was fabricated? And as we go through the iterations of their defense that they issued from the time that they were arrested until the time that they went to trial, until the present day, what you will see is that the self-defense was the last iteration and version of their defenses. Because remember, the first defense that they came out with was, "We didn't do it. That's not us." If you remember the 911 call, if you remember Eric Menendez screaming and crying when the police came out that night, he says to the police, "We're going to kill them," referring to the people who had just murdered his parents. "We're going to kill them. We're going to torture them." Who would have done this thing? The answer is the Menendezes. But their first iteration was it wasn't them. It was either the mafia or the cartel or the dirty business associates of Jose Menendez. They persisted in this lie not just the night of August 20th, but kept that lie going for months and months and months. And had Eric not confessed to his therapist, Dr. Oziel, months later, and that confession been taped, and that confession's tape been turned over to the police, they would have maintained it wasn't us. They convinced not just the media, not just the police, but their family and their friends that they were 100% innocent of these crimes. Until eventually these tapes came out, they were arrested, and then they changed to the next iterations. Because the next iteration of the story was when Lyle Menendez gets his girlfriend, Jamie Pisarek, to visit him at prison and says, I want you to testify that my father drugged you and violently raped you, establishing that Jose Menendez was a violent rapist. Jamie Pisarek refused to do that. So the next iteration of the story was that Lyle Menendez asked Jamie Pisarek and said to her, well, Eric Menendez was raped by my father, but I was raped by my mother. That's a story that was then repeated to Eric and Lyle Menendez's uncle, Carlos Baralt, that Eric Menendez was molested by the father, but Lyle Menendez was molested by the mother. That iteration didn't go forward. The next iteration that ultimately came out at trial, and just before trial, was that both boys were molested by the father. But as you heard a moment ago, that wasn't a defense to the charges of first-degree murder with special circumstances. Because you had to add one more thing that the jury was now going to consider, is not just that they were sexually abused, but they were actually in actual fear of imminent harm, of their lives being taken by their parents the night of August 20th, 1989. So self-defense is the defense that they set forward at the trial. But what we show in our pleading is we go through the timeline to show that the Menendezes have basically engaged in not just the ultimate lie of self-defense, but a whole series of lies around it. And they took actions that were both premeditated and deliberate, not just sort of immediate responses to their parents somehow threatening them the night of August 20th. We point out that days before the murders on August 20th, on August 18th, the Menendezes drove 120 miles to San Diego to purchase shotguns and ammunition and used a fake ID and a fake San Diego address to make sure that the guns and the ammunition would not be connected to them. The day before the killings, August 19th, they go to a firing range and they find out that the birdshot ammunition that they had bought isn't good enough to kill someone. They're told you need buckshot ammunition in order to actually kill someone, and they buy it that day. Hours before these killings, at roughly 10:20 p.m. on the night of August 20th, Lyle Menendez contacts one of his friends, Perry Bergren, to set up the alibi. And the alibi was that they were going to go to Batman the movie at the 8 o'clock showing. And they would be at that movie when the killings would have occurred, and then meet Perry Bergren at the Taste of LA event afterwards. They set this up before the killings. Now, during these killings, as we've explained before, these weren't just a situation where all of a sudden the parents threatened their lives, they reached for something and shot them dead. No. These killings, the actual shots, were designed to make it look like a mafia gangland hit. They shot Jose Menendez through the back of his head. They shot Kitty Menendez not only once, which then caused her to go down to the ground, bleeding, but when they ran out of ammunition, they went back to the car, reloaded the shotgun. Then Lyle Menendez took the shotgun, put it up to Kitty Menendez's face, and pulled the trigger. again, to make it look like a gangland shooting, but that was not enough. They then, while they were dead, shot them in the kneecaps to make it, to complete the picture of what a gangland shooting would be. But, and at that point, they also had the presence of mind to pick up all the shotgun shells that were lying in the den, because they were worried their fingerprints might be in them. They then called Perry Bergren to establish the alibi and went to the movie theater to buy the tickets, only to find out they couldn't buy the 8 o'clock showing because the next showing had already occurred. And Perry Bergren had already moved on to a different event, so they couldn't meet up with him. So they took all those shotgun shells, they took the bloody clothing, they go to a gas station dumpster, and they dump it in the dumpster. But now they got the shotguns, what to do with them? They had the presence of mind to drive up to Mulholland Drive and throw the shotguns off the hill on Mulholland Drive. They then went back to the house. When they get back to the house, that's when they made the 911 call that someone killed our parents. And then when the police arrived, that's when they said, as I said before, when Eric and Lyle are running out screaming and crying, and Eric says, I'm going to kill them, I'm going to torture them. Who would do this? Knowing, of course, that it was him and Lyle who had done that exact crime a little more than about an hour and a half beforehand. So you had a situation then where thereafter they engage in this deception, the mafia hoax, the lies to their friends, their family, the media, and the police. And what's interesting as well is the actions they take immediately afterwards. If these were kids that had just lost their parents, you would think the last thing in their mind would be to check on where the will is. But sure enough, within 48 hours, they go ahead and obtain the computer that they believed a new will had been written on, disinheriting them, bring in a computer expert to delete and then double delete all the files dealing with Eric, Lyle, or Will that are on the computer. Go ahead and remove the safe from the family home into a neighbor's home to look at the safe only to determine there was no will in that. And then even go to the bank safe deposit box to go ahead and see if Jose Menendez had put the new will there, disinheriting his sons as he told them he was going to do. So the story again keeps going on, and today Eric and Lyle Menendez, at least from the beginning, fully expected for them never to go to prison because they had successfully convinced everyone that they didn't do it until they spoke to Dr. Oziel. And Eric, feeling the pangs of guilt, feeling even suicidal, talked to Dr. Oziel and basically told Dr. Oziel that they had done it. When asked about why they killed their father, they didn't mention self-defense. Why they killed their mother that night, they didn't mention self-defense. What they said about the father, what Eric said, is that he was a controlling, dominating force, and that is the reason that he was killed. When he was asked about the mother, he said the mother would be a witness to the crime, so she had to die. That the mother was so miserable because the father had had an affair that we needed to put her out of her misery. That the mother could not live without the father, and if we were going to kill the father, we had to kill the mother. What doesn't happen in any of the taped conversations with Dr. Oziel, and remember, he is being brought on by the attorneys to eventually go ahead and prepare a defense to the murder charge. So what they never tell Dr. Oziel in all the taped confessions is that they were in any fear of their life that their parents were going to kill them that night or any night, and that they experienced sexual abuse by the father. So the story then goes on, because once they get into jail, additional lies come up. I've spoken before about the lies that Lyle tried to tell with Jamie Pizarnik about her being violently raped by Jose Menendez. They also enlist another of Lyle's girlfriends, Tracy Baker, where Lyle literally writes her a script, a letter that is found later, that lays out a story of the mother trying to poison the Menendez brothers and the entire family. Tracy Baker actually testifies to this false story in the first trial, though not in the second. And not only that, but Eric and Lyle Menendez each testify to this fake "mom's going to poison us" story. What we also find out is that Lyle enlists one of Eric's friends, a guy named Brian Eslamania, to go ahead and corroborate the self-defense story. How is he going to do it? Because the letter that Lyle writes to Brian Eslamania, which is actually found by the police, gives detailed instructions down to the actual word that Brian's supposed to say that the day before these killings, the Menendez brothers came to him to get his handgun in order to establish that they had this fear of their parents, even at 24 hours before, and tried to get a handgun. That is actually disproven. And when it's disproven, again, Brian Eslamania says, look, I didn't have that conversation with the Menendez brothers, and I didn't even have a handgun to give them, even if they said that I did. So you had these situations. The Brian Eslamania attempted suborning perjury. The Jamie Pizarczyk attempted suborning a perjury, and the Tracy Baker actual suborning a perjury that the Menendez brothers engaged in to establish the self-defense. But it failed. And the reason we know it failed is that a jury heard all this evidence. And the jury, the second jury, the first jury hung, but the second jury that heard all this evidence rejected the self-defense and found them guilty of first-degree murder for both parents with special circumstances. And what's also important to note is that this conviction has been run by 5 different courts over the last 30 years. It went to the California Court of Appeals. It went to the California Supreme Court twice. It then went to the U.S. District Court. It then went to the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The Menendez has brought up every single argument that they bring up now about the faulty jury instructions, the exclusion of certain sexual abuse evidence at the trial, about certain other court rulings, and it's been rejected and rejected and rejected over and over and over again. So, in looking at then whether or not the Menendezes have exhibited the full insight and complete responsibility for their crimes, they have not. Because, and we outline this in 20 different lies that they have told, which is an attachment to our submission. They have told 20 different lies. They've actually admitted to 4 of them, but 16 lies remain unacknowledged. They persist in these lies to this very day. So like with Sirhan not being able to exhibit full insight into his actions, so too have the Menendez brothers failed to exhibit full insight into their actions. Let me give you 4 examples where they've actually admitted to the lie. Eric and Lyle lied on the 911 call about just discovering their parents' bodies. Again, when they were found out and the tapes came in, they admitted to that lie, and I mean the lie of the 911 call. The second lie that they've admitted to is that they lied to the police, family, and friends and the media about their involvement in the murders. Again, when their confession came out on tape, they had to admit to that in the first and the second trial. They admitted that they lied to the police, family, and friends, suggesting the mafia was involved in the murders. And Eric admitted that he lied when he told his expert psychiatrist, Dr. Vickery, that his parents would kill him because his father's homosexual lover warned him that he was in danger 2 days before the murders. This is something that Eric Menendez told Dr. Vickery, and then months and months later finally recanted and told Dr. Vickery that that was a lie. But there are 16 lies that remain to this day that have been affirmed as recently as last year, where they affirmed the self-defense and they've never admitted to the suborning of perjury of others or the attempted suborning perjury. These lies include when Eric and Lyle claimed that their parents were going to kill them, that they had to act in self-defense by murdering them first. that the Brian S. Lamina letter, that they basically tried to suborn perjury from Brian S. Lamina, telling him to testify that they borrowed one of his handguns the night before the murder. Another lie that they told to support their self-defense story is that on that Friday, when they go down to San Diego, they said they actually didn't start in San Diego. They said they started at the Big Five sporting goods store in Santa Monica to try and buy handguns. That unfortunately, there was a 14-day waiting period, they said, so they couldn't buy the handguns at that Big Five sporting goods store in Santa Monica. They both testified to this. Turns out, as the evidence came in at trial, the Big Five sporting goods store in Santa Monica hadn't sold handguns for 3 years at that point. So it was impossible for them to have actually gone and tried to purchase a handgun instead of a shotgun that particular day. They've never admitted that they provided that fake ID and fictitious address to buy those shotguns in San Diego in order to conceal their connections to the shotguns and the ammunition. They just said that they used a fake ID because they had driven all the way down to San Diego and forgot their California driver's licenses. They testified that the day before the murders, they had stayed away from the home all day that Saturday, even though a witness came forward who was the pool repairman, who said they were playing tennis that day at the house and disrespecting the parents who were in front of them. Again, another lie which they have never acknowledged. They lied when they said they didn't plan that alibi before the murders. They lied when they said they did not ask Perry Berman to come back to their house in order to be a witness on the discovery of the mutilated bodies. They lied when they said that they did not stage the murders to look like a mafia gangland hit. They lied when Lyle said that he tried to suborn that perjury from Jamie Pisarcik about his father drugging and violently raping her. They've never admitted that they lied when they testified that their mother was so dangerous and unpredictable as she tried to poison the whole family. And they've never admitted the suborning of perjury from Tracy Baker when they actually got one of Lyle's girlfriends to testify to the fake mother's poisoning the family story at trial. They further lied when they testified that they thought their parents were going to kill them during their Saturday afternoon fishing trip. They lied when they testified that when they burst into the den with their shotguns, that it was too dark to see and their parents were standing up or moving towards them. Expert testimony showed that at all times the parents were seated on the couch when they were shot, or mom was on the ground bleeding to death when Lyle came back and shot her in the face. They lied when they said that they testified that the reason they rushed in on their parents was because of self-defense, and they thought that their parents were going to shoot them first that evening. And they lied when they testified that Dr. Oziel blackmailed them into confessing on tape to murdering their parents. We lay out this series of 16 of the 20 lies that they have never acknowledged, never showed insight into, never completely accepted responsibility for. By the way, what I just described to you was mentioned in a paragraph in the original motion that was filed by the district attorney's office. There was no discussion of exhibiting insight into one's actions or completely accepting responsibility for it in the original motion. So we are basically, in some ways, offering a path to the Menendez brothers. And here's what the pathway looks like. If the Menendez brothers at some point, unequivocally, sincerely, and fully accept complete responsibility for all their criminal actions, acknowledge that the self-defense defense was phony, and their parents weren't going to kill them the night of August 20th when they murdered them in cold blood. Acknowledge that they suborned or attempted to suborn perjury in all the various ways I have outlaid. If they go ahead and finally come clean with the court, with the public, with the DA's office, with their own family members, and acknowledge all these lies, and then can be said to have fully and completely accepted responsibility for their actions. In the future, the court can weigh these new insights into making a determination as to whether they now qualify for rehabilitation and resentencing. And the people will do the same. The district attorney's office, if it is presented with these new insights, unequivocal, sincere acknowledgments of all the lies they have told for the past over 30 years, we too, in the district attorney's office, will reconsider whether or not we would want to go forward with a resentencing motion. But for now, while the Menendez brothers persist in telling these lies for the last over 30 years about their self-defense defense, and persist in insisting that they did not suborn any perjury or attempt to suborn perjury, then they do not meet the standards for resentencing. They do not meet the standards for rehabilitation. They have not exhibited the full insights and accepted complete responsibility for their actions. And as a result, just like in the Sirhan case, they pose an unreasonable risk of danger to the community, and the resentencing should not, therefore, be granted. I'm going to stop now. I'll take any questions that anyone has. After I'm done with these questions, Maria Ramirez will address the Spanish-speaking media and provide information at that point.
The hearings on March 20th and 21st, there's word that they have been postponed. Is that the case?
So those hearings, whether they occur on March 20th or 21st or at some point later, first it's up to the court on what the court ultimately wants to do. The court is receiving our response today. We anticipate the court may keep the March 20th and 21st dates to deal with our response. Again, part of our response is to go forward with the court's initiated motion for resentencing, and part of our response is a request to withdraw the DA's motion in this regard. The court might have the hearing then on that issue, and then if in fact it decides to go forward with the full resentencing, set a hearing in the future. I know that the governor has now ordered the parole board to do the risk assessment. That risk assessment can take up to 90 days. We don't know when it will actually be completed. The court may or may not want to have that risk assessment done before it has the final resentencing hearing.
Yeah, can you just clarify? So obviously you've laid out this case. This reply motion will be in the file no matter what, but you cannot pull back Gascon's motion. You're asking the court to pull that away. If they decline in this hearing, the court will then have to weigh both motions equally. How does this play out in that?
Effectively, yes. So what will happen is, again, you have, in some ways, double motions going forward. And in looking at the different motions, we have now analyzed the original motion filed by the district attorney's office and saw that in no way, shape, or form did they deal with what we believe to be one of the key issues, this exhibition of full insight and complete responsibility for one's crimes. So we are pulling back or asking the court to withdraw that motion, while we're also indicating to the court that we're prepared to go forward on the court's own motion for resentencing.
Considering all the facts that you've brought up, do you think there's any chance the Menendez brothers are going to get out of jail in the next few years?
Again, we have laid out a pathway for the Menendez brothers to potentially get out of jail. It requires them to finally, after 30-plus years, fully acknowledge and completely accept responsibility for the entire breadth of the crimes and all the lies that they have told, including their defense at trial of self-defense. If they go ahead and do that, and they do it unequivocally, and they do it sincerely, ultimately the judge is the final arbiter of the sincerity and whether or not this is just being done to please someone, or whether or not the Menendezes have fully come to grip with the lies that they have told. Again, they had no problem at trial coming to grips with the fact that they had lied for over 6 months to the police, the media, their family, and their friends about the fact that they never did it, were not involved at all, and it was the mafia that had actually done the hit on their parents. So they have a history of acknowledging some lies. I'm hoping that they continue with this evolution of themselves their improvement of themselves to finally come to grips with the acknowledgement of the totality of their crimes and their lies. And at that point, the court may very well entertain the idea that they have met all the criteria to not only be rehabilitated, not only no longer pose a danger to society, but to be resentenced.
But you don't think they're getting out of jail until they do that?
Our position is that they shouldn't get out of jail. Now, ultimately, that is a position. We bring that position to the court. The court can agree with it, the court can disagree with it, or modify it in some respect. I'm sure that the Menendez's lawyers will be arguing that the court should go forward now with the resentencing. I've spoken to the Menendez family members. And by the way, I spoke to the Menendez family members who support the Menendez brothers before I spoke to Milton Anderson, who recently passed. I spoke to him after I spoke to the Menendez family members, and they certainly would like him out, or them out, tomorrow. And they'll be encouraging the judge to do the resentencing now. But as we have looked through the facts and the law, and that's what's governing our opinion. It's not emotion, it's the facts and the law. They have failed to meet these requirements to show that they are no longer an unreasonable risk of danger to the community. And that is why our position is that resentencing, if it occurs, they shouldn't actually be resentenced.
Sir, have you notified the family? Have you called the family by any chance and notified them of your decision today?
We have not actually spoken directly to the family today. We filed this at the earliest possible time we could at 8:30. We're having this press conference at 10. But when I spoke to the family before, it was an over 3-hour meeting with the family members, the over 20 family members that support the Menendezes being released. And we talked about their rehabilitation in prison. We talked about their beliefs of what happened at the time of the crime. We had a very wide-ranging conversation, and I sat there and I listened to it all. But it does not eliminate the fact that in order to show a full and complete acceptance of responsibility and show full insights into one's criminal actions, that as we have laid out in detail, the self-defense defense was a fabrication. They need to admit to that. They need to admit that they suborned or attempted to suborn all the perjury. And at that point, we might be in a position, if they do it sincerely and unequivocally, to be in a position to then go back to the court and recommend resentencing. Right here.
What if they do that in the next couple of weeks before the resentencing hearing? They acknowledge everything, and would you find that to be sincere? Would that change your
Given that you talked about all the lies they've said, how would anything that they would tell you, how would you deem that to be sincere after you've gone through this whole litany of lies that you claim they've made?
I will address in the same way that people ultimately were able to believe the Menendezes when they admitted to the first several lies, the first 4 lies. Because remember, at that point, you had a situation where the Menendez brothers said, we didn't do it. The mafia did it. But they took the stand repeatedly at trial and said under oath that no, we lied when we said we didn't do it. We lied when we said the mafia is the one who gunned down our parents. And they were able to, again, express under oath that belief, and they did it over and over and over again. So if the Menendezes go ahead and want to, at any point, whether it's today, whether it's weeks from now, months from now, or years from now, finally and unequivocally express that they and acknowledge the lies that they have told and persisted in for over 30 years, then we will certainly evaluate the quality of that sincerity and decide whether or not it's real or fake, whether or not it's just designed to get out of jail, or whether or not they truly believe and acknowledge the full breadth of the crimes and lies they have told in deciding what to do at that point. And as importantly, the court will have to make that decision, and that decision is the court and the courts alone to make.
Yeah, the family filed a Marcy's Law complaint. I'm sure you've seen this with a wildly different characterization of the meeting than you've offered in the past. They are actually claiming you were hostile towards them, that they were looking at bias and asking for from the case. I don't know if you have any, obviously offered different characterization of that meeting. Do you dispute that, the description that they made?
So it was a 3-hour meeting. And remember, the district attorney is not obligated to meet with any of the family members. Not even obligated to necessarily, certainly not obligated to meet in person. I could have taken written communications from any of the family members and actually did receive some written communications, but I sat there for over 3 hours. I didn't tell any of the Menendez family members what to say or what I wanted them to say. I said, whatever you want to say to me, please say it. And I sat there and listened to everyone who wanted to speak to me until they were done speaking. So if they've characterized that meeting in whatever way they're going to characterize it, so be it. I understand that the Menendez family members want, the ones that are supporting this, want the Menendezes out today. They could go to the governor. They wanted to actually achieve that. Literally go to the Governor Newsom today, and he could commute their sentences and release them today. I, on the other hand, am bound by the facts and the law as it pertains to an analysis of whether or not resentencing is appropriate. And that is what I've done. You know, again, the jury heard this self-defense defense way back when, and the jury rejected it. We're just basically, in many ways, following the jury's verdict from way back then, while the Menendezes have for over 30 years not only rejected the jury's verdict, but persisted in the lie of self-defense and the related lies I've talked about. In the back, yes.
Still go through with this while it's in the governor's hands. Some could say it makes no sense.
Why go through the resentencing? That's actually up to the court. The court can decide to continue a hearing and wait for the governor to weigh in. The court can have and keep the hearing on March 20th and 21st. District attorney is not going to tell the court what to do in this respect. Yes, over here.
What about the issue of the age they were when they committed these crimes and how laws have changed with regard to life without the possibility of parole?
Good point. Sirhan was 24 years old, and the law says that youthful offenders are under the age of 26. If you actually look at the governor's decision dealing with Sirhan, he mentioned that he has to give special consideration to the age of a particular person, particularly if they're under 26, that the law requires. And so, too, for resentencing, should the court give such consideration to the age of the offender. Sirhan was 24, Lyle Menendez was 21, Eric Menendez was 18 when they committed their murders. So yes, we need to give that consideration to the age of the offender. And I use the example of Sirhan, where that consideration was given, but yet the failure to exhibit full insight into one's actions and completely accept responsibility for the breadth of one's crimes overcame the pro-parole factors that the governor considered.
Going back to what the family had claimed in their letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office, beyond how they framed the meeting, they say in an ongoing way you are biased against the Menendez brothers. How do you respond to those things?
I am not. As I've said, not only am I not biased, but I will follow the facts and the law wherever they take us. And in fact, so much so that I've explained in quite long detail exactly where the lack of insight into their criminal actions occurs. I've outlined 16 different lies, 20 lies total, 4 of which they've acknowledged, 16 of which they have not. So I've outlined a pathway in the district attorney's position on how the Menendezes could exhibit these new insights. Now, whether they're sincere, whether they're unequivocal, that's between the Menendezes and mostly the court as to whether or not the court actually believes them. But if that were to occur, then I've said the district attorney's office, if it believed that these new insights were sincere and unequivocal, that we would reconsider whether or not we would go forward on a resentencing motion.
You referenced your new filing is 60 pages, and filing from the previous DA's office was just 3 pages.
What I meant to reference, if I wasn't clear, is our statement of facts dealing with the crime was 60 pages. The statement of facts dealing with the crime in the original motion was 3. And if you look through, I'm sorry?
Do you think that was incomplete? Do you think they did a poor job or poor framing?
I think it was incomplete because they never undertook the key analysis of whether or not the Menendez brothers have exhibited this full insight into the breadth of their criminal actions or completely accepted responsibility for all of them. As a result, we spent, and also the original pleading focused mostly on the probation report, statements made in the probation report. We went to the trial. If you actually look at our 60 pages, there are references to trial transcripts. There are references to court appellate opinions that analyze the facts. We didn't rely on a probation report where a probation officer is summarizing testimony, where that testimony is not under penalty of perjury and not subject to cross-examination. We went back to the source materials. Now, what was involved in that? It was a review of over, or most of, 50,000 pages of trial transcripts from 2 months-long trial, thousands of pages of prison records, hundreds of hours of videotaped testimony. We also spoke to prior prosecutors, defense counsel, the Menendez family members, as I mentioned, and law enforcement. So we did as best over the last several months a full debrief and download on the Menendez case to arrive at the position that we've arrived at today. I'll take one more question right here.
Who would they have to tell that they accept or take responsibility for those lies or actions? Who would they have to express it to?
They can do it in any form. Ultimately, it has to be to the court, because the court will be the arbiter and the judge of whether or not the Menendez brothers have finally exhibited full insight into their crimes and completely accepted responsibility for them. So, however the Menendez brothers want to convey that sincerity and that unequivocal admission that they have lied to everyone for the past 30 years on their key defense of self-defense, suborning perjury and attempting to suborn perjury, I will leave to the Menendez brothers and their counsel.
It has to be during a hearing.
It can be at any form. They can do it with declarations. They could do it with videotaped testimony. They could do it at the actual hearing itself. I'm not going to in any way suggest how they do it. They have a very qualified counsel who can advise them how to do it. It's up to them, though, on whether or not they want to do it. All right, I'm gonna stop right now. I will turn it over to Maria Ramirez for any one-on-one interviews. They'll be in the green room. And thank you very, very much for being here today.
Listening there to an update regarding the Menendez brothers case from Los Angeles District Attorney Nathan Hochman. Now, a little bit of background on this case, if you're not too familiar, you may remember that it was back in the 90s when the Menendez brothers were first convicted of killing both of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. Now, the district attorney's office here is saying that they are willing to look at a resentencing for the brothers if they fully and completely admit to the crime that they committed, which was that murder. Now, the Los Angeles district attorney also outlining several of these lies that he says the brothers have continued to tell in regards to their defense as to why they murdered their parents, and it remains to be seen if the brothers will move forward with that, if they will sincerely, unequivocally accept responsibility and acknowledge that their self-defense was a lie in what they have testified previously in court. So we're going to keep our eye on this story and see what happens moving forward. We're stepping away for a quick commercial break at Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with more of your top stories next. Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Coral Lahara, and we want to continue with some more of your top stories of the day. We are waiting for more of these live events to get underway. So in the meantime, let's head back to some more of these updates that we had from several officials across the country. Now, just before the commercial break, we were listening to the Los Angeles County District Attorney discussing an update on the Menendez brothers case. Next, we're going to hear from another district attorney, this time in Philadelphia. Larry Krasner will be speaking on some of these convictions related to gang shootings in the area.
All right, very good. Good morning. And thank you all for being here. This is the DAO's early week, usually Monday, press conference in which we talk about two things. First, we talk about data, especially data around gun violence. But second,
All right, it does seem that we're having a bit of audio issues here with this update regarding some gangs. Philadelphia's District Attorney Larry Krasner on your screen. So let's move on from this. Earlier on, we also got an update out of New York City regarding the confiscation of several guns across the city. So let's take a look at that while we figure out the audio issue with this playback feed.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
I'm wondering on the topic of your relationship with the NYPD ongoing. What do you think about the profile that was recently done on Commissioner Tisch in New York Magazine that characterizes
related questions?
We'll get back to it. My question is, do you have a borough breakdown of which borough had the most gun seizures? And then additionally, Mayor Adams, do you agree with the Trump administration's move to detain a green card holding pro-Palestinian activist from Columbia University?
If he has a gun, he needs to go.
He didn't, though. He was detained for no reason. We don't know what, and his family doesn't know
Okay.
what he did.
Do we have the number? You want to give it to? Okay, we'll get those numbers to you, Katie.
Any other on-topic questions?
Marsha, you got an on-topic question?
Actually, I wanted to follow on Joe's question. I think that the question about whether people are actually giving you a fair shot at making this the safest city in the world, when you stand in front of this 1,000 guns or however many you have here, are you at all frustrated by the fact that you feel that other people are not giving you credit for it? I mean, every day you have people who are saying, I can make the city safer. I'm going to hire 5,000 cops. I'm going to do it this way. And here you're standing here in front of the evidence. How frustrating is it for you that you have to deal with this constant onslaught of people who are trying to make it look like the way you ran for mayor originally, which was keeping the city safe, somehow you're not keeping that promise?
It's not frustrating. What's frustrating for me is when I speak to a police officer who just made an arrest. He's finished up the paperwork, and all of a sudden you see the person he arrested back on the streets. That's frustrating. Frustrating when he makes a gun call of a person who pointed a gun at an innocent person, and that person is back on the streets because our judicial system is failing them. The frustration is what I am seeing from those officers who are placing their lives on the line every day. Touch a locker that they lost a loved one to gun violence, or have to go visit a loved one or family member who they want to say we will never forget. That's the frustration. We have a criminal justice system, not only in the men and women in NYPD, but the Department of Correction that deal with some of the most violent people in the city, yet they are not getting any credit for it. I'm supposed to be attacked as a mayor. But the men and women who are providing that safety, we need to lift them up. We need to talk about their success. So when you say our city is not safe, you are actually talking down on those officers who contribute their lives. When you say that our Department of Correction officers are not doing their job, you're talking down on them. That is what's frustrating to me. I'm open season, go after me, but leave the men and women who are providing the safety alone. Let's lift them up. So as they talk about the city, let's applaud them for the job that they've done.
You're in the middle of a mayoral election. election season where what the currency of the day is to talk down against you and everything else that's going on in the city. So I would imagine that it must be a frustrating job, given the fact that you're trying to say, as you said, attract jobs, attract people, trying to say we've come back from COVID and the myriad of things that you're dealing with, and everybody's trying to take you down and the police department with it.
Well, nope. Again, my frustration is that as they talk about me politically, let's talk about the great workers of the city. Let's talk about what we have done. As they criticize me, talk about the 1,000 guns that the cops took off the streets. Talk about what this team is doing. And so, you know, you don't worry about what people are saying when your numbers are good. Our numbers are great. We've turned the city around. Let's applaud the men and women who have done that every day.
Mr. Mayor,
Lisa.
A lot of the guns, thanks for the shout out, by the way, too. Putting it on TikTok in about 10 minutes. The detectives say, the NYPD detectives that deal with a lot of these gun cases say that many of the people, it's a precision approach, and that many of the people that are arrested and that are the active shooters have multiple shooters, and that a lot of these guns have multiple crimes or even bodies on them. Do you think the laws are tough enough in the state for these recidivist shooters in these violence cases?
No, we have to do more. The commissioner has stated it. I have stated it. You know, everyone used, one sound bite, but it's more than that. We need to zero in on recidivism. Too many people are committing crimes over and over again. And I throw the number out, 545 people who were arrested for shoplifting were arrested over 7,000 times. Those are bad numbers. 38 people who assaulted transit employees were arrested over 1,100 times. And I will, bet anything that each one of these guns that we recovered off a person, that person had a recidivist history. There is a level of arrogance that is going with those who are committing crimes. They know the law better than what we know the law. And we need to shut the door that is allowing the recidivists to continue to commit the crimes.
All right, thank you, folks. How do you shut the door?
When who?
How do you shut the door on recidivism when you're not getting any help from Albany, when you're not getting help from judges who let people out on the street?
Well, listen, each time we go to these meetings, I try to educate that there are three parts of the criminal justice system. Police is one part. Everyone knows the police. They are the lawmakers, and there's the judicial branch and the prosecutors that are part of the apparatus. We're doing our job. We're making arrests up, apprehensions. The numbers are dropping. The other parts of the criminal justice system, they must do their job. And it's time for us to continue to inform New Yorkers that there are other parts of the criminal justice system that no one sees. We all know the police officers. We all know the uniforms. And so when you think of public safety, you automatically think of that police officer, but there are other parts of the criminal justice system. Thank you.
All right, so we caught the tail end of this press conference featuring New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as the NYPD commissioner there, Jessica Tisch, you see here in the background. And there, that sign that's saying over 1,000 illegal firearms have been confiscated. Now, we heard him answering some questions from the press, discussing public safety around the city, some criticism that Mayor Adams has received throughout the last several weeks. A reminder that there is an ongoing corruption case, and we are still on the lookout for any updates with that. I want to bring you this live look out there in downtown Manhattan. This is Fox Square. As we do a segue and step away for our first commercial break of this hour, we'll continue with more of these live events that are popping up on this Monday. Next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are heading from New York City, where we are showcasing that event just before the break, heading down to Washington, D.C., as we are seeing several Congress members convening there on the House floor in Capitol Hill.
Dedicated to the service of our country and his family. Today we honor Lieutenant Colonel Sir Pretent. Our nation salutes you, and with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to highlight the Promoting Precision Agriculture Act, legislation I introduced with the gentleman from Kansas, Tracy Mann. Agriculture is our top industry in North Carolina. The bill would establish a partnership between the federal government and the private sector to create voluntary interconnectivity standards and prioritize the cybersecurity needs for precision agriculture technologies. Precision agriculture includes robotics, sensors, monitors, drones to help growers increase efficiency, potentially boosting crop yields while lowering costs for fuel, fertilizer, and other inputs. It helps our farmers to be successful, profitable, and productive. We must ensure our growers have access to the cutting-edge precision agriculture technologies and broadband services necessary to do what they do best, and that's feed, fuel, and clothe the American people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Right, so we saw there just some short remarks from Congress members on the House floor, but we are seeing yet another live event here. We're listening to Governor Wes Moore speaking at the Congressional City Conference for 2025.
In the state of Maryland that were all directly impacted, so there had to be the measure of collaboration. And I think one of the big things that we saw and learned from there, and one of the big lessons I have, is that the best way to do disaster relief is making sure you're really good at disaster preparation. You got to prepare for this stuff before it happens. And the first conversations that I'm having with mayors or local elected officials or with emergency managers can't be when the emergency happens. Because there's a sense of trust that has to be built up. There's a sense of confidence, of competence that has to be understood. And if that's not there, it makes when the crisis hits really, really complicated and tricky. And you know, I've said where the reason why these things are so important is, you know, one of the things I remember I learned in the Army was that I never learned anything about anybody in times of ease. If you ever want to learn anything about anybody, watch them when it was hard. Watch them when it was tough. Watch them when there were no good decisions left. And see how they led and how they mobilized. But the reason that we were even able to get to that point is because of the really strong relationship that we've tried to build between the governor and our mayors and the state and the locals. That when you have that sense of trust that's in place, it makes the hard times a whole lot easier because you do have a well of goodwill and of trust that you're going to have to tap into in order to make sure that you can effectively navigate really complex situations.
Speak a little bit more about that. Obviously, sometimes, you know, it's not always good relationships between cities and counties and cities and states, but how it makes a difference when times of tragedy come.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in Maryland, we always get along. So,
about the Ravens, right?
About the Ravens, yes. No, but I mean, yes, there are times going to be tense conversations and tense disputes, and there are going to be certain things we're just not going to agree on. That's cool. But one thing I do believe is that if we disagree on a Monday, the only thing I'm asking is, can we please get together on the Tuesday and find something else that we can work on, right? That's the only thing that we ask. And I do think that becomes really important because, you know, one of the great things that we are seeing, and I think people are pretty exhausted by, people are just exhausted by the partisanship. I think people are exhausted by the, you know, should I work with this person? Or this person, you know, ran against me before, or this person's a part of a different political party, or this, like, nobody cares. The only thing they care about is, are you trying to make my life a little bit easier? And so I just think the ability to say, guys, like, we should be able to tussle with tough problems. We should be able to say, okay, I believe in X, Y, and Z, and I know you believe in A, B, and C, but let's see if we can get together and find where the truth is. And oftentimes the truth does lie in the middle of a lot of the muck, right? But let's put the politics to the side, that we know in our jobs. I don't have the luxury of being ideological. Executives can't be ideological.
Right.
You either do the job or you don't.
Right.
And if you're not going to do the job, then move off to the side and let someone else get in there and do it. But it really does require that sense of confidence and trust and building that. It's a muscle you got to build with your local elected officials and say that the goal is just to make sure that we have the same unified goal. Let's make sure our people are cared for. And let's make sure we can fulfill their best destinies.
Great deal. And Mayor Byers, you are a superwoman yourself. In dealing with the complexities of wildfire management, how has West Hollywood collaborated with neighboring jurisdictions to enhance regional planning and coordination? Could you provide an example of how this cross-community approach has improved your overall response to wildfires?
Yes, absolutely. And good afternoon, everyone. For folks who don't know, the city of West Hollywood is a 1.89 square mile city that is carved out of unincorporated LA County, just south of the Hollywood Hills, in between the cities of Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. So we are nestled in a really large region that experienced a number of wildfires all at once. And frankly, we were a city born in crisis 40 years ago at the height of the AIDS epidemic. And I think that lesson early on in our city's history is what helped us start to do a lot of this long-term disaster preparedness work, investing in the community-based organizations who our residents and community members knew and trusted and could rely on for their unique needs being met. We saw in this time of crisis how those agencies, those nonprofit organizations became a resource for our community members, folks living with disabilities, folks living in isolation as older adults in their apartment buildings. Those are the organizations that folks were ready to turn to get support when they were asking for where to get those resources. In addition, we learned that housing is one of the most vital resources a community can have in times of crisis. And we saw that immediately as folks were fleeing their disaster-prone areas and looking to the city of West Hollywood, which was largely unimpacted, to find home for a long-term place. We're a city that had a short-term vacation rental policy in place and also a one-year minimum lease policy in place to ensure that our precious housing stock is used for long-term rentals. And in this instance, we had to cleave space to make sure that people who needed housing for any amount of time in this crisis could find home in our city that is a high-resourced area, transit-adjacent, and has all the resources people would need. So that was a really key role that we played early on in making sure that housing could be available to the larger region, and making sure that as folks are looking away from Los Angeles at this time, that we could be a beacon of the economic vitality moving forward for the region, that we could make a message that businesses are open, that we need business in the Los Angeles region, that it's still safe to come to this area, and in fact, we need your investment now more than ever. I want to give a shout out to the city of Santa Monica. I know Mayor Blanda Negrete is in this room, and her city was very directly impacted and continues to be as a beachside community in the face of this. crisis. And as our economic outlook as a region is now long-term in a troubling situation, I ask that you all really look to these disaster-stricken areas as a place to return to and to reinvest in. The community is desperately in need of those resources.
I was just there 3 weeks ago and had the opportunity to tour. It was just absolute devastation, neighborhoods. And the interesting to me was just you saw chimneys standing up.
Yep.
Just chimneys. And it's because chimneys are obviously insulated to withstand heat. But reflecting on the intensity of this most recent wildfire season, could you describe a moment or decision that reshaped your perspective on disaster management and preparedness in the West Hollywood area?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe the moment I got the evacuation warning on my phone was a moment that I was sent into a different sort of lane of thought. I knew that our city was not, in fact, going to be asked to evacuate, and still I got a notification on my phone from the larger county resource that insists that we're supposed to evacuate. As a leader of the community, I had resources at my fingertips. I could call our city management, I could ask what was really going on, but then it was my responsibility to share that information with as many trusted messengers as possible. And still, it was already too late. We had a logistics nightmare unfolding in our community. Folks who were at the hillside who needed to get out were bottlenecked on those roadsides by people who didn't need to get out just yet. And so in seeing that and in recognizing the role of crisis communications, we all have work to do to make sure that community-based organizations, neighborhoods, apartment buildings, each and every one of us has that trusted messenger we could turn to get the information we need and to make sure that we are put in the right direction. And I think that was a really big takeaway. We have folks asking for tools like sirens. We unlocked our digital billboards across the city to share messages that could communicate to people. And all of that really was a part of helping understand what the future of this looks like. It really is communication. It's building trust. We know that anything moves at the speed of trust, and we need to be able to make sure that we're unlocking that trust at different levels in community more than ever before.
Well, and we used to think it was something that happened just on the West Coast, but since then, you know, right outside of, in South Carolina, outside of Myrtle Beach and Long Island, now dealing with some of these same issues. Any advice for those communities and communities that find themselves in fire's way?
I think the governor said it really well. We have to be constantly preparing. Look, we're in a 10-year plan right now to ensure that we're prepared for the big earthquake that is still ready to hit the region. Just yesterday, there was a 4.2 earthquake that hit Los Angeles County, shaking people in so many ways, and we've been investing tremendous resources thanks to the partnership from FEMA and grants that we've gotten to fix all of these buildings that people have long-term lived in. And that work we're still right in the middle of. So to be dealing with concurrent disasters, to be questioning whether or not we're going to continue to get resources where we need them most, it's a really troubling time. And I think the work of preparing for the long haul, really being able to invest in this conversation and make sure our community is ready to play their important role too in this work is what we can do.
Well, as we close, you know, both of you have led through some very, very trying and difficult times. As one final piece of advice, could you share a transformative idea or practice that has emerged from these challenges that you think could revolutionize how cities nationwide prepare and respond for future emergencies?
I said it to start with. I think housing is one of the biggest roles. People are going to want to feel safe and secure in their community, whatever their community looks like. And if they are forced to flee in the face of disaster and go to a new community, we can't be the community that turns people away because we too don't have enough housing to accommodate. And I really think that that is one of the biggest challenges, is how we build a housing landscape that is attainable and suitable enough to accommodate all the dynamic changes that we're going to continue to face as a country.
Governor?
I'd say there are three things that I'd say briefly. You know, one is you need to make sure that this is a real priority for your team. I mean, we've put together, we've signed executive orders that have created things like a chief resilience officer whose responsibility it actually is to make sure they're coordinating with all these parties, that we've been able to create a state disaster relief fund. So you actually have capital that's allocated in addition to what you have towards emergency management, what you know you're working with the federal government on, but to know that we can actually have a quick reaction force to be able to ensure that your people are taken care of, but really making sure that as chief executives that you set as a priority. I'd say the second piece is you have to, when these disasters strike, you've got to get a consistent and a steady and a predictable communications cadence with people, where we would literally have press conferences at 3 p.m. every single day, updating people on what has happened over these past 24 hours. And some of them, it was like, there's not a whole lot to say today, but does anybody have any questions? But you had to make sure that people understood what was the steady communication cycle that you were gonna have with people in a unified fashion. And then the third piece I would just say briefly is when these disasters strike, you're gonna spend a lot of time in the EOC and your Emergency Operations Center. You'll spend a lot of time receiving your briefings. Don't forget to get out there with the people. Don't forget to get out there and have them see you and making sure you're listening to what they are going through. Because sometimes the things that you are working on, there might be a level of oversight because you haven't actually spoken directly to them. So just make sure you're always finding time, even in the most tragic situations where your days are going to be filled with brief after brief after brief after brief, decision after decision after decision. Make sure that the people are the ones who are helping to inform your thinking, your decision-making, and the speed in which you are forcing folks to be able to move and communicate.
Well, I think we could all agree that the state of Maryland is fortunate to have you as governor, and the city of West Hollywood is fortunate to have you as mayor. Thank you both so much for sharing your perspectives. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you all so much.
Listening there to a panel discussion at the Congressional City Conference discussing infrastructure and also these emergency preparedness plans as we continue to see several weather-related disasters happening across the country. And you do see there that a podium is set up. I do believe this is the event in which Vice President J.D. Vance is supposed to be speaking at. Those remarks set to get started at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 11:30 in the morning Pacific Time. So in about 6 minutes or so. We're going to use this opportunity to step away for a brief commercial break. We'll be back out to this and more live events next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, as we are still waiting for Vice President J.D. Vance to speak here at this event. It is happening over in Washington, D.C. Now, just before the commercial break, we did showcase a panel discussion regarding infrastructure as well as some of these emergency preparedness plans and how state and local government is working on that to make sure that whenever a weather disaster hits, their cities, their counties are prepared to respond. I want to raise up the audio a little bit here. I think they're just doing a mic check in preparation for the vice president. And there you see just kind of framing up the shot. So those remarks set to get underway in about 3 minutes or so. We will take them in full without commercial breaks once the vice president steps up to this podium. While we wait for that, I want to give you a few other live pictures that we do have. Staying in Washington, D.C., as you take a look at this, it's a story that we brought to you earlier on today, and we still have this footage from up overhead. As we are seeing here, that the nation's capital city is removing the large painting of the words Black Lives Matter on a street that's located 1 block away from the White House. This comes as Washington Mayor Muriel Bowser struggles to fend off threats of encroachment from both President Donald Trump and the Republican-controlled Congress. Now, I am reading some reporting courtesy of the Associated Press regarding this entire situation here. As we know that the D.C. Mayor Bowser pointed to the change on the social media platform X on Tuesday of last week, writing that, quote, "The mural inspired millions of people and helped our city through a painful period. But now we can't afford to be distracted by meaningless congressional interference. The devastating impacts of the federal job cuts must be our #1 concern." The move shows that the mayor is a striking shift in tone toward President Trump and congressional Republicans since the president's first term in office. Bowser, who is a Democrat, ordered the painting and renamed the intersection Black Lives Matter Plaza as a public act of defiance back in June of 2020. It came after days of chaotic protest at that location over police brutality following the killing of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer. Now, her approach to the protest brought her into the direct conflict of President Trump. The president at the time accused Bowser of losing control of her city and threatened to invoke his power to take over the Metropolitan Police Department. He did not follow through, but declared his own multi-agency lockdown that included helicopters flying at low altitudes to intimidate protesters. Let's head back to this live event over in Washington, D.C. Not seeing Vice President Vance step up to the podium, but we are seeing some more speakers, so let's take it live.
You all are really demonstrating what being ready and resilient is all about. Now, the reason I'm on the stage, please allow me to introduce our headliner speaker for this season. He began his career serving in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years, including a tour in Iraq. Upon returning home, he went to law school, became an investor in startups across the Midwest, and penned the best-selling memoir, Hillbilly Elegy. In 2022, he was elected to the U.S. Senate, representing the state of Ohio, where he served for 2 years. During his time in the Senate, he worked closely with NLC to advocate rail safety legislation in Congress and to make communities safer, co-sponsoring the Railway Safety Act of 2023. Last year, he stepped up to join President Donald Trump in his presidential campaign and was elected Vice President of the United States in November of 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Thank you all. Thank you. Please take a seat. It's good to see everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you all for having me. Thank you to Councilman Kramer for the kind introduction. I was talking with him backstage a little bit. My wife and I both love the city of Louisville and have spent a lot of time there. So thank you for being here. It means a lot, and thanks for the kind words. And I'd say to all of you, whenever I was in the Senate and I welcomed a group from Ohio, and I know you guys represent the entire country or cities and municipalities all over the country, I would always just say, enjoy the town because it is your city. And I think that Washington is a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place to spend a few days. I know you guys have some work to do, but I also think it's important to get out there and see the people's city. It was built with your tax dollars. I think these incredible buildings and museums are supported by all of you and, of course, by all the people that you represent. And so I hope you enjoy your time in Washington, D.C. So I know you're all busy, and I know it's never easy to come here to Washington, especially on a Monday. So I appreciate the effort involved in getting here and I also appreciate the mission of this conference. The work you all do back home is extremely important. You know, most Americans, of course, they interact with their state and local governments far more regularly than they do their federal government, and that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way the Constitution sets it up. We know that good government starts at the local level. So while those of us in Washington certainly take up most of the press attention, and we do that whether we want to or not, I want to acknowledge the enormous impact local governments have on the lives of our great American citizens. Now, the Trump administration believes in the wisdom of federalism and leaving local issues to local officials. But we all also recognize the importance of supporting and collaborating with all of you, because so many of the issues that you deal with, of course, implicate local issues, but state issues and federal issues as well. And one area of shared interest between President Trump and I think every single person in this room is the importance of providing good housing for our citizens at a reasonable and affordable cost. And I have to say, I'm hard-pressed to think of a time in my 40 years of life where it's been so hard for normal American citizens to afford a home. Even renting a home has become a challenge, or worse yet, fallen completely out of reach for so many of our families. I was talking with a relative a couple of years ago, and she just made kind of an offhanded observation. As a younger person than I am, she was looking to buy her first home and just mentioned that when her parents were growing up, they could afford a nice home on a single middle-class income. And she was sort of mentioning this as a sorrowful thing. She was sad that that wasn't true for her generation. And I think all of us in this room, certainly including me, have a little bit more work to do, I think, to make housing more affordable. And I want to talk about that because I think it's the issue where our interests in some ways are most aligned with the people in this room. You know, I read recently that the average income it takes to buy a new house is nearly 2 times the average salary of your typical American family. Not the average American worker, but the combined incomes of a husband and wife, and that's just not acceptable or sustainable in the United States of America. We want Americans to be able to afford the American dream of homeownership because we know that when people own their homes, it makes them a stakeholder. It makes them a stakeholder in their neighborhoods, in their cities, and ultimately, of course, in this country that all of us love so much. We want our citizens to feel that investment in their own country, and it's hard. It's hard to feel that investment if you feel like you can't even own a slice of it, even if that's what you want to do. Now, on a more basic level, we don't want people living paycheck to paycheck. We don't want them to make trade-offs between a trip to the grocery store and meeting next month's rent. Because even if you don't yet own a home, or even if you don't ever want to own a home, the knowledge that if you work hard and spend wisely, eventually you'll be able to afford a nice place to live, that goes, I think, a very long way to giving people a sense that they belong here and a sense that they have a stake in the future. Now, there are some important reasons why that belief is dwindling among Americans today. And a lot of it, of course, comes from the historic inflation that this country has dealt with over the last 4 years. Now, under the previous administration, get a little bit political, the cost of a median price home in America more than doubled, and that was just in 4 years. And if your salary didn't keep pace with inflation and rise 20%, your buying power took even a bigger hit. And of course, if you think about this, if the price of a home doubles and the price and your actual salary doesn't double, then you're a lot worse off. And we know that most Americans did not see their salary double over the last 4 years. So it's no surprise that home sales hit a 30-year low in 2024. Now, another reason for the elevating costs comes down to zoning. And the reality, as you all know, is that zoning is an area where federal authority is actually quite limited. And I'm sure none of you want the federal government in the business of mandating how cities and towns handle local laws, and that's certainly not what we want to do either. But I would ask everyone in this room is to be good partners with us, and certainly partners with your citizens, and think about how we can improve the costs of our the costs of housing for our citizens. And I think one of the ways that we're going to have to do that is by being a little bit smarter about our local zoning rules. And in particular, when I think about zoning, I can't help but think about it without, of course, the communities that I know best, which are those that I represented in the state of Ohio. And, Columbus, Ohio in particular, I assume we've got some Columbus people here. And, Columbus is a boom town in so many ways. I've got, relatives and family members who live there, who love Columbus. It's a magnet because it's had so much economic development. But one of the things that I worry about when I look at a city like Columbus or, Miami, which became a boom town during the COVID years, is the unaffordability of housing. And we've got to fix that. If we actually want these places to be magnets, not just for jobs and investment, but also the dreams of our young people, we've got to actually make it easier to build homes. And in particular, I think the city of Austin has done a pretty interesting job, because in Austin, you saw this massive increase of people moving in. The cost of housing skyrocketed, but then Austin implemented some pretty smart policies, and that brought down the cost of housing. And it's one of the few major American cities where you see the cost of housing leveling off or even coming down. Now, the Trump administration has taken important steps to make building cheaper and to boost the supply of housing. Now, of course, it's going to take time, but this is a day one issue for our entire team from the president on down. On his first day in office, the president issued an executive order making it a priority to bring down prices for new buyers. Now, part of that will come from slashing needless regulations, which, according to some estimates, account for about 25% of a new single-family build today. We've also seen Secretary Turner, our great Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, he's working hard on this issue, cutting some of the Biden rules at HUD that hike costs and shifted decision-making from local governments to Washington, D.C. And Secretaries Bergren and Wright, and certainly Administrator Zeldin at the EPA, are putting in important work to bring down the costs of energy, which is, of course, a critical input to the cost of building a home, to say nothing, of course, of heating one and keeping its lights on. But I actually want to focus on something a little bit different, because I think this is one of the areas where what the Trump administration can do and has done is going to be one of the major drivers of bringing down the cost of housing. Now, local zoning, regulations, the cost of energy, these things are about the supply of housing. How do we get more houses out there to be built? But I think it's important to talk about the demand side of the housing market. And so much of what we're doing in the Trump administration when it comes to the immigration issue is framed about law enforcement, about reducing fentanyl coming into our communities. And that is true. That is a big part of why we're doing what we're doing at the border. But when we talk about housing and why costs are so high, we don't talk enough about demand. And one of the drivers of increased housing demand, we know, is that we've got a lot of people over the last 4 years who have come into the country illegally. And that's something we have to work on if we want to meaningfully reduce the cost of housing too. Now just think about this. If you allow 20 million people to compete with American citizens for the cost of homes, you are going to have a large and frankly completely preventable spike in the demand for housing. And that is what we, of course, have seen, because while we made it a little bit hard to build homes in this country over the last 4 years, we've also unfortunately made it way too easy for people to compete against American citizens for the precious homes that are in our country to begin with. Now, I'll say this, it's actually not just an American problem either. If you go to Canada, where because of their laws and regulations, they've seen a massive increase in the number of people who have come into their country. You go to the United Kingdom, you go across the world, and you see a very consistent relationship between a massive increase in immigration and a massive increase in housing prices. And we have to be honest about that. Well, I see one of our nice representatives out here wants to actually, I guess, continue to flood the country with illegal immigrants, making your communities and citizens unaffordable. But ma'am, with all respect, one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to make it more affordable for Americans to live. That is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. Now, last week, I visited the southern border, and we decided to check in on what's going on there at the southern border. And of course, like I said earlier, you often hear about immigration enforcement as about crime and about drug trafficking, and that is a big part of it. I was at Eagle Pass, and I was talking to local border control down there, and they told me that in just a matter of weeks, their small part of the border had gone from 1,500 daily encounters to less than 30. And again, that's in a matter of weeks. That's just a simple matter of common sense border enforcement. That matters. Thank you. And let's talk about why it matters. I mentioned housing. But one of the things I heard down there, I was talking to the mayor in that community, and he said it's incredibly stressful on local resources. It's stressful on their local hospitals. It's stressful on their local schools to have this massive increase. And so while, look, I recognize there's a diversity of opinions here, clearly there is, I also think it's important to be honest about those disagreements, to acknowledge those disagreements, but to say that the reason why we care about border security is because we want your communities to be safer, we want them to be more affordable, we want there to be less drugs in our country, and we want your citizens to be able to live the American dream. It is the birthright of every single one of our citizens, and we're gonna fight for it every single day. So, with all due respect for some of the disagreements and opinion, I'd say we welcome disagreements. We want to talk about those disagreements, but we also have to respect the law in the United States of America. And I can tell. And I can tell you that, yes, of course, you're going to disagree with some of our policies. That's okay. Come and tell us when you disagree with our policies, and we'll have a conversation about it. Maybe don't shout it in front of 2,000 people. I can't even hear what you're saying, sir. But importantly, on this question of immigration, we have to recognize that, yes, you can disagree with some of the laws that are in place. You can disagree with the enforcement of those laws. You can even vote for people who want to change those laws. But while we have immigration laws on the books, we will enforce them, and we expect our local municipalities to help us. So it will be the policy of the Trump administration to enforce the nation's laws, and it will be the policy of the Trump administration to say that it is not up to local cities to choose which federal laws that they're going to enforce. It's important. We can't do immigration enforcement with sanctuary cities. We've got to have everybody respecting the law, and that is going to be one of the major policy focuses, of course, of the Trump administration, and it already has been. And I want to just say one final point about this issue of housing and of the strains that immigration and illegal immigration in particular put on our housing stock. We know from economists that blue-collar folks are often those who face the biggest cuts in wages and in services when you have communities overwhelmed by illegal immigration. I come from a blue-collar family, and I think one of the main drivers is that we need to be able to give our citizens, black, white, or whatever skin color, whatever belief system that they have, if you are an American citizen, you deserve to have a government at the local, city, and federal level that fights for the American dream for you. And we've seen And we've seen, yes, over the Biden administration, but let's be honest, over 40 years of American policy, we've seen a lot of our blue-collar Americans, urban and rural, struggling to afford a home, struggling to raise their kids in safe communities, struggling to look to the future with hope and optimism. And so, with all respect for policy disagreements, I think that one thing that unites us in this room is that we want to give our blue-collar people in the United States of America a shot at the American dream again. We may disagree about how exactly to do it, but let's do it together. Let's fight for our people together, and let's reinvigorate the American dream for the American citizen once again. And let me close here with just an acknowledgement here that I know you guys have some of the hardest jobs in government, Democrat, Republican, or nonpartisan. You guys are the ones, of course, who fix the potholes. You guys are the ones that make sure our local police have the funding that they need, our local firefighters are able to do the incredible job that they do. So I just want to let you know, from the Trump administration, from the president, the vice president, and everybody else, we respect what you do. We're impressed by you. We think you guys are doing a great job, and we want to make sure that you have a presidential administration that is making your lives easier and not harder. So please consider our administration one with an open door. Please come to us when you have issues. Even if you don't like what we're doing on the policy, you guys have got to be able to come and talk to us. So keep doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing. Enjoy the rest of your time in Washington. God bless you guys, and thank you for doing the great job.
Listening there to Vice President J.D. Vance speaking at the National League of Cities event, where earlier we also heard some remarks from different mayors across the country, as well as the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We'll be back out to more of these live events next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to this live picture that we have over in Washington, D.C., courtesy of our partners at EarthCam, and talk about some of the events that are going to be coming up within the next hour. So in the 3 o'clock hour, less than 10 minutes from now, we are going to be seeing the U.S. Senate resuming their consideration of the nomination of Lori Chavez-DeRemer of Oregon to be Secretary of Labor. We do know that a couple of weeks ago, Senate committee voted to advance that nomination of President Donald Trump's choice to head the Department of Labor, one of the agencies named in lawsuits over moves by Elon Musk's cost-cutting team to access federal data systems. Still, members of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions voted 14-9 to recommend Lori Chavez-DeRemer's confirmation by the full Senate. During her February 19th confirmation hearing, Republican senators grilled Chavez-DeRemer about her past support in Congress for pro-union legislation. Senator Bill Cassidy, the Louisiana Republican who chairs the committee, for example, said business owners were concerned about Chavez-DeRemer's co-sponsorship of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. The PRO Act, which did not come up for a vote during her one term, would have made it easier for workers to unionize and penalize employers who interfered with that activity. When Cassidy asked if Chavez-DeRemer still supported the legislation, she declined to give a yes or no answer. Now, the Department of Labor has nearly 16,000 full-time employees and a proposed budget of $13.9 billion in the fiscal year of 2025. If confirmed, Chavez-DeRemer would preside over that budget and workforce. She would also set priorities related to wages, workplace health and safety, and employees' rights to organize, as well as employers' rights to fire workers. And that's coming up once again, as I mentioned, at the 3 o'clock hour. So stick with us here. We do want to step away and just get in one more quick commercial break while we continue with more of these live events next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where I do want to touch on some breaking news as the Associated Press is reporting that Ontario has slapped a 25% tax increase on electricity exports to the U.S. in response to President Trump's trade war. The AP saying this: Ontario's premier, the leader of Canada's most populous province, announced that effective today, on Monday, it is charging 25% more for electricity to 1.5 million Americans in response to President Donald Trump's trade war. Ontario provides electricity to Minnesota, New York, and Michigan. The Ontario premier is saying, quote, "I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely." He went on to say, "Believe me when I say I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people who didn't start this trade war. It's one person who is responsible. It's President Trump." Ontario's tariff would remain in place despite the 1-month reprieve from President Trump, noting a 1-month pause means nothing but more uncertainty. Quebec is also considering taking similar measures with electricity exports to the U.S. Ford's office said that the new market rules require any generator selling electricity to the U.S. to add a 25% surcharge. Ontario's government expects it to generate revenue of 300,000 Canadian dollars to $400,000 per day, which, quote, will be used to support Ontario workers, families, and businesses. The new surcharge is in addition to the federal government's initial $30 billion worth of retaliatory tariffs that have been applied on items like American orange juice, peanut butter, coffee, appliances, footwear, cosmetics, motorcycles, and certain pulp and paper products. So that is just the latest as this trade war intensifies. President Donald Trump did launch that new trade war last week by imposing tariffs against Washington's 3 biggest trading partners, drawing immediate retaliation from Mexico, Canada, and China, and sending financial markets into a tailspin. The president later said that he postponed a 25% tariff on many goods from Canada and Mexico for a month amid widespread fears of a broader trade war. Now, Ford estimates that it would add about $100 a month to the bills of each American affected. We're going to continue to follow the latest regarding all of these tariffs and the implementations of them, the trade war between the U.S. and its biggest trading partners, including Canada, Mexico, and China. But that was just the latest one there, as Ontario did announce that 25% tax increase on electricity exports to the U.S. in response to that trade war. Let's continue on with some more of these comments and briefings that we have been getting as we wait for several of these live events to get underway. I want to take us back out to this live look over at the White House. As you know that pretty soon, not the White House, excuse me, Washington, D.C., courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. As we know that pretty soon we'll be hearing a Senate confirmation of the nomination for Lori Chavez-DeRemer to be the new Secretary of Labor, set to get started at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So really very soon, but we're still waiting for that live feed to get into our newsroom. So while we do that, let's bring you out to this other event that we just missed because we were showcasing Vice President J.D. Vance speaking at an event in Washington, D.C. And this one concerns the U.S. Security Council discussing some of the crisis facing women in Afghanistan. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this very lively afternoon in the UN building. I feel so many women around. It's beautiful. But to start now the declaration here. It's we, Denmark, France, Greece, Guyana, Panama, Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, and United Kingdom, Security Council signatories of the Statement of Shared Commitments of Women, Peace and Security, reiterate our strong condemnation of the Taliban's continued and systematic gender discrimination and increased gender-based violence, which may amount to gender persecution. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the 25th anniversary of Resolution 1325, which established the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. In keeping with the 10 UN Security Council resolutions on women, peace and security, member states have long pledged to uphold all women's rights as human rights and women's participation in all efforts to maintain peace and security. Yet today, the women and girls of Afghanistan are erased from public life and their voices are silenced. The Taliban has issued more than 80 decrees and directives specifically targeting the autonomy, rights, and daily lives of women and girls. In August 2024, the Taliban issued the so-called Law on the Propagation of Virtue and Prevention of Vice. In December 2024, the Taliban suspended women and girls' access to education in both private and public medical institutions. This came on the heels of the Taliban's decision banning women from working for the United Nations and non-governmental organizations in Afghanistan, and severe restrictions on women's freedom of movement and freedom of expression. Together, these unacceptable and unjustifiable measures aim to institutionalize a system of gender-based discrimination, persecution, and oppression. We condemn, in the strongest terms, these policies, and we call on the Taliban to immediately cease and reverse their ongoing systematic violations of human rights, particularly the discriminatory policies and practices that violate human rights and fundamental freedoms of all women and girls. We further reject any attempts to silence or threaten Afghan civil society representatives and women human rights defenders. The Taliban must respect Afghanistan's international obligations and commitments, including the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. We welcome steps to hold the Taliban accountable for the widespread and institutionalized violations of women's and girls' human rights. We note, among other initiatives, the application of the International Criminal Court prosecutor for arrest warrants against 2 senior Taliban leaders, and a commitment to pursue accountability for gender-based crimes, including gender persecution. The Security Council has made clear, including through resolutions 2593 and 2681, that full, equal, meaningful and safe participation of all Afghan women and girls in all spheres of life is essential to peace, stability and prosperity in Afghanistan. We call for their full participation in Afghanistan's future and long-term development, and in all efforts for the maintenance of promotion of peace and security. This also goes for all diplomatic efforts such as the UN-led Doha process and the recently established working groups and the Central Asian Women's Leaders Caucus. We reaffirm our support for the continuous presence of the United Nations Assistance Mission in Afghanistan and other UN agencies, funds and programs across Afghanistan in support of the Afghan people, including women and girls. We underline that all member states and UN agencies, including UNRWA, must work to promote a coherent approach to upholding and advocating for women's and girls' rights in Afghanistan. We further express our support for renewing UNRWA's mandate in full. With this, the joint statement has concluded. I'll give the Security Council members a moment to leave the stakeout area.
Can we ask any questions?
Yeah, why did you use the term gender apartheid? And it's now my pleasure to invite Ms. Asada Ras Mohammed to the podium. Asada is the civil society briefer for today's briefing on Afghanistan. She'll give her some remarks in her own capacity before she briefs the council. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Ambassador. We're listening here to some comments that were made a moment ago. A stakeout camera there at the United Nations building over in New York City discussing the dire situation which many women in Afghanistan are currently facing. And we are seeing that presently live, the UN Security Council is convening to discuss this topic. But at the same time, we are also getting this live picture out inside of the Senate floor as the consideration of the nomination of Lori Chavez-DeRemer is being heard as the Secretary of Labor. So let's just listen in for a bit and see if we can hear what's happening on the Senate floor.
When it comes to the issue of trade, we need less of Peter Navarro and more of Adam Smith. I think the certainty that comes with trade policy will benefit our economy the most. Hopefully we don't have a government shutdown this week. I want my colleagues to remember that it costs money to shut down the government, costs money to open the government up. There's even some money being wasted this week as bureaucrats plan for a possible shutdown. And the government is supposed to be service for the American people, and you can't serve the American people if government is not functioning. I would also like to address my colleagues to remind them of the genocide of the 1990s in the Western Balkan region of the world and of the Dayton Peace Accords of 1995 that brought an end to that genocide. For years, the leaders of the Serb entity within the country of Bosnia, Mr. Dodik, I think it's pronounced, has been threatening to have the Serb part secede. Remember that there was a war and a genocide in the 1990s because of people like Mr. Dodik acting like he is now. He has a predecessor serving life in prison for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Many Bosnians who suffered from that terrible ethnic violence came to Iowa for protection and have enriched our state and nation. Many of these Iowans have friends and family still in Bosnia. I spoke to some of them last Friday about an escalating crisis with frightening echoes of the great violence of the 1990s. Mr. Dodik was sentenced by a Bosnian court for unconstitutional actions that reject the authority of Bosnian state institutions. So, rather than stop, he chose to double down. The Bosnian Serb Assembly has now passed and implemented laws prohibiting the functioning of Bosnian state-level security and judicial institutions in that area. Provincial institutions there have been ordered to use force to stop and prevent the lawful actions and operations of a Bosnian state. Bosnians who are loyal to their country or who these ethnic separatists do not consider Serbs, those people are at risk, including family members of my fellow Iowans. This concerns me greatly. Now, the United States, through Secretary Rubio, is taking some action, making it clear that it is also of great concern to the Trump administration. Western Balkan stability has been a U.S. priority across administrations: Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, and now Trump again. I'm following this situation very closely. America is also watching who in the region is supporting stability and who is backing the return to ethnic separatism and the possible genocide that could once again happen. Remember, it didn't end well for those same people in the 1990s. I will work with the Trump administration to make sure that we keep up the pressure on Mr. Dodik and his allies to stop and respect the Dayton Peace Accords that ended this violence in 1995. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
So as we continue to see here down on the southern floor in Capitol Hill, there is a bit of a pause in between some of these comments made by senators. So we're going to step away for a brief commercial break. We'll be back out to this in 2 minutes. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. We are still seeing that senators have taken a pause here on Capitol Hill as they have been discussing several of these initiatives, these measures. We were just listening to Senator Chuck Grassley, and then later on today, they are expected to consider the nomination of Lori Chavez-DeRemer to be the new Secretary of Labor. So while we wait for this to get going, let's head over to another live event. In New York City, we are seeing the United Nations Security Council convene to discuss the situation in Afghanistan, particularly when it concerns women.
Number of wounded. 2 days later, there was another ISIL-claimed suicide attack on one of the de facto deputy ministers of urban development and housing in Kabul, who was injured, with 3 de facto authority personnel killed and 10 wounded. The continued activities of the TTP against Pakistan and the presence of other terrorist groups in Afghanistan, as documented in the recent 1267 sanctions monitoring team report, demonstrate that the international community continues to have legitimate questions about de facto authorities' ability or commitment to uphold their own guarantees that Afghanistan will not become a threat to other countries. Madam President, the space for engagement is narrowing. There is a growing frustration on the part of some key international stakeholders that political engagement is not working and may actually be encouraging hardliners within the de facto authority. At the same time, funding decreases are putting additional pressure on the Afghan people, as I have described. How do we move forward given these negative trends? The mechanism to address the issues that prevent Afghanistan's reintegration with the international community are today in place. The working groups on counter-narcotics and private sector are meeting and provide a framework for engagement and potential confidence building. On counter-narcotics, Afghan experts, including women with the de facto authorities, UN and member state representatives, produced joint action and investment plan on alternative livelihoods for poppy farmers to support the de facto authorities' opium cultivation ban. Work on a sustainable private sector includes defining comprehensive support strategy that integrates access to finance, business enablers, and market economy and market access with regulatory frameworks, and focus on women-led business. These meetings have helped to build confidence among the main stakeholders, as well as provide concrete plans to improve the lives of Afghans. The UN proposed comprehensive approach shared for now with the Doha format participants and the de facto authorities, for the first time proposes a framework to address the difficult issues blocking Afghanistan's reintegration into the international community. But the United Nations cannot move faster than the member states who are participating in the Doha process and other stakeholders who must lead this process. The trend of world events, including competing international priorities, budgetary constraints, and the growing tendency of governments to focus on internal issues, all risk leaving Afghanistan poorer, more vulnerable, and more isolated. This is an avoidable outcome, but only if all stakeholders recognize the risk and seek actively to avoid it, in particular the de facto authorities. The most helpful development would be a clear signal from the de facto authorities that they are committed to the reintegration of Afghanistan with the international community, with all that it implies. This is a moment for realism. I am grateful, Madam President, for the expressions of support to UNAMA from this Council. We look forward to an expected renewal of our mandate next week. UNAMA, along with all UN agencies in the field, funds, programs, remain fully committed to the goal articulated at the beginning of this briefing, and Afghanistan fully reintegrated into the international system, respecting its international legal obligations for the benefit of the Afghan people. We remain committed to improving the lives of the Afghan people, whose concerns and aspirations must be addressed for there to be real and lasting peace and stability in Afghanistan. Thank you.
And I thank Ms. Otunbayeva for her briefing. I now give the floor to Ms. Azada Aras Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, thank you very much for the opportunity to brief you on the human rights crisis in Afghanistan. My name is Azada Aras Mohammed. I'm a lawyer from Afghanistan and the founder of the Hamdili campaign, which has been calling for accountability for grave international crimes that have been committed in Afghanistan for decades and continue with impunity under the Taliban. In 2021, the Taliban tried to sell themselves to the international community as a reform group, promising to respect human rights, including women's rights, a lie that the international community was too quick to believe. Afghan women warned you then that given the chance, the Taliban will destroy every gain that we had fought for since the brutal rule in 1990s. Over the last 3.5 years, our fears have become reality. Through at least 126 brutally enforced decrees, the Taliban have deprived Afghan women and girls for their most fundamental rights. Right to education, employment, movement, assembly, and speech, and to live free from violence. Women's access to health care and justice has been severely restricted. The Taliban have erased Afghan women so thoroughly that even hearing their voices and seeing their faces in public is now a crime. They are suffocating in their homes, banned from even looking out the window. We, the women of Afghanistan, along with international experts, call this systematic and institutionalized oppression of women as gender apartheid. The Taliban is ready to crush anyone who resists them, including protesters and women human rights defenders, health workers, educators, journalists, legal professionals, and former security and government officials. Punishments at the hand of the Taliban include extrajudicial killings, arbitrary detention, enforced disappearance, torture, sexual violence, corporal punishment, public flogging, and execution by stoning. The Taliban has also systematically persecuted ethnic and religious groups like the Hazaras, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Baluchs, and others through targeted attacks, forced displacement, confiscation of land, and destructions of livelihood. The LGBT community, already at great risk before the August 2021, now face systematic violence, including murder and sexual violence, as the Taliban attempt to impose strict heteronormative general rules. Excellencies, accountability for these grave violations is essential and yet impossible domestically. The Taliban has made it an early priority to dismantle all Afghan institutions mandated to promote human rights, such as the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission, Ministry of Women's Affairs, and an independent judiciary. They aim to rule Afghanistan in a complete legal vacuum. Although the Afghan women have consistently appealed to the world leaders to hold the Taliban accountable for their escalating repression of women's rights, we have seen alarming steps by the UN member states to normalize the Taliban. We were especially shocked to see the international community comply with the Taliban's demand at Doha 3 meeting in June last year, during which the Afghan women were excluded from formal discussions and human rights and women's rights was not on the agenda. We observe how this directly emboldened the Taliban to deepen their abuses. In the wake of that meeting, the Taliban barred the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan from entering the country and issued their most draconian declaration yet, further barring women from public life and in the name of preventing vice and promoting virtue. We also see the embassies being turned over to the Taliban, jeopardizing important services for the Afghan diaspora. on the Taliban's social media accounts. There is a regular flow of smiling photos of foreign diplomats and businessmen partnering with this gender apartheid regime. These developments do profound and permanent damage, not only to the cause of Afghan women and girls, but to the cause of women globally. The ICC prosecutor's announcement in January that he had applied for the court for the arrest warrants of 2 senior Taliban leaders, including the group's supreme leader, is a beacon of hope for the people of Afghanistan, because it's a pushback against this normalization. These warrants requests recognize that the Taliban's violation of the rights of women and girls amount to gender-based persecution, a crime against humanity. We're also encouraged by the efforts to hold the Taliban accountable for violations of CEDAW at the International Court of Justice. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the growing list of member states calling for gender apartheid to be recognized as an international crime, including through the new UN Treaty on the Crimes Against Humanity. No term better describes the crimes that Taliban are committing against Afghan women and girls, and we will never forget the states that are standing with us in this effort. These historic developments should remind the international community that the Taliban have been deemed criminal actors who can never be the legitimate government of Afghanistan while their unprecedented abuses continue. In conclusion, I leave you with the following recommendations. To the Security Council, first, it is imperative to demand at every opportunity that the Taliban immediately reverses all policies and practices that prevent the full enjoyment of all women's human rights, in line with Afghanistan's international obligations, including CEDAW and the relevant Security Council resolutions. Second, in accordance with the fundamental tenets of Women, Peace and Security agenda, the full, equal, meaningful and safe participation of diverse Afghan women in all international discussions about Afghanistan's future, including the Doha process and the roadmap currently being prepared by UNRWA, must be non-negotiable. Meetings to decide the fate of Afghanistan without the women of Afghanistan are simply not legitimate. Third, Security Council should renew the UNRWA's mandate and press for its full implementation, particularly those aspects that relate to the protection of women's rights and women's human rights defenders, human rights monitoring, and meaningful engagement with diverse Afghan women and civil society. UNRWA must continue to report regularly to the Security Council, including on the situation of women and girls. Lastly, I urge the Security Council to impose sanctions on Taliban leaders who have committed human rights violations against Afghan women and girls, and not to lift the sanctions, including travel bans, on those who are guilty of such crimes. To all member states, I urge you to provide your full assistance to the International Criminal Court in current and future efforts to pursue charges against all senior Taliban members who have committed acts of gender-based persecution and other crimes against humanity and war crimes in Afghanistan since 2003. Use universal jurisdiction to bring Taliban leaders who are committing international crime to justice. Call for gender apartheid to be codified as a crime against humanity, including through the draft treaty on crimes against humanity. Rapidly seek remedies for the Taliban's violations of CEDAW, including by bringing an action at the International Court of Justice. The states that have not yet joined this effort should do so. The UN Human Rights Council should move swiftly to create an accountability mechanism to document and preserve evidence of gender-based persecution and gender-based crimes in Afghanistan.
We're listening here to the United Nations delegates there, listening to a conversation regarding some of the challenges that women are facing right now in Afghanistan. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We have many more live events on deck, so stick with us. More to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head over to Capitol Hill, where we are seeing Senate Majority Leader John Thune speak on the Senate floor.
Report from the United Nations on violence against women and girls, and it noted, and I quote, "The replacement of the female sports category with a mixed sex category has resulted in an increasing number of female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males. According to information received by March 30th of 2024, over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports," end quote. Over 600 female athletes in more than 400 competitions have lost more than 890 medals in 29 different sports. That a quote, Mr. President, out of the United Nations report on violence against women and girls coming in August of last year. Mr. President, it's not even remotely fair. Girls should not be having to compete in races that are stacked against them. Women deserve their own athletic opportunities, opportunities that are not taken away from them by biological males who have their own spaces in which to compete. But try explaining that to Democrats. Democrats like to portray themselves as leading the charge on women's issues. But not one Democrat, not one, could bring himself or herself to vote in support of women and girls. Biological males, not women, got Democrat support last Monday. Well, apparently, Democrats' commitment to equal opportunity for women only runs so deep and quickly falls by the wayside when the left demands adherence to some new ideology. Mr. President, the outcome of the 2024 presidential election was partially rebuke of far-left dogmas and ideologies. But apparently Democrats have learned nothing from that electoral rebuke. Today, Mr. President, the supposed party of the little guy, the underdog, the disadvantaged, has become a party willing to sacrifice born human beings to abortion extremism and equality for women and girls on the altar of transgender ideology. I have to say, Mr. President, it is no wonder that the American people rejected them in November of 2024. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Alsa Brooks.
So we're seeing here a live look inside of Capitol Hill, senators continuing to convene on the Senate floor. But in the meantime, let's head to another live event still in Washington, D.C. that is just getting started. We are seeing here D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. She is going to be speaking, making some remarks as lawmakers are protesting that GOP-funded bill concerning government funding. Let's take a look.
Chairman Phil Mendelson and members of the Council of the District of Columbia. We are here on a beautiful day in our beautiful city, and our priority is to keep Washington, D.C. a beautiful world-class city. But unfortunately, we are here today to talk about potentially devastating and really highly unusual situation that we faced with the draft budget CR that would immediately have the effect of cutting $1 billion out of our local budget. So let me tell you what's happening. In the most recent continuing resolution language, it ignores our already congressionally approved fiscal 2025 budget. Instead, it would peg us at FY24 levels, the levels that federal agencies are because they do not have an approved FY25 budget. But we are not a federal agency. We are a city, county, state all at once, and we provide direct services to the people of the District of Columbia, visitors to the District of Columbia, businesses in the District of Columbia, diplomats and visiting heads of state, and everyone who works here in the Congress. Our budget was balanced and approved. And if we go back to fiscal 2024 levels, we would be forced to reduce spending by $1.1 billion in only 6 months. But here is why we're here today, because Congress can fix this. They can fix this $1.1 billion problem that we have brought to their attention in the draft CR. The Congress can add the language back to the continuing resolution, the same language that's been there for the past 2 continuing resolutions that authorize us to spend our locally generated revenue according to our own approved budget and timeline. And I want to emphasize the local part of that statement. The District of Columbia raises and spends its own money, just like every other state. So remember that the budget we're talking about, this budget, the approved FY25 budget, was introduced by me and approved by this council. It focuses on 3 main areas: public safety, public education, and economic growth. Disrupting those investments won't be good for DC or our country. And this is not just about us. Certainly, we are concerned about the 700,000 tax-paying Americans that call DC home, but it's also about our nation's capital. And so I want Americans across the country to know that we are proud of our city. We are a growing city. In fact, if we were a state last year, we would have been the fastest improving state in the nation. We balanced our budgets. We have 28 balanced budgets. We have increased visitation. Americans from around the country and people from around the world broke a record last year, and we have driven down violent crime to the lowest levels in 30 years. And actually, this is a good time to visit the district because soon we'll have beautiful cherry blossoms as well. This action, let me be clear, if the Congress goes through with this action, it will work against a priority that President Trump and I share, and that is to make Washington, D.C. the best, most beautiful city in the world. And we want to work with our partners in the federal government to ensure that D.C. always represents the strength and prosperity of this country. I'm pleased now to introduce our Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, who always works with her colleagues to make sure that any anomalies are addressed. Congresswoman Norton.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. House Republicans released the text of a continuing resolution this weekend that commits nothing less than fiscal sabotage of D.C. It is the latest blow in an escalating war on D.C. residents and the limited home rule D.C. currently possesses. The CR omitted a long-standing provision that would allow D.C. to continue spending its local fiscal year 2025 budget and instead treats D.C. as a federal agency, forcing the district to revert to spending at fiscal year 2024 levels for the remainder of the year. If enacted, the CR would result in a projected cuts of $1 billion, which would force dramatic reductions in essential services the city provides, including D.C. police, EMS, and schools. It is contrary to the state Republican goal of improving public safety law and order in the nation's capital and would in fact have the opposite effect. D.C. has not been treated as a federal agency for funding purposes in more than 20 years, precisely because Republicans of a different generation recognize the disastrous effects of this causes. Congress should keep its hands off D.C. D.C. is not a federal agency. The omissions constitute a dramatic escalation in the Republican effort to undermine what small measure of democracy and autonomy the more than 700,000 residents of the nation's capital currently have. Republicans have introduced bills in both chambers of Congress to repeal the Home Rule Act, which aims to abolish the D.C. Council and Mayor's office, leaving D.C. to depend on members of Congress elected by other jurisdictions to run the district. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the governed and to end taxation without representation. The Republican efforts toward a federal government takeover of D.C. run counter to this history. D.C. population is larger than that of 2 states. D.C. pays more federal taxes per capita than any state, and more than 21 states overall. D.C. residents have fought and died in all this nation's wars. We deserve statehood, the only measure that would bring D.C. equality, and the states, and full protection D.C. residents, and fully protect D.C. residents from this type of disastrous congressional interference. Thank you.
We're listening here to several lawmakers protest this GOP-backed government funding deal. We're stepping away for a quick commercial break. We'll be back up to this next.
Year 2024. But as the mayor and the congressman noted, there have already been 2 continuing resolutions that have authorized our spending at current year levels. And so to switch, so to speak, switch the rules of the game in the middle of the game is even more damaging. And what is the impact? The impact is on public safety, on policing, on fire response, on public education, our schools, our charter schools, on the cleanliness of our city, on housing, on dealing with the homelessness, on all these issues. That would be what would be adversely affected. I can't emphasize enough, Congress has set us up to act like a state. We do act like a state. We're organized like a state. We tax like a state does. And we spend like a state does, except we have balanced budgets year after year. And so these are not savings for the federal government. This is simply damage to the district. It cripples this district for the remainder of this year, which is why, again, we stand here in unified opposition to this language and ask that the amendment that Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton has asked be included, that be accepted so that we can avoid this damage. Thank you.
Okay, I think Phil and I are available to take a few questions. And one second. And I also want to acknowledge that we've been joined by the city administrator for the district, Kevin Donahue, the budget director for the district, Jenny Reed, and my deputy mayors that serve in my cabinet. Yes.
Can you tell us, have you reached out to the White House?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that conversation?
That they are aware of what's happening at the Congress, and we've asked for their help.
Are they sympathetic with you, or have they indicated they would help on your behalf?
I think they've indicated that it didn't come from them.
And then can I ask, if this were to go through and you were to take $1 billion out over the next 6 months, what would happen to that? It seems like you would have that $1 billion at the end of that fiscal year. What would happen to that $1 billion?
Well, Mark, I think that's not where we are. You heard Chairman Mendelson indicate that our Congresswoman is moving an amendment to correct what we want. I like to think of as a $1.1 billion mistake. And the thing about mistakes is they can be corrected, and there's time to do that. And what Phil also mentioned is that we're halfway through our fiscal year. So we have actually less than 6 months left to cut $1.1 billion. And the way our budgets are made up, and I'm going to ask Kevin and Jenny to be on deck, is that there's really, you have to go to the big spending agencies to get to that kind of money that fast. So there's no way to cut that kind of money in the time that we would have in this fiscal year, not to affect police, or not to affect teachers, and not to affect some of the basic government services that allow us to keep our city clean, safe, and beautiful.
Same question about the Speaker and the Chair of the Appropriations Committee. Have you spoken to them about this? And
we're reaching out to all of their offices. I don't know, Phil, if you want to mention anything else.
I've had communication with the Appropriations.
Yes.
No, Mayor, so you had Campbell Robertson.
And when I say reach out, let me just be more clear. We're having conversations with the staff that we always work on issues affecting the district.
You had proposed
Can you introduce yourself?
Campbell Robertson with the New York Times.
Okay.
You had proposed a budget that was about $500 million cuts last year.
Yes.
And some of that was restored by the City Council.
Yes. Well, you know how budgets work.
Oh, I do. Could you explain why this would be more painful than, some version of what you're proposing? Like, is it the timing, is it the speed, or is it the scale?
Well, let me just step back a little bit, just kind of on the premise. The district, as I already mentioned, is not a federal agency, and so we have an approved budget. It's the feds that haven't approved the FY25 budget. We have, and we have been operating under that budget for over 6 months. So we have expended half of what has been approved. And if we are asked now to cut the remainder in 6 months, it has an even more significant impact. And that's why we say before, when I introduced cuts, to answer you more specifically, it did not affect police spending. This probably would. It did not affect the public schools or the public charter schools. This could, because we have to, if you think of the district's budget and how it's made up, our top agencies are in Health and Human Services, Medicaid spending, which in a short period of time, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything there. But the other big agencies are public education and public safety.
Mayor,
discussing the impacts of the federal layoffs on our economy.
Correct.
If this money gets cut and now there are potentially more layoffs or furloughs to fire or police, anywhere really, how does this impact our economy even further?
Well, let me say this, and I want everybody to be clear about this. We came into this year, 2025, with a very strong economy, a balanced budget, growing population, growing business activity, more visitation, a huge investment in sports, and more on the way. That's how we started this year. And the things that have changed is that our economy, our workforce is being gutted, and it is going to have the impact over the long haul, certainly over the next 4 years, of decreasing our anticipated revenues by over $1 billion. Okay, as bad as that is, we can plan for that, or we can slow it down, and we hope that the administration does slow it down, because we know that this region can support a productive American workforce. This, on top of it, also sends the signal that the federal government would be working against our joint goals, and those joint goals are making the city safe, beautiful, growing, thriving, and a symbol to the world that our nation's capital reflects great American values.
Mayor Bowser. A member of Congress who says that this spending reduction would be necessary given the $1 billion deficit forecasted over the next 3 years.
We have an upcoming budget process that will address any spending pressures. We're in that process right now. In about 3 weeks, I'm scheduled to send a balanced budget to the Council of the District of Columbia. And it will be balanced, and it will represent the forecast that our CFO has. But it will also reflect investments that will help the city grow. Investments that will help us change that trajectory, that help us attract more businesses, more employees, more residents, more sports and entertainment. That's what we have to do with our upcoming budget. What we shouldn't have to do is stop it, delay it, to deal with the next 6 months, because we did that last year. This budget is balanced and approved.
Mayor Bowser.
Just how dramatic would the cuts be to police if these cuts are enacted through Congress? Would you have to lay off or furlough officers?
We always we went through a whole pandemic without laying off anybody. We did. And it would never be my first choice to lay off anybody. But I already explained to you kind of the big buckets of spending that we have in a city like ours. Health and Human Service, public schools, public safety. And I want to be clear about something, because we've been around here, most of us, long enough to know that the renaissance of Washington, D.C., the comeback of our city, is directly tied to public safety and public education. And we're very proud of the progress that we've made.
Mayor Bowser, have you spoken to Chairman Comer at all? Has he been helpful in any way?
We have spoken to the chairman's staff that we work with on a day-to-day basis.
We're listening here as several lawmakers from the D.C. area continue to protest against a GOP-backed government funding deal. Thank you all for joining us on this Monday, March 10th. My name is Carl Lahara. We're going to step away for our final commercial break of this hour. But on the other side, my colleague Mike Peish will be guiding you through the day's top stories and showcasing live events from around the world. A live now look at the Capitol building over in D.C. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are worldwide here for you, and what a down day for stocks today. We saw the Dow Jones right here at 2% down. NASDAQ more than 2% down as well. Session lows for the Dow Jones. We had 1,100 points in the red, and just a big sell-off day as recession fears continue, and also the ongoing tariff wars. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'll be with you for the next 3 hours as we break down some of the biggest day's top stories. We'll be talking about the market coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll be talking to Fox Business's Ashley Webster. He'll be breaking down everything that happened today, what we can expect maybe for later in the week. We have some big earnings forecast as well, like Adobe later midweek. So we'll be checking in on all of that here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. All right, here's the game plan for today. We are expecting to get some tape playback within the next 90 minutes or so of President Trump signing an executive order, also talking to the media. We'll have that as soon as it gets going. We are being told that he is still in his first meeting that was earlier in the afternoon. It is still ongoing, speaking to members of the Technology Council inside of the White House. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we get any remarks coming out of that meeting, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as well. In the meantime, let's go back out now to D.C., right outside of the Capitol. We have the mayor there, as well as other Democrats discussing and protesting the GOP-backed budget bill. Let's listen on Live Now.
Point or delivering the Frederick Douglass Bridge or the transformation of the wharf. There are a lot of things that we do together. We also agree with the president's focus on in-person work. Unfortunately, that's being overshadowed by the mass of people being fired from jobs that they're doing to serve the American people. So this is what we do every day. Members of the council, we're talking to members today. We're talking all of the time to members, and we will continue our dialogue with the White House. Okay.
This idea that D.C. gets treated as a federal agency again. Do you worry at all that this scrutiny on federal spending, the workforce, the cuts that are made could then turn to the district government itself?
Well, what I'm worried about is that we have an approved balanced budget, and that any disruption of that budget and our processes affect direct services. There are lots of reasons why we're not a federal agency, but most of it is people's lives and on the street and their day-to-day is affected by what we do. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, Democrats, they're speaking on the GOP-backed budget bill. Also, we should be at any moment right now be getting the House Committee on Rules to discuss. Really, this is the first step in this budget battle and this continuing resolution, or CR that you would call it right there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. As soon as that gets going here on Live Now from Fox, we will break that down for you as well. Bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is how the Dow ended up for the day as the market rings coming to a close here, and some investors would say, thank God that it came to a close right now at 889 points, because it was bleeding all day there, and you can see the Dow Jones wrapping up, New York Stock Exchange ringing in the bell. So yeah, not a good day when it comes on Wall Street. We'll talk a little bit about it with our friends over at Fox Business in just a little bit. Now let's go on now back out live here. This just getting started for us on the House Committee on Rules to discuss the budget and the continuing resolution. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
2025. This legislation helps avoid the government shutting down and allows us to continue our work and service to the American people. The House must act to avoid a needless shutdown that serves no purpose. By doing so, this body can put its focus and attention on the next appropriations process. Our work must continue. Next, we'll turn to H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, a must-pass piece of legislation that Congress has a duty to address here and now. H.R. 1156 establishes a 10-year statute of limitations for criminal prosecution and civil enforcement actions, pardon me, related to fraudulent unemployment claims funded by federal pandemic unemployment programs that were created via the CARES Act. The unprecedented expansion of unemployment insurance during the COVID era opened the floodgates to fraud, and we have a duty to hold the perpetrators of that fraud accountable. American taxpayers are counting on us to do the right thing and right this wrong that has gone unconfronted for many years. I invite our Democrat colleagues to join us in doing the right thing for the right reason and pass this legislation, and to put aside whatever grievances they may harbor towards an administration that the American people entrusted to be their voice. It's a worthwhile opportunity and one that you do not want to miss. Finally, we'll turn to H.J. Res. 25, a Congressional Review Act resolution that overturns another imprudent midnight rule issued by the Biden administration that targets decentralized finance brokers and threatens the viability of the digital asset ecosystem. This rule was issued a mere 2 days after Christmas, a belated and unwelcome gift that absolutely nobody asked for or wanted. It is akin to a decaying and outdated tin of fruitcake. In addition to being stridently unconstitutional, this rule is in direct violation of the Administrative Procedures Act and yields excessive latitude to the IRS to exceed its authority as usual. And when the Senate passed a similar version of this bill last week, 18 Democrats joined Republicans in voting for it.